Everybody's here but Marianne. Here I are. Hey, everybody. Get this box out the way. Okay. Hi, everybody. Let's see who else here. Looks like everybody but me. Hi, Gigi. Hi, Julie. I've been looking forward to it, too. Sorry you couldn't join us yesterday. Hey, Margie. Oh, Gigi fell asleep last night. Yep. Oh, did you go back and watch the rest of it, Gigi? See what you missed? Hey, Glynis. Hi, Debbie. Are you alone tonight, Debbie? Or are you here for a tutorial with some good friends? Hi, Joni. Keep scrolling, keep scrolling. Awesome. Here she are. All right, let me get stuff out of the way so the light will be light. And let's see here. So Glynis asked for alcohol inks. Hey, Carrie. Hi, Laura, Bernice, Jill. Wow. I turned around for 2 seconds and everybody's here. Hey, Allison. Don't worry, I was a couple minutes late too. Glynis asked for alcohol inks. I'm going to check the camera here. I think I need to bring it a little bit farther this way. And I was going to do alcohol inks, but I don't have any alcohol that's 90% or greater. It really needs to be, not 73%. Just doesn't work very well because it's too watered down. And as you well know, in the middle of moving everything in the studio, all my supplies they're not together. All the things that I typically use together are always together, and they're not. They're in different places as everything's being reorganized. So, Glynis, I couldn't easily pull together everything that I needed to do a decent night of alcohol inks. So I promise you that will be one of the very first things as soon as this place is organized. So then Gigi suggested, why don't we work on a page in our art journal? And I thought, well, that's a really great idea. We haven't done that in a while. Everybody's got an art journal. If they want to work on a page, they can. Well, Gigi, if you can tell me where my art journal is, again, the alcohol. What do we need? Hi, Derby. Alcohol. Well, when you're using the alcohol inks, there's so many techniques that you can do with them. And alcohol does to alcohol inks what water does to watercolor paint. And it's a whole lot cheaper than those little bottles of, what are they? From Ranger? You know, I've got one. You've got one. I'm sure you've got one, Glynis. Little bottle of clear solution. Oh, goodness. It just escaped me. What is it called? That you use with alcohol ink blender. Drinking. For drinking. I need it for all you guys so that you'll be okay with me, whatever I do. Yeah, it's a whole lot cheaper than using that blending solution. Yeah, thanks, Margie. The blending solution is just pretty darn expensive. So, hang on, I'm adjusting a stool to set things on so they'll be at reach. So y'all know my mom is here visiting.
Hello, Hi.
And I thought, well, let's do something that she has never seen or done. And she can do it with me, which will demonstrate how easy it is for a brand new, everybody says hi, Mom. It'll demonstrate how easy it is for somebody who's never done it before just to jump in and do it, which I'm sure y'all can tell by now is gel plates. So Glynis, call your manservant, tell him to run up here and bring you all your gel plate supplies to your lap in the next 5 minutes. So you can gel plate with me. And actually, as I was pulling things out, because most of those things are yeah, no, you shouldn't feel bad calling her Mom, Margie, because you're like my other half. Hi, Mom. Julie's in Australia. She says, hi, Mom.
Oh, wonderful.
Gigi says, hi, Mom. Bernice, Dare B, Lara, Margie, Glynis, Joni, Allison. Everybody says, hi, Mom. Mom,
Oh,
Mom, and
thank
Mom.
you. Hi back to you.
No. Oh, Gigi. Gigi, can you go get some, just a few things and play? Hi, Kathy. Good to see you. So as I was pulling things together, I was thinking about gel plates and stencils and things. And there's so many different techniques and ways to do things. We always start out doing one thing and then we get off on a tangent, and then we never, I don't feel like that we have completely done a complete tutorial on any one particular technique, because we always tend to run off on another one when something comes up. Oh yeah, you can do this, you can do that. And yes, I know tutorial is sorry, Debbie's busting a gut rolling on the floor. That's all that needs to be said. Tutorial
Isn't tutorial.
My mother would like to know, isn't it tutorial, Debbie? So I thought I should sit down, which I haven't done. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow, but I thought, see, Debbie she's rolling on the floor, laughing her guts out at my tutorial. It's her tutorial.
Okay.
I'm borrowing her tutorial.
Right.
How to do the image thing. Yeah, see, there's the image thing. There's things with stencils. Then there's other things with stencils. There's other things with stencils off of the gel plate. Good night, honey. And there's not using stencils at all. There's using other things like string or feathers or leaves or, all those kinds of things, objects that would make an image. There's just so many different directions to go that I thought I really need to sit down and write those all down, and then we can take them one by one. And one night we'll just focus on objects. One night we'll just focus on distress oxides on plates. There is 1,000,001 things to do. We got distress ink, we got distress oxide, we've got acrylic paint, we've got, like I said, the stencils, the non-stencils, all the,
this was on the ground.
I dropped it on the floor and I meant to go back and pick it up before she did it. I forgot.
And it was all over the place.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it's okay. She just pushed it around. Thank you, honey. Okay, so everybody make sure you're on live chat, not top chat. Make sure that your live word that is right here above my name has a red dot beside it, not a white dot. So that you know you're live, not buffering and way behind. If you'd be so kind as to hit that thumbs up, get us a good solid start. And one thing that I wanted to do, so Gigi, can you pull together just a couple things, and Margie, and you've done none of them. Well, see, so that's why I thought it'd be good to write them all down on a list and then just take them one by one and do a show, a get together, a craft along, whatever, and do it on just the one technique, because the one technique, there's so many things you can do with that one technique. I started thinking about string, and I thought of a couple of other techniques to do with that. And see, it kind of rolls, and then we never finish one because we, go off on a tangent. It's kind of how we done. How I read Margie's just as I said that. That's just kind of how we go. Joni, I've got no dot. You've got no dot at all? When you touch the screen, it says live. It's not a white dot or a red dot? Joni's dotless? Oh, no. Might want to refresh, Joni. Just see if you can get your dot. Red dot means it's live. Maybe no dot is the same as a white dot. Means you're behind, buffering or buffered and lost a few seconds. So there's the transferring of image thing. And then today I was thinking about transferring images, not with the gel plate, but transferring images. That I haven't done in forever. And I don't think we've done anything like that at all in Happy Paper People. So that would be a ton of fun. I'd love to do that. So 6:16. Okay. So every hour on the hour, we'll pause for 60 seconds and everybody refresh their YouTube, because we're finding that is helping a ton to keep everybody current. All right. Mom, those bags make lots of noise, remember? And metal. You could come in tomorrow and go through everything, but then it won't make noise on the microphone. Oh. My mother's like a little child in an art studio. She wants to touch everything, put her hands on everything, feel everything. Hey, Amanda. And not that I can blame her, because we're the same, but oh my goodness. Doug is not here, but my mom is here. My mom's name is Dolores. Dolores, not Dolores. And she was here last night and she's here tonight. She'll be going home on Monday. So thought we'd do something tonight that she's never done. Would be a fun. Yeah. Posted a bag and made with the rule. Oh, you did, Margie? Awesome. Awesome. So everybody, if you made any bags with those rulers, I should post a couple that I did. I've got some others that I did. Maybe I'll try to take a picture. Sorry about all this crackling, getting the gel plates out. But, I'll keep them in their original plastic containers. Just a second here. All right, so I'm going to take that grungy one, get that stuff up. I'm going to give you this one. I'm going to put it sideways for you. There you go. Okay. So I'm kind of going slow here. Dolores, Dolores. Yep. Close. That was really close, Amanda. What? I thought her name was Mom. It is Margie. I didn't tell you to change your name. Her name is Mom. It's Mom Marianne and it's Mr. Marianne, right? That's what it's easier to remember that way, right? Okay, so if I'm slowly getting stuff out, who can go grab a gel plate and some copy paper and a couple of colors of paint? That's all you need.
This is a gel
This
plate.
is a gel plate. Feels kind of gelatiny, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah. You got it right first time, and then I second guess. Oh, see? Always go with your first instinct. It's almost always right. Almost. Second guess yourself, so you changed it. The last few times we've done this, I have not cleaned these off either at all. So I start with grunge. We're going to be picking up that. There's a lot of good grunge on some of these. We're going to be picking up some grunge here. Yeah, Julie, can you grab a gel plate? I'm going slow so that y'all have time because you didn't know ahead of time. Gigi, can you grab a gel? Gigi, get your art journal and work on your art journal at the same time. That'll keep you awake. If I could find mine, I was really excited to do that, but you know, I don't know where it is. My mom looks like it's about 40 below in here. She's blowing into her hands to get them warm. She has a long sleeve thermal shirt on, and then she's got an old t-shirt of mine over it so she doesn't get paint on it, and then she's got a scarf wrapped around her neck.
3 layers.
Oh, she's got 3 layers, one other that I can't see, and a scarf. Oh, you're making lunch for John. And oh, well, fine, Julie. Okay, so is anybody gonna work along with us? Can anybody grab a gel plate? Because I'd love to have you do it. We'll try some techniques together.
I like this Hexie.
They're just the little mini gel plates. All right, so I got the paint out, but then I left it sitting over here. So let me grab the paint. And, you know, set this up on the table. And I do have sprays, tattered angels, and some of those things near me. I do have stencils near me. Let's see. There's a couple. Yep, Mom is gonna craft with me. Glynis is almost ready. Hi, Christy. You've never seen a gel plate? Oh, give her some hot cocoa or tea, and burn it. Make it hot so it'll warm you up. Do you want some hot cocoa or tea, Mom?
No.
No. We just need to get busy working on gel plates.
I think so. I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's get the blood moving here.
Here, take the red one. Grab a couple.
Acrylic color.
This around. Magenta. All right, who took my metallic paints?
Oh dear. Can't
Not red. It's not what I want. Here, take this one. Mom?
What? Okay.
I just want the metallic gold.
Oh, that would be beautiful. Not seeing it.
All right. Well, okay. I'm going to get all this stuff around me, and I'll be in for the night because I'll be surrounded. There'll be no way out. Can you set this on top of that box of books? Right there? Or down?
This one?
Okay, let's see here. Got some brayers in here. We'll try some different mediums that we haven't used on these. Okay. I'm gonna have to go buy metallic gold. I thought Doug was supposed to get me a metallic gold for Christmas. Wasn't he supposed to get me a metallic gold for Christmas, guys? I'm glad you're here, Christy, if you've never seen this before. Yeah, my mom has never seen gel plating, and she's never done it. Obviously, she's never seen it. And since she's here visiting, I thought, let's do something that
Yes.
she... You think you're whispering, but they can hear you. So, which is okay when we have conversation. That's perfect. Just speak up so that they can hear you. We just want to be careful not to overtalk each other. Then they can't hear either of us. Okay. All right. So, okay. So Glynis's. I don't have magicals. I do have mica. I can't even tell you exactly where that is. I've been thinking I should probably get some magicals, huh, Amanda? Glynis does. Glynis has used them. I've seen hers. Getty came and stole my metallic paint. Well, remember I was running low on metallic gold, and you guys told God when he came one night and into the chat and told him he needed to get me some for Christmas. I didn't get any. Magicals would be fun. They totally would be fun. Let's see, what side is all the grunge on here? Both sides, but maybe this one more. We want the side that has all the grungy stuff up so we can pull it off onto
This is it.
the side that has paint. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's both, but that one. Oh, I love that color, turquoise. That's pretty. Both metallic copper and turquoise, and metallic gold and ivory over there.
Nice.
Okay. Oh, good. Going to join in with your aqua tints. Nice. Julie, can't find your paints. Amanda, I'm going to have to get some. I definitely will have to get some. Okay, so I have a bunch of things here to work with. I have some typing paper. I brought some tissue paper. I brought some of this paper. Mom, what kind of paper do you think this is? It's really soft and flexible. It almost feels like construction paper, but it's not.
I've never felt this before.
It almost feels like handmade paper, but it's not. It almost feels like linen, but it's not. Isn't that weird? Hi, Tina. Good to see you.
On this side,
yeah,
but not on that.
It's it feels really yummy and creamy, and you can almost see some texture in it, can't you?
Yeah.
Good to see you, Tina. But it's just strange and I got it from somewhere. I got it really cheap because it was a huge pack. It was like 5 inches thick, and it was out of its packaging. That's why I don't know what it is. It's not paper. It's skin. That's why I don't know what it is, because when I got it, it was out of its packaging, but I felt it, and it felt so yummy that I thought, yeah, there's things we can do with that. So I've got some of that I have not tried gel printing with. I have these. Don't need to be here, but I needed those yesterday. And that one too. Okay, I have some thin black paper that's like the stuff that would be in very old albums, photo albums.
Right.
I have some regular, let's see, what is this? This is just cheap copy paper. I've got some cheap copy paper that's longer than copy paper, legal size. I've got some deli paper. Oh, here's some more of this creamy paper.
It almost looks like a manila envelope, but
it looks like a manila envelope, but it's definitely not the same stuff. Yeah, it's not stiff at all like that. It's very smooth and it's fibrous, but it's very, you can tell it's very porous. It just feels, it's got to be a form of handmade paper. some form of handmade paper. It's just, that's more tissue paper is over here. And there's a lone piece of tissue paper. Let's see what else is down here. Okay, here's the rest of the legal paper. And there's some more just white, like copy paper, but it's a little thicker. I've got some white cardstock. There's a piece of onion skin.
Oh, yeah.
Is that the only one? I've got some linen paper. We got just about everything we would need to try. I also have some images or paper that we have gel plated previously that I want to layer on.
Oh, yeah.
So this is a piece of that black from the album. There's book pages that we've gel printed on and done all kinds of stuff. And I want to layer on some of these and get them ready to use. Some of them are good backgrounds. Mm-hmm. So there's a bunch of those in different colors. I got some fairies, some different fairies, some like shadow fairies. We tried all kinds of different things to see how they would come out with a lot of these different ones. And look at the metallics, the shiny on that. We sprayed those.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got, this is one night when we were playing with stencils and some different mediums. I thought it might be fun to gel plate something over. This is some really thick watercolor paper. So I've got a few different faces. There's one that I actually drew the eyes in. Here's another a page that we did this one night. I think on it was a Saturday night with Sharon, and where we did stencils and masks. So you can stencil things, you can mask things to get the positive and the negative image of everything. And you can let things be the background, so they just build up a good background image like that. Then do some gel plate on them. Here's one we were messing around with some different techniques, and I think this was gelatos and some stencils. This was a stencil with some metallic medium I tried on that I'd never tried before. Made a big mess of it. That was a Tim Holtz stencil. Some of you probably have that, and I don't remember what the medium was we tried on that on top of the gelatos. The problem is that gelatos reactivate with water, so you have to be careful what you use on top of them. There's the same stencil. This was again, thick watercolor paper, and it was gelatos that we just used water to drag. So totally drag. This is a book page that I just kept gel plating and stenciling and stamping and building. Here's another one. This started out on the gel plate, and that's a couple pages glued together for strength, but started out on the gel plate and put some masks down, and that's where you see the negative image of the butterflies and the hearts. And then I put a doily over it and used a very stiff, I can't even remember which medium that was. I think it was probably a clear medium, and I mixed some amber or bronze paint in with it and got this. This is very textured and raised image on there.
Oh, it is. Wow.
There's more. This is how that page started out.
Oh.
Some more of the same.
This feels like alligator skin.
It looks like alligator skin, and it feels like alligator skin. That's a good way to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
This is just a little piece of metal. I almost hesitate to use it because as soon as you touch the edge of these, they fall off.
Huh?
And the more fall off, the smaller it gets. So I almost hesitate to use it as a stencil, but I'd like to use it as a stencil and then be able to distort it.
Oh, yeah.
To get different shape out of it
Diamond shape.
as you go. But just have to be so careful because these little things come out and then there's no putting them back in.
Mm.
So we'll put that to the side and be careful with it. I have a whole thing of stencils that we can use on all of these. I even grabbed this is just a basic
What frames?
frames and tags, book plates,
Yeah.
kind of stencils. I grabbed that. Oh, I do need, let's see, I've got a book over there. I think it's over there. That is, I use for, I might have one over here that I like to take pages out of for gel plating. Let's see. As far as brushes, here's 3 hearts that I used as masks before. We could use those as masks again. I really like the heart themselves, so if we wanted to use it as a mask and not ruin it, depending what we're putting, we can turn it upside down and then use it as a mask to spray something around it just to get the heart shape but not ruin the front of that. So let me take these over here, and I think let's start with, that's our linen. These, we go with these. Onion skin, deli paper, and
I love that all good thing.
yeah, that's pretty cool, huh?
Mm.
I love to take mediums and put them through stencils to get that raised effect. And then you can color them or make them metallic or sprays on them or mousse on them or anything after. All right, so I think we're going to start with some just plain copy paper. I'm going to set it here for now, just to do a couple of basic things. Every time you put a stencil down, there's pretty much at least 4 things you can get off your plate from putting that one stencil or one roll of paint or with one stencil down. So let's, we'll use these, but not immediately. So let's put those off to the side. And I'm going to put some paint right here in the middle where everyone can reach it. And we'll put this paint here. These guys can just stack up until we need them. And here's some more paint and a pink. Okay, we're going to need stencils. So where did I set the stencils? Here we go. So let's start out with, let's see. So our first thing is our gel plate here is 8 by 10. And we both have some grunge on it. So maybe first we should put down a layer of paint and see if we can pick up some of that grunge before we start with the technique. So let's do that. I'm going to put one of these over here. If you want to color, let me know. I want you to be able to see me. Okay. I see if some of this paint here will come off. We want to put, let's see, you don't have a ton of grunge on yours. You could put pretty much any color you want that goes with that turquoise and cream.
Mm-hmm.
Pick a color, any color. It could be a white or a cream, or could be a turquoise. Could be a pink.
Let's go peach.
Okay. Are these the same? This one's flesh. That one's peach.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is cameo pink, actually.
Okay. So now you might want to roll your sleeves up because see how they're already laying on the gel plate?
Yeah.
You have paint all over them. I'm going to give you the large brayer.
Okay.
Okay. And a mask is the opposite of a stencil. Thank you. Thank you. I might have a mask in here, but see, that's a whole, there's like 5 or 6 techniques you can do just with masks and stencils, literally. So that's a whole night in itself that I would love to do. Let me see what I've got. I've got ivory and black. I've got a little purple here. And this one has metallic gold and turquoise and pink. I think I'm going to put down a magenta. So this is a fuchsia. Okay, so
Teach me later.
what I want you to just follow me each step, and just because you've never done it before and see how easy. It's not easy, but it's easy if you're following step by step. Make sure that one has been opened before. You want to shake these up. You definitely want to shake these really well. And then after you're done with it, before you go to the next one, you want to make sure that you close the paint up tight. Otherwise, the paint tends to dry out real easily. Canvas slide around on your surface. Probably is it okay to put gel plates in paper, or should I get me glass chopping board? You can put them on paper. I put some vinyl down. This is a sheet of vinyl, a roll of vinyl that I have. I put some vinyl on top of my table to my desk to protect it. I do all my painting on this. But before I had this, or if I didn't have it with me, I would just use my glass mats. I would not probably use your regular crafting cutting mats, the forgiving ones, the self-healing ones. I wouldn't use those because they are porous and they will take the paint in, they will stain, they will, look awful. And you can't remember a lot of times if you're going between like acrylic paint and alcohol ink and whatever you're doing. Some things you could, some things you couldn't. But if you don't want to ruin them, I would just put paper down. Or put paper underneath it, or get your glass mat. Okay, so once you shake your paint up, because I don't know if that's been used recently or not. Did you shake it up good? Mom, which one are you going to use?
I'm gonna use this.
Okay, so that's the one you should be shaking, the one you're going to use.
I did.
Close the lid when you shake it, please.
I did.
But I don't know if it's been used, so there could be, a bunch sitting on the bottom. So you want to make sure it's shaken real well, because that looks like an old one, and I don't know if I've used it recently because I've too many that are half used. All right, then we're going to open it, and we're going to drop a little paint. Now, it's better to have not enough paint and have to add some more, because if you add too much, you can't take it off. So just put a little bit, a little drop, a little more. That looks rather thin, which makes me wonder if it's all shaken up. Let me try it for you. It seems a little thin. Shaken, not stirred. Hi, Candy. Good to see you. Okay, so we'll go one more, but it's probably going to spread pretty well because it seems pretty thin. Okay, and I want a little bit extra because I want to take it over to this one too. So then we just start brayering, and the point of brayering is just to move the paint around and cover the whole plate. And we want a thin layer, a thin coat. But here's the thing. Look, when you come to the edge, you need to lift up. As you roll it, you lift up, because if you leave it on the surface and you get to the edge, it just clunks down over the edge of the plate. And then you just end up with paint down the side of the plate and all over your table and everything that's around your table. So be sure now you're going to need a little more. That's not enough paint. So be sure that as you're brayering it around, you lift it up as you go, lift it up as you come back. You can see my hand. If you can't, let me know. I'll move it a little bit. Go back and forth, opposite directions, just to move it around. I got a lot of grunge on here. And like I said, it's better to put not enough paint, because you can always add a little more, but you can't take it off if you have too much. And if you have too much, it won't lift up. All you'll get is the paint you just put down, and you won't get the grunge underneath it or any layers in it. Light. Not very heavy-handed. You don't want to push it in. All you're doing is spreading it, literally. Just spreading it. So very light-handed. Very light-handed, just to move it around. And that's, I think, the hardest part of gel printing is getting the feel for how light you need to hold the stencil. When I first started, I remember pushing on it, and like I'm rolling with a rolling pin and thinking that I was trying to roll it in, roll it around.
Holding the brayer.
And you don't need to. I barely hold the brayer. You can see how it's in my hand?
Yeah.
I barely hold on to it. I'm looking at how long the delay is. I barely hold on to the brayer. It's just like resting here. I'll hold this up again.
Yeah.
This is kind of how I hold it. It's just barely resting against my hand. So you need no pressure at all.
Using its own weight.
Yep. because you're not trying to push it into the rest of the paint. All you want to do is spread it around the top.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, get it all the way to the corners. If you need to put one more drop on and get it to the corners, go ahead, because if there's not purple paint on top of it, it won't come up. So sometimes, and where there is grunge, like those corners, that will need, a little bit more because it has to have a coat on top of it. So what happens is what you're putting on top now becomes the background, and what's underneath it becomes the foreground. And so this background has to be a super thin layer. Otherwise, when you go to pick it up, it just picks up this background, this one layer that you just put down, and it leaves everything underneath it. It's just too much for it to pick up. The other trick to getting up layers is to let it sit until it dries. While it's wet, you have to put your piece of paper down. Okay, so now you see how you're rolling over it and you're picking purple paint up.
Yes.
Okay, because it's drying. So stop. You need to put some more purple paint down, and you need to just do it quickly till it's spread and then stop. Because once it starts drying, you keep bringing, you're just picking the paint back up. So put some more purple paint down because it's drying. Basically starting over. Get a nice big blob. Okay, I'm gonna just brayer this down with my hand. Sorry, Trudy, I don't know where my illuminator is. It's with my tools. And you're gonna need more than that. Do you spray over your face?
My forehead.
Okay, now spread quickly. Lift it up when you get to the edge. Yeah, you can go one direction, Dick. It gives you a better feel for that instead of going two. But always go towards the edge and lift up. Okay, over here, just go and lift. Okay, all right, it's starting to dry. Stop, starting to dry. Okay, lay that down, put that over here so it doesn't get all over the paint. There you go. Look, lay it down like I did here. Just lay it flat and press it all over. You don't want to move the paper. You just want to put the paper on it and press the paper on flat. You want to go all the edges and the center until it's all just pressed on hard. I'm going to put this over here for now. Okay, so I didn't have enough to bring it over to this smaller plate. Let me see if I can adjust the camera just a bit so that you can see. Maybe I need to just adjust these plates. We can choose our paint and then we can move the paint out of the way. There we go, this plate. So this plate has lots of good grunge. So I didn't have enough paint to bring it over here. So I'm going to put some paint on there while I'm letting this one dry. If you pick this one up while it's wet, you're going to pick up the layer you just put down. You need to let it completely dry so that it'll pick up the grunge underneath it with it. Some of these paints are a little dry because they're a little old. Some of them are a little runny because they're a little old. So
it's a good way to use up those paints. So.
Yeah, that's a great way to use up paints and not just waste them, throw them away. And sometimes it's a real trick to get the right thickness of layer on this, because too thick, it won't pick up anything underneath it. Too thin, it won't pick up anything underneath it. So I'm going to use a piece. Oh, I thought I had a small piece of deli paper right here. I know there was a small piece. Where did it go? Oh, all right. I'm going to use this piece of onion skin. Piece of onion skin paper on this one. Now, you could use a brayer if you have one that you're not using, have paint all over if you wanted to. You could use, this is a bone folder.
Oh, yeah.
Now, that brayer has design on it.
Oh,
so you might affect it by going over it with design.
True.
So you could use a bone folder. You could use your hands.
Better do my hands. Let's see.
You can use, all kinds of things. I noticed that this, I don't think you can see it, but I can tell, make sure your paint is closed.
Mhm.
I can tell that this onion skin paper is getting all wrinkly on this gel plate
yeah.
while it's drying because it's super thin and it soaked that up. So I'm hoping that pulls up all those layers of grunge. There's a lot on that. Okay, so now I'm going to come back here. I'm just going to rub this really good. I'm not sure if it's dried enough, but I kind of want to test it. Now, I know in that corner you had a lot of good grunge, so I wouldn't start on that corner. Go to a corner that maybe didn't have so much and lift up just a tiny bit slowly. Okay, as you peel back, is it pulling up everything?
Yeah.
Okay, so very slowly peel it off. Yeah, and I'm going to rub around the edges because that's where it really builds up and that's where it tends to stay and not come off. So perfect. Very slowly keep folding it back and rolling it up. That's not coming up right there. I still got some grunge that doesn't want to come up right here. I get it just a tiny bit wet right there. Okay, let's see.
Wow.
Let's see what you got.
Grunge did come up over there.
Yep. So Mom's plate didn't have a lot of grunge on it. It did have some turquoise, mostly around the edges. It had some splotches of what this was pink or something throughout. And so she put purple over it and she got all the splotches of pink and she got the turquoise around the outside and the corners. Now you've got purple in that corner for the next time. So that was probably this corner.
Yeah.
Which means it wasn't wet enough, didn't have enough paint just on the tip and didn't get brayered, pushed down hard on that. Okay, so then we're just going to set this aside to dry. It'll dry in a matter of seconds. Okay, now let me see what I can get from this one. This one was so thick with grunge. I'm afraid I'm going to have to do this a couple of times to try to get it all up. And whoa, it's really sticking to it because it is so thick with grunge. Wow. Okay, so if you look down here in the bottom right-hand corner, it left a big chunk. Oh, my YouTube is frozen. Are you guys frozen? There we go. Hopefully, did it freeze? Stop laughing, Margie. Glad you found. Okay, Glennis, are you doing along? That's why I can't read chat and do this at the same time, Margie. I'd be rolling on the floor. Puking dogs. Oh man. Yeah, why can't they puke on the tile and the wood? It's a whole lot easier to clean up, than the carpet. Okay, so see down here in the bottom right hand corner, there's a big old black piece with pink blocks on it that didn't come up. I wanted that to come up. It didn't, but what it gave me where it was,
look at that.
It was this little imprint.
It almost
looks like a fish or a snake head.
I look at it from here. The purple down there looks like a footprint. To me.
I could see a footprint. Sure. So this is one that I would let dry. Now, this is what I wanted, was for all the grunge to come up like this and stick to it. I wanted all these layers of paint to be actually sitting up here so that you could see the layers of paint. I love that.
Yeah, that's good.
And this one's practically dry already. This is one that I will layer on. Good muted background, but nothing bright. So easy to layer on. So let's pull this smaller. This is a 5x7. All right, this has so much stuff built up on it from last time. And the edges are just sticking down, and an edge needs, there we go. An edge needs to stick to the paper and come up in order for the rest of it to come up. Come on. Come on. I want all these grungies to come with it. Oh.
It doesn't want to do that.
It's a, I mean, it should have pulled it last time we were trying to do a couple of quick techniques and just didn't pull off the grunge in between. And here we go. And you have to pull it slow because if you pull it up fast, you just rip it off and the grunge will stay attached. If you pull it slow, you give it a chance to come with you. Okay, so there's going to be enough grunge on there to do that again, but look at this amazing,
Look at that pattern. Looks like
amazing color, and I love the metallic gold flecks that are on top. I love using the metallic gold and copper and silver on these. I just do. So I'll make a note, Mom. We need to buy some metallic gold because I'm out. All right, take a look at that. Is that not cool? I'll hand it to you in just a second. I'm waiting until they can see it. That's really cool. That metallic gold. There we go. There you got the shimmer.
Oh, look
Shimmer.
at that.
Really pretty.
That is
Fuchsia
amazing.
and turquoise and metallic gold.
Yeah,
It's really pretty.
that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Would you
So-
hand me this pencil? I can make a note over here.
For what? Oh,
Found that metallic gold.
metallic gold. Okay, so we could do that again on here and hopefully pick up the rest of these. We could do it on here and pick up these. So maybe we try another color. And what we're doing with those, picking up the grunge, is just making backgrounds. Backgrounds that we can play with later. We also don't have to pick those up now. We can start using a stencil and let that grunge be there and come up possibly with the stencil. So I'm going to, okay, if you want, just set that up on top of there.
I am amazed. Look at it. It's lifting up.
Mhm. I have a stack, like a 2 or 3 inch stack of gel prints that we did that I kept keeping because I wanted to go back and build on them. And there were things like that, and I could not find those tonight. That was probably the most frustrating thing for me because I really wanted to build on those tonight. Okay, so I'm going to give you this stencil. This is a super fun one to work with.
Clamshell pattern. Clamshell quilt pattern.
Okay, for you quilters, you know that that's a clamshell quilt pattern. Okay, here I want to make sure that this solid edge does not get on top, so there's space in between all the way around. There you go. Okay, that's perfect. Wait, first we're gonna do, let me think here. Let me get a stencil. Let me get a stencil that I will do. And first I'm gonna show you how you can get multiple prints up off of the same stencil. Everyone will look different. And so if you were using them for a project, they are all going to coordinate because they have similar design, but they all look different. This is a good one. I do like that one. We always like that one. Okay, I've got the doilies. We got everything. We got everything. Yeah, okay. We got some good stuff here to play with.
I love this.
And that's a really pretty one. I've done some of my favorite gel prints with that one. Hey, Sharon!
Oh, she's on.
Sharon's on. She's home. She's doing well. Sharon, tell everybody how you're doing. She's doing great. I can tell you that because today a 5-minute phone call turned into an hour and 5 minutes. And we were brainstorming ideas. And so I know she was feeling okay. Hopefully her knee is still numbed up from surgery, but she was doing okay from surgery in order to be able to even be thinking crafty thoughts. And she was being very creative, had lots of great thoughts. So, oh, I love this stencil. It's got turquoise paint on it. That's all. It's just turquoise paint.
Look at that. It's beautiful.
Yeah. So good to see you, Sharon. Yeah, I was waiting until everybody was in here, and then I was going to tell y'all I talked to Sharon today. She's doing great. I keep with the prayers and the positive vibes because I kept telling her this is going to be the best surgery you've ever had. You're going to heal the quickest and have the least pain and be right back in with us. So we got to keep that going. Okay, so I'm pulling out. Oh man, sometimes I look at the stencils and get so many ideas, and you can't decide what to do because there's just too many to choose from. There is such a thing as having too many choices. There absolutely is. All right, I'm going to move that guy out of the way. I'm going to use this. Okay, so take it off for a minute and put it to the side. Your stencil. Yeah, now we're going to use, so far so good, miss you too. Miss you too. Yeah, she is doing well, and we're so glad. She'll be back here before you know it. I'm so thirsty today. Okay, we want to do two colors that go really well together. They could be two bright colors. It could be a bright and a dark. One's going to be well, it doesn't matter because we're going to get multiple prints that they're.
We're going to use those two.
You're going to use those two?
Yeah. Okay,
so let's do the blue first. Let me choose my colors here. I think I'm going to shake them up. Make sure that they're all shook up. Okay, Julie, now you can start. Good.
This one doesn't want to move.
Let's see. Maybe it's hard.
Could be.
Don't throw it on the floor.
Well, that's just what I did.
Sometimes the more you hear them shake up, that means the more the thinner they are, and they're not as good. This one's good. This one's a good one.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it's a good and fresh. It is shaken. Okay. Candy. That's what you've been doing, isn't it? Keeping me straight? Okay, so I'm going to use a fuchsia and a turquoise. Just about out of turquoise, guys. Can you write turquoise on that list? I love turquoise. I tend to use it a lot. And I'm about out of turquoise. Okay, so one of those colors needs to go down first. Which one would you like to do first?
The blue.
The blue? Okay. Then, wait, I bet turquoise and yellow would be really pretty together, wouldn't it?
That's going to give you more green.
They're not going to mix together.
Okay.
No, they're working side by side, complementary. They are not mixing.
Okay.
Dandelion yellow or bright yellow. I like the bright. I don't know. I've never done that, so I'm going to try. I'm going to be bold and try. Margie. Oh, okay. Whoa. Yeah. You won't need as much on this because there's nothing in there for it to soak into. So, okay, start rolling.
Now this is purple.
It's okay. Roll it on here and just get some of that off. You can actually, I roll them off on another one of these. See, there's nothing coming off, which means it's just dry on there. So it's fine. Okay, now remember when you get to the edge, lift it. I'm going to try turquoise and bright yellow. So Julie came back from fixing lunch and helping John. Says, all right, I'm ready to go. And Margie says, oh, sorry, Julie, we moved on to another project. Missed the poll because I had to reboot the router. Turquoise and yellow, perfect and purple, perfect Mardi Gras colors. That is true. A little bit of green in there too. So I always just start in the middle like this and get it moving. And then move it closer and closer to the edge. And as you get to the edge, lift it up. You want to cover the whole, and you want a good layer on this one. You don't want it to be super thin like the other one was. You want a good layer. Now, once it starts drying, don't keep rolling. You need more paint on that. It's already dry. Look at the difference in mine, wet, and yours. As soon as you've got it spread. So here's a key, guys. When you're spreading this around for this bottom layer, the whole goal is merely to get the whole plate covered. That's all. That's all you want to touch the paint. You don't want to touch it any more than you have to. So soon as the plate is fully covered, then you want to get off of that plate. I've got a little too much over here, which is perfect because I can put it on this one. Okay, your plate's covered. Put your stencil down on top of it. Very carefully, just like we had it sitting there a minute ago. Once you touch it, don't move it or you'll have a big smear. And even if you think you got it wonky, it won't matter. Okay, don't move it. Don't move it. Once you let it touch the paint, if you move it, you will not have your pattern. It's okay. It's okay. That's right to the edge. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, I'm going to set my stencil down here. All right. Okay, now, don't touch it like I just did. Now we want to take a piece of paper. Don't, yeah, no, you're going to do that with your paper, so don't,
Okay.
when you fiddle with it, you end up moving it, and then your pattern's all wonky. Now, put this piece of paper over the plate. Yep, that's perfect to stand up so you can get, you should have a little border all the way around, but if you get far to the edge, it doesn't matter. But once you've touched it, don't pick it up. Yep, now burnish it in. Which one, Candy? The one she has, the, what did you call this? The clamshell?
Yeah.
Or the one I have? They're kind of like fleur-de-lis. I think it's the one that I have that she really likes.
That looks very lacy.
So you said we put a layer of paint down, then we put a stencil.
Yeah.
And then we put a piece of paper on top of it. And remember, look, to go to your corners and your edges, because that's where it tends to not pick up, because you don't tend, we tend to not get far enough out to the edge. Okay, so this piece of paper is going to pick up the part of the stencil that is visible, and the part of the where the paint is under the stencil is going to stay. So, but the key is when you put the paint down, and that needs to be a good thick layer, because you're going to pick it up with this paper and you want to be able to get that paint up. But you put the stencil down. Once the stencil touches the paint, don't lift it up unless you're going to go back and redo it. Otherwise, your design will end up wonky. Then once you set the paper down, I can't tell you how many times I've gone to set the paper down and I accidentally let part of it touch it while I was trying to line up the other side. Once it touches it, just set it down, even if it's wonky. Otherwise, you pick it up and you straighten it up, and now you'll have pattern on top of pattern, and it's a mess. It's not what you want. Okay, now go ahead and pick up this piece of paper. And we'll see that either I didn't burnish it well enough right there, or I didn't have enough ink over there. And I had way too much right here in this corner. Wow, let me show yours. Mom got a beautiful print. Mom got a great print.
That is beautiful.
That's a beautiful print. Mm-hmm. That is really pretty. Okay, so we're going to set this over here to dry. And now we're going to take our second color, and be careful not to move your stencil, but we're going to take our second color. Very nice, Mom. Yeah, it's not good for hubbies to teach wives, is it, Candy? Yep. Several of them said, great job, Mom. That looks really nice.
You.
Okay, so now you're going to take the second color. Remember, we didn't move our stencil.
Right.
So the original, what is that? Let's see. That looks like a piece of stencil. Oh, it is. It's bent up. It got bent up.
Oh.
Okay, so we're going to take, we have our original layer of paint. We have the stencil. We just took a gel print of that stencil up. Now we're going to put down our second color. Okay. Whoa, whoa. Okay. You need to start, Mom, whoa, whoa. You're going to have to clean your brayer off onto this one because you're going to have way too much paint. So, oh, yeah, here, let me help you. Don't get your sleeve in that. The blue, we want to get this off. But when you're doing this, start over here and get them to the center and then out because you've got great big globs right by the edge and you don't want it just to go over the edge. Okay, so now we take our second color. Don't push very hard or you'll move the stencil and then you won't be very happy with what happens. Remember, just barely hold the brayer. The whole point of your hand in the brayer is just to move paint around.
To guide it around.
It's not to press it in. Look how much paint you have. Take that brayer and run it over here. Way too much paint. Okay, now go over it again and try to lift up a little bit more paint. Don't push. Don't push. It's all right. Yeah, all you're doing is moving paint around. You are not pressing. That's what you do with your hands in the paper. Right now, all you want to do is move paint around. If you do any more than that, then you're going to cause something you don't like. Now, you might find on that one that we end up with a little bit of mushy edges, not very clean edges because you have so much paint. But it will be a really good example if that happens. I do like having more than one gel plate because as you can see, she's cleaning off her brayer. She accidentally put too much paint over the top of her stencil. And so as she's spreading it around, she can take some of it and just clean it off onto this plate. And that's how we get layers of paint built up over here that we can then pick up, do something else on top.
So I may have enough on there.
You've got way plenty. Yeah, stand up. I don't know if you can see this over here.
Oh,
you've got puddles.
It did puddle. Yeah.
No, just leave it. Just leave it. Okay, now what you need to do is pick up your stencil, but you're going to have to be very careful because your stencils might be dripping and you don't want paint all over everything. Pick it straight up. There you go.
Ooh.
Okay, if you can hang on to that for a second. I'm watching you and not getting mine spread around here.
I'd like to have a little brush and be able to fill in those couple little spots.
Well, those couple little spots is what gives it character.
Okay.
That's what ends up cool about it. And you always end up doing other things on the paper anyway, and so they end up covering some of it.
Okay.
Okay, so I feel a couple of parts of my stencil that lifted up like this is a super thin stencil. And so a couple of little pieces have gotten bent and they lifted up. So my brayer's probably gone underneath them. Get all the way to the edge there. So this does look green because the yellow and teal, but it's not, it looks green on the stencil. So I'm going to lift mine.
Ooh,
look
nice.
what I have. Okay.
Look how nice that is.
Let me take that because while that's wet and yours is going to stay wet, very carefully lay this down on top of it. Very carefully because you've got a lot of paint. I'm going to set this up here. It'll be our next thing.
Something.
No, just leave it.
Okay.
Just leave it. Okay, so this one goes on top of here. So we've already gotten 2 prints off, remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
There.
No, or did we get one? No, we did one. We did the one over the top of the stencil. With the stencil, we've only gotten one.
Well, why is this thing sitting on top of mine?
It's the stencil. Just hang on a minute. We're
right.
going to use it. Okay, so we're going to, don't worry. We're going to burnish this paper down in because we want it to pick up the whole thing. And this is how you basically
do it.
Paint your own paper, creating your own paper for your journals, your own design, your own color, just starting with white paper. I mean, I won't say I made the paper because I didn't make the paper. I took
embellish the paper.
No, I took plain paper and created designer paper, my designer paper.
Right.
Candy, I never got the having you here makes Candy miss her mom because she never got the chance to boss her around. Funny. Aw, Candy. I'll boss her around. I'll boss my mom around for you, Candy. Make you feel better. Okay, start at one end and slowly lift it up. I probably should have left it sit there a little longer to dry. Ooh, that's a good one, Mom.
Wow. Colors are beautiful.
I got a lot of the grunge from underneath it, and so it covered, because that's now the top layer, it covers the yellow on a lot of the design. You can still see the design behind it. Here, let me show them yours. Okay, so here's Mom's. Woo, big old glob of paint. No, let's put it on paper. Let's not waste it.
Let's just.
Let's just look at that.
Put it back
You've got a
in.
whole bunch. Just put it
In
on
that
your gel plate. Just spread it around the gel plate, and we'll pick it up with something else. You got a big old glob of paint. We're not gonna waste it. That 2 globs of paint that was on hers practically, might cover her entire gel plate another time. So here's what she got.
That looks like spring to me.
So there's lots of things you can do with this as a background. Okay, this is the only thing that's really wet is these big old globs. Okay. Now, Mom, okay, stop for a second. Set that down. This is still kind of wet, so I want you to just lay it down. And not for the thing underneath it. Just lay it down, and this is where we're going to get the next one. We're going to lay a piece of paper over that, and it's going to pick up. Normally you wouldn't have the pink behind it. I could have lifted up the gel plate, but it's going to pick up the paint on the stencil. This one you want to burnish on the stencil.
Right.
Okay, so see how my stencil's still wet?
Yeah.
And this only works if your stencil's still wet. So normally I would have lifted up this paper off of it, set it down immediately turned the stencil over, and put this paper down on top of it. Because this one is going to take the paint off of the stencil. Well, you don't want to pick up all the stuff underneath it. You just want the stuff on the stencil. So go ahead and pick it up. See what you get. I don't know if this was wet enough, because this one, it's really not burnishing until it's dry. This is just picking up wet paint off your stencil. So mine was not wet enough. Mine was already too dry. But it picked up some cool gold flecks, the metallic gold that's on this stencil from last time, and it's a good base. Okay, so, well, it got a little bit of the stencil. See, the white lines are the stencil.
Yeah.
What it really got was the globs that you just put down on the gel plate. You got a whole nother print off the globs. So,
we know how much is
and this is a good background that you can then build on. So there's 3 right there that are all the same pattern, 3 completely different colors, 3 complete. Oh my goodness. I didn't realize you had. Okay, Mom, no. If you do it with the edge. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Commercial interruption. We just got to clean up a paint glob that I didn't know was there. All right. No, pick it up with your finger. I've got baby wipes. It's not going to come up on a brayer off of that. So just pick it up. And there we go. All this over here.
This is a learning experience.
That's why I said don't wear anything you don't want paint on. Okay, now you can spread it around. Good thing I found my baby wipes last night, right? Okay, here you go. Mermaid scales. Yep, I see that as water. I see it as mermaid scales.
Could cut fish out of it.
Yeah, cut a mermaid out of it. Forgot to shake the paint and got clear stuff. That's okay, Julie. Just get the color stuff behind it and brayer it all together. Margie. It doesn't have to be messy. It's only messy if you pour too much paint out and you get big old globs.
And when you're a beginner, you
Mine
do those
hasn't been
things.
messy, but yeah, the first couple of times you tend to not, really know how much is too much. And that's why I say just start with a little, because you can add more paint.
Right.
I mean, you can just keep adding paint till you have enough.
Yeah.
But it's harder to take it off and you end up with a mess, and I don't like a mess.
So now we see how that is. How not to do it.
It's okay. All right. Let's see. Lift that up there.
Well, it has really gone into here.
No, you just did it so many times that it dried and came right back up on your brayer.
Oh no.
You got to remember that your point with the brayer is merely to move the paint until it's covered.
Right. Okay.
You keep brayering it and you're drying it and just picking it up, and you end up with big old layers on the brayer because you just keep picking up paint.
Okay, I've learned my lesson.
Okay. Candy, am I doing a good job bossing my mom around?
She is.
Okay, let me pick this one up off the little one and see what we've got there. Okay, we got a lot of the turquoise with that, and we got some of the gold flakes from underneath it. Love the gold flakes.
I love that thickness of that gold.
Yeah, me too. Those are pretty. Yeah, Julie, don't be wearing anything that you don't want paint on. Just nice, Candy. Nice. She was making poached eggs this morning. She dropped the egg on the counter. Missed the holder entirely. I love it. That's my sister. We must be related. Okay, so let's try. Look at this.
Oh my goodness.
So when I set my stencil over here to the left, can you see the round one? See my stencil imprint? Because my wet stencil touched. I forgot to turn my stencil over when I did that print. That's why I didn't get a good print. What a dork, 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 dork. That's funny, Marianne. Funny. Okay, so the wet side was sitting down. I forgot to turn it over. Yes, Miss Bossy Pants, better watch.
You've got pink all up your arm there.
Yeah, that's your fault. Now she's telling me I got paint all over me. At least if I dropped it on the floor, the dogs would have cleaned it up. Yeah, really. But no, you had to clean it up. All right, so my stencil was sitting, I forgot to turn it upside down. So the wet side was down, and it actually put the imprint on this gel plate. So I'm going to make a point of doing that with others around it. And then when it's all dry, we'll put a thin layer of something over it, and we'll pick the whole thing up and get something cool there. So we could clean these. We could just leave the grunge on them, because I like when you do a print and then you get grunge from something previous on it. It's a cool look. A little bit of overflow myself that I didn't realize was there. And the more you try to pick it up, the more you smear it around. There we go. Let's just smear it in and clean my finger. All right, so let's see. What are we going to do next? Let's do something on top of those prints. So how do we layer on a print? Today is quick paint drying day. It actually is drying very quickly. I'm enjoying her too much. Pay attention. I'm enjoying bossing you around too much. I need to pay attention.
Yes,
She says.
yes. Enough is enough.
Enough is enough. Oh, come on. All right, so I'm going to bring this is the wettest one, so we want to leave this one to dry a bit. Can you grab that one?
This one.
Yep. Is that your chair?
Yeah.
I brought Doug's stool in, so I thought it would be a little taller and easier to use. All right, set those two down. We'll use those two. And I need to build on this one. And see, that's still really wet over there. I could build on this one because it was the wrong side of the stencil. Oh, bless you.
Excuse me.
Bless you. Okay. So we've got a few here that we could build on. And I've got some of those others over here that we could build on as well. So let's say if this is water, right? Or if this is water because it's blue.
Yeah.
What color would you make some bubbles? Pink? Maybe like one of this pale pink here, so that all coordinates. So
you have a bubble stencil?
where did I? Oh, here we go. Okay, so let's do this. You can take, we'll take some pink. Do I have, I think I did bring.
Oh, I've got that I had.
Yeah.
That's it.
Take the pink that you were using. Okay. So I'm going to do this. This is the pink you were using, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to do this. And you might need more. And you can decide how many bubbles you're going to put on it. So you know that this is going to be your piece of paper, the size of that gel plate. So you're going to take this. I'm going to have her take this stencil that is like bubble holes. And I just squeezed out some pink paint. She's going to use the pink. Takes a minute for it to catch up to YouTube so they can see it. So the pink that she used in this print, she's going to use that pink to make some bubbles to go onto this blue page. This one being like waves. Okay. So this is the bubble stencil. This is the top. Actually, this one is the same. Doesn't even matter. Okay. So I squeezed out some pink paint. She's going to use this little foamy sponge, which is super small. I would probably grab both sides like that. So you have a little dauber.
Yeah.
And with this cheap dollar store sponge, she's going to set this bubble stencil here and there, wherever she wants it on her plate, knowing that, and do this, get the paint, make some bubbles, make some bubbles, make some bubbles. And you might just make a couple. You might make a little stream going up. You might, knowing that there's the bottom, there's the top, and wherever, and you get to choose where you put them and how many you put.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So there's your bubble stencil, and there's your, here, you grab that like that so that you have that little dauber on the end, and we'll get some bubbles onto her waves. And you want to use a fair amount of paint so that you can put them wherever you want, and you have to work quickly so that you can
bring that back down.
So that you can lift it up. Okay, it's going to be like this, but it's the same either way because it's the same.
Yeah.
No, you're not putting it on these. You're putting it on the gel plate.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you're putting it on the gel plate and a fair amount of paint, and you could put it on the gel plate. Here, let me demonstrate. Okay, so maybe it didn't make sense to anybody else either. Here's what she's going to do. She's going to take this bubble stencil and set it on the gel plate. And she's going to do this with the paint to make bubbles. So if this is the bottom and this is the top and you want bubbles going up, see, I just did mine that way, then I would set it somewhere and I would do a stream of them going up.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay,
I can do that,
so I'm just going to add it onto mine now because they're on mine, so it'll be part of my texture. So you can do as many or as little as you want. Doesn't matter if you go over the same spot you've already used paint on or not. Doesn't make any difference. Mine is not going to be bubbles the same, so I'm making maybe larger sections of pattern than she will. Oops, I set the stencil on top of one that I had just done, and so it smeared it a little. So be aware of where you're putting it. Maybe work from one side to the other. Okay, so there's your stencil.
So I need to put it on here.
You need to, with one hand, hold that on here, and with this hand, dab and stencil the bubbles wherever you're going to want. Just picture that this is this.
Yeah.
Wherever you're going to want bubbles. Yeah, and then you can lift it up and see exactly what you have and adjust if you want more or less. Okay, so since I'm doing some pattern on here, I'm going to grab this Tim Holtz stencil and I'm going to do some of that bright yellow.
I'm dying to use that right now.
Yeah, dare be. Mom's printing is as good as mine tonight. Let's just say she had a good teacher.
Let's say that. That's something good to say.
Really, quit upsetting Getty. Oh, funny. Paint on hands. Ah, I know, Margie. I gotta go wash all the paint off my hands. Okay. As soon as you're done, then you need to turn this over and set it down so it'll pick up that paint before it dries. Okay, just set the stencil down on the vinyl. Doesn't matter. I'll set that down like that. Yeah, you need this to be fairly gooey so that you can set your paper on it and pick up those bubbles.
Yeah. Look like you've got windows.
I have two windows. Oh, this here?
Yeah.
Look, I have two windows.
Windows to heaven.
Oh, no, don't get silly, Mom.
No.
Hi, Angie. All right, so I'm putting some squares in here.
Yeah. Oh, look at those.
What? Finish that before you start talking. All right, so let's see. I think I'm actually gonna put something else over it too, so I'll probably leave it at that.
Need something dark in the middle of those green squares, yellow squares.
Okay. Gonna leave it at that. Tim Holtz did his January 2012 release this morning. Oh, I didn't see it. Debbie.
What was going on today?
An artist did his January 2021 release this morning on YouTube.
Oh, wow.
Okay, you can go ahead and lift that up.
I know.
I would do it slowly and I would peel it back. Otherwise, you just leave your bubbles on there. Might not have had enough paint and might have lifted it up too. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Doesn't matter that you have that many bubbles left on your plate. You ended up with good bubbles in the water. And bubbles are never perfect, so you don't want them to come out as perfect dots.
No.
You want them to, half in there, half here, half there. Okay, so her bubbles turned out real nice. Okay. Now, do you want to put it up there? Do you want to use this paint up, do a few more of those around here and put the purple on it and just see what you get when you pick that up? Because that would probably look nice on the purple.
With that or red.
Red on the purple?
Yeah.
Remember that, are you a red hatter?
No.
That's what red hatters do, purple and red.
When I was a little kid, I loved purple and red.
Remember, you need Mom, on the plate, not in the air. You're not putting paint on anything in the air. It's not the stencil you want plate on, it's the holes. That you want paint on. You want paint in the holes, not the stencil. So it doesn't help if you hold the stencil in the air and then put paint on it. Debbie. Is anything really good, Debbie? If anything you just have to have. Oh, man. I wonder about some of the dyes until I see what his makers created. So, oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. So I can't watch those, Debbie. Then I want it all. All right. So, what I'm going to do, this one is not quite dry here, and that one's not quite dry.
Oh,
Okay, nobody said paint on the wood floor, Mom.
well, I like it on the wood floor.
That's because it's not your wood floor.
I know. At least it's not on your carpet.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
We're
we're still okay.
okay. So I'm thinking what I want to do is I've got turquoise left from before. I've got pink bubbles on it. I've got some yellow squares. I think I want to give it a whole stencil background. It's going to need the right stencil to not be too much. That might be this one. That might be this one. Okay.
Ooh, that's a hound's tooth.
Do that yellow. Set these up. Oh, you know what? Where's the, can I have the bubble?
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait a minute. What did I do with the square? Ah! Forgetting where I'm putting everything. Not yet. I want to use up this yellow, and so I'm going to use it up making some squares.
That looks like spring.
Over here.
Don't you think?
I'm not holding that very still and getting good square lines. I'm holding way too far up the other end. Not very good square lines. I should just make yellow bubbles. Okay, can I have the bubbler, please? Did that pull up at all?
Well, just a little bit,
It's the only place it was wet enough.
apparently.
Okay, let's see if we can get some bubbles over here. Some bubbles over here. Just trying to use up this yellow paint that's sitting on the table so I don't just set something in it.
Can we see something that they've done?
Can we see something they've done?
Mm-hmm.
No.
No.
Nope, they can only see us.
What do you want me to do?
Set it up there to dry. So,
I
it's not really.
I want you to see this green.
Yeah.
And the bubbles would be going up that way.
So you can do more bubbles.
Yeah,
I mean,
you've got some yellow here.
it doesn't matter if you put pink over it, you just still get pink. Those bubbles just aren't wet enough.
No.
So what you can do is get a very, okay, so let me show you guys where she's at. Here's her gel plate. She's got all these pink bubbles that she was trying to put on the different images that she pulled. And the pink bubbles, they just dry too fast. There wasn't enough paint there.
Mm-hmm.
So very few of them came off on her print. So she really wants some bubbles on the purple background. So what she can do here is take a very neutral, like this antique white or just a white or this ivory, either one, and put a thin layer like she did with the purple at the beginning, and a thin layer quickly while it's wet, put a piece of paper down and pull it up, and she'll get that as a background with the bubbles on it. And that should clean up this plate. So then she could put new bubbles down with a little more paint so they're wet. So when she lays the purple down, it will be able to pick them up.
So I need some of that.
So you need a neutral. Let's see here.
And can I use the same brayer?
Yep, you just keep using the same. You can brayer it off onto this, just if there's anything extra. There's probably not much on it, that it's probably all dry because you haven't used it in a while. Not hard, just roll it. No, never have to push these hard.
I don't know why I got that feeling I have to push down on it.
Nope, just move it. Glennis says, here, Mom, here's one that Glennis just did.
Oh. Oh, how beautiful. That just looks like spring. Yeah, and she's got diamonds on there.
That's really pretty.
Diamonds are a girl's best friend.
I kind of see a leopard in there, Glennis. That, I think, would be a really great background on a safari or a jungle journal.
Okay.
Okay, so now you want to put a thin layer of a neutral color, but you've got to move it quickly. Just get it covered because the thin is going to dry super fast.
Right.
And as soon as you've got it covered, that's all you want to do is get those bubbles covered and then pick it up. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so I think this is about dry. So I'm going to take this stencil. What direction do I want it? Well, that's where I've used it before. I think that's probably just fine. Okay. Okay, quickly. Might be a little thick paint, but don't move it. Don't move it. There you go. Brush it down. Okay. So now I need to put a color on here. So I've got a little bit of turquoise down there. I've got a little bit of pink. I've got a little bit of yellow. And I want to put this stencil down as a background behind all of it. If I do a peach, that's just going to blend with the pink. If I do, let's see, what would be a good background? Pick it all up. Black. Black would be a good background. Pick those all up, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Striking.
Black would be very pretty. I think metallic gold would be great also. But I don't have, oh, this is midnight blue. I thought this was black. Shoot.
Not blue.
I might have to
some gold on it after.
I have to grab my black because that's midnight blue. I think I do want black. Okay, when you peel, let it dry. Let it dry first before you peel it up. And then when you peel it up, peel it with two hands from one end and peel it slowly, folding it back as you do, rolling it back. Okay, black paint. Black. There's black. All right. I got black.
I'll sing one of your
Not a lot left here, so let's use it up.
Oh, you're hunting for stuff.
Okay. Any metallic would, I agree. Any metallic would be pretty on that. I do have a silver metallic over here somewhere. I do have a silver metallic. Gosh, I'm just going to have to go get gold metallic right fast before we do any more gel plating, gel printing. I'm going to have to go get a metallic gold. But let's... Okay, this black hasn't been used apparently for a while. There's a lot of dried grungies on top. If you want, they can just fall onto your plate and they'll end up in your paint and they'll end up in your print. Or you can scrape them off or use the baby wipe to try to get off any that you don't want. Let's see how we do with this black here. Let's see what the consistency is like. When you start brayering, that's the most awkward part when you're first starting, but that's the part where you have to work the quickest. And just remember, my whole goal is just to move the paint, move the paint, move the paint, move the paint until it's covered. Not to rub it in, not to create something with the paint. All I'm doing is moving the paint until this plate is covered. And as soon as it's covered, you're in the corners. As soon as it's covered, you are done.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I'm going to set that here for a second. So I'm going to put paper on it while it's wet. Look at that. That
looks like houndstooth.
Well, but that paint was a little runny and went underneath the edges over here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a very clean print over there. This side was a little bit better, which is interesting.
Well, lay that down.
I will.
Sit in
I will, but what I don't want to do is push down and spread that liquid paint, that runny paint, any farther
Yeah.
and ruin, not get the print, not get the design at all, because it's just spreading it around and becoming a big
Right.
glob of black.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to turn this stencil back here, right where I had it, because that's pretty wet still. Let's see, where was it? Right there. While it's wet, I'm going to lay a piece of paper on it. Turtles, Glennis. Love it. Okay, now I'm laying a piece of paper on this houndstooth just to pick up the black houndstooth. That's all I'm going to get because I've got paper underneath it.
But that's such
So
a
while
good background.
While I burnish this on here, all I'm doing is picking it up off the stencil, nothing between it. While I do that, I'm burnishing the one underneath it into it to get those 3 or 4 layers that are down there. Because that's what I really want, is those 3 or 4 layers that are underneath it. It's just kind of a, I don't want to get black paint on this. Yeah. Yeah, be careful when you're working with black paint. You end up with black paint everywhere. Oh my goodness. That's David Jones pattern, as in Davy Jones. Okay, so let's lift this up. Yeah, go ahead and pull that up, Mom, and pull it up slowly. I'm going to pull both of these up together. You got it? Yeah, you got it.
Wow.
Okay, here, let me show them. This is exactly how it should work. You put a good
That cream.
layer of a neutral. It needs to be a light color. When you're trying to pick up stuff on the plate, it needs to be a light color.
Yeah.
And you put that on and immediately put your paper down while it's wet. Burnish the paper into it and let it sit until it dries. The biggest problem people have is they put it down, they pick it up right away, and then they end up with just mushy, brown, muddy stuff. And they wonder why they can't get decent pictures. But you've got to put it on there, burnish it in, and then just let it sit. That's another reason I like having more than one gel plate, because I can let one sit, I can go to the other one and start something on that one, and then come back and pick up the first one. So she picked up all the bubbles, and this is a perfect background to start building on. Or if you were doing a water journal or a mermaid journal, or a beach or sea journal, this would make a great page that you could build on. Okay, so
I love that.
you still got this one. Oh, you want it? You want more bubbles on your purple?
Yes. Here we go.
No, put the purple back up here. Now you're going to need to take this, and you're going to need to take your paint. Where's your paint? Your pink paint.
I've got the pink paint.
You've got the pink paint.
Yeah.
Okay, we need some pink paint right here again. Okay, so this is, whoa, this is very wet. This is the print that I got off of the stencil. This is just the paint that was sitting on top of the stencil itself, which would make a great background. Once this is dry, I could see doing something red on it, or bright pink, magenta, or metallic gold or silver. Any of those would be super pretty. Okay, where's your, nope, your squeeze, yeah, that thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, hold it on this end and use the rest of it. You don't want this black. So that's why I say hold it on this end and use that end. And you need to get plenty of paint on it.
I need to put this.
No.
No.
Mom, no.
Just on here.
Not in the air. Do it on the gel plate. Set it on the gel plate. Set it down. Put the bubbles on the gel plate. You're going to pick them up with the paper. Anywhere you want it. But you've got to move, get an idea if you want. Think about it. Because then you've got to pick it up and move fast, because this will dry by the time you get the other side done. Okay, plenty of paint. If you get up here where it's kind of sticky and dry, it's not going to pick up on your purple. You got to have plenty of paint. Okay, so I got a really good print just picking up this is just the paint that you would normally wash off in the sink
Mhm.
when you go wash your stencil off.
Right.
So that's just not, okay, perfect. I'd hurry and lay it down. You've already got some right there, so I would turn it this way. Lay it down quickly while your paint is still wet. No, wait, pick up the stencil.
You're confusing
I'm
me.
afraid that's probably dry, but go try. Try. You have to work quick when you're doing that, and you have to put plenty of paint down.
I'm learning.
It's okay. It's the first time. I'm supposed to be bossing you around. Remember, Candy told me to.
Well, I'm telling you, hush.
Whoa, Candy. Candy, you told me boss her around, and she's telling me hush. That's funny.
Hush, little baby.
Okay, take a look at this, guys.
Well,
This is the I will let it dry. Yours and it before you pick it up. So I had all the things on the plate. I put the stencil down and put black in between it, on the stencil. And this is what it picked up. So obviously not going to pick up a ton on the white. There's a little, but with the black paint being the final layer, it picks up all the layers underneath it. That's kind of cool looking, isn't it?
oh, it is.
It's really cool looking. This would be really cool if one of those layers, only one of those layers was metallic. Okay, so that one needs to dry. I like that. That would make it really cool. Let's see what Glynis is doing. Oh, goodness, Glynis. Love those.
Oh, heavens, yes.
Those look like the same two colors I just used. This is what Glynis just did. I love that's the same stencil in two different color combinations. Looks like spotted frogs. Candy, no, I didn't say boss her around. She has every right to tell you to hush. Candy, whose side are you on? I said you were enjoying being bossy. All right, so here is her purple one, and she put some
Pink on it.
she put some pink bubbles down and lifted up the pink bubbles with the purple.
So it goes.
So that worked perfectly.
It's a long picture.
That's why I'm holding it this way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it.
So now you can do something over this one.
Oh.
So did it kind of think about what you might want. Now this stencil could really stand to be washed after the black paint. Okay, I still got a good bit of grunge going on down here, and I'm not gonna give that up just yet. I really want that metallic. I've got some bigger bottles of metallic. That's the one I couldn't find. This I said, who took my metallic? I have a metallic copper and a metallic red and a metallic green. Remember? Because with those I made rose gold. Where are those three? Oh, maybe they're on my mixed media cart. Let me check. Maybe not. It was a great thought. It was a great thought while it lasted. But Candy, I'm Switzerland, no sides. Just point out the obvious. Oh, obvious, and start a ruckus. What do you mean obvious? Candy. Okay, let me find Julie's. Julie is making some. Here's Julie's. Oh, cool, they're hearts. Okay, this is what Julie just did.
Oh, I love it. Just right for Valentine's coming up.
Okay, oops, let me get it. Come on, picture. Here we go. This is what Julie just made. If I get close enough, you can see the little hearts. I can't hold still up there in the air. It's not focusing very well on the hearts because there we go. There we got a good focus on the hearts. It's coming up. Coming up, I promise. I like that, Julie. That will be a great background to work on. Okay, so here's another, let's see. Let me see if I can lift this with a metallic. This is a metallic silver, but it's I think it's very thick. Wait a minute. Oh, here we go. The cheaper the paint, those of you who weren't here last time, the cheaper the paint, the better it is for gel printing, because you want cheap, thin paint. The good quality paints that are nice and thick, they don't work so well. They're just too thick. So I'm going to put down a layer. Oh, sweet. Wow, look what Christy just did. This is what Christy just did right now.
Oh, nice.
That's cool.
Yes.
Okay, here, let me pull it out, hold it up here. Guys, this is what Christy just did. Do I recognize that stencil, Christy, with the stars? We have one that was, it's called a spray stencil, just a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. And it has, oh, wow. Okay. Christy did that with makeup.
Oh.
She doesn't have paints out right now. She did that with makeup. So that was that little green stencil we had at a sale, guys, a few weeks ago. And it had some stars and some hearts. And wow, what was the other one? Circles. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this black over here on this one just to clean my brayer off. We'll do something with those next. Let me just see if I can pick this background up.
Yeah.
I'm going to put some silver metallic down, and all I'm doing is trying to use it as the background to pick up. Whew, I might have too much, but if I do, remove that, I'll put it on this one and we'll pick up that one at the same time. That's a nice thing about having multiple plates, or at least two, is that, yeah, I got too much paint on this one. So I can just pop it over here and create a background on this one too. And we'll be able to pick that one up at the same time. Oops, I feel like I just pushed that over the edge, and I don't want to do that.
I think I want some silver bubbles on this.
Okay. We can do that. All right, still have way too much over here, so let's get it over there. Just get to the edges. Is there paint dripping down there, silver? Don't get it. I just asking, is there paint over there? Can you see it?
No.
Nope. Okay. All right, let's make sure this is all covered with silver over here, because there's plenty here. It's starting to get sticky. That means if I keep rolling on it, all I'm going to do is pick it back up, lay it down and pick it up. And that's not what I want to do. So that's the time to stop, even if you don't think it's perfect. Okay. Okay, I've got one on the little round one. Oh, I just felt that slide around. But I don't have a stencil under there, so it might just give us some interesting effects. Who knows?
Interesting
but
space.
There was plenty of silver on that, which means it's going to need a little bit of time to dry. What it did was slide it down here, so I have no space up here and extra room on the bottom. So it's not centered. That's okay. We can always work with that, because these are great to tear. These are wonderful to tear apart and use for collaging or for making tags. New fingernail polish, pink and yellow. Okay, let's see how this one's coming along over here. Didn't get that side down. Hopefully it'll pick up. I've done some round ones that come out with like some metallic and some grunge on them, and they look just like the moon.
Oh.
And they're in that grouping that I don't know where I put when I started moving all the furniture. But I really wanted that group of paper that I had done. But they're really cool. They look like craters and stuff on the moon. Okay, so these two need to dry. Mom wants, see how the paper is buckling here? It's just wrinkling. That's because there's too much paint.
Oh,
So I really need to let that dry. So Mom wants some silver bubbles on that. Okay. And we can do something completely different.
well,
Let's do silver bubbles in a different way
all right.
so that we can show them.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let's do this. Let's lay this bubble on your plate.
Mm-hmm.
And if you would brayer some silver up and down, soft, gently, don't push. I can tell when you're pushing. You might have to hold the stencil a little bit on the bottom just to make sure it doesn't wiggle around. Okay, there's not enough. If there's not enough, don't keep rolling, or all you're doing is rolling around sticky, dry paint and pulling it back up. Okay, keep moving. Quick, quick, quick. Don't push, just move. Move it. Okay, I can see some holes are filled and some aren't. Just keep rolling. Lift it up, lift it up. Don't roll it like you're rolling out pie dough. Don't think of rolling out something, think of moving something. Moving paint, not rolling something out. Big difference. Yeah. If you move it, you're just moving it up and sweeping it along.
All right. Maybe that will do it.
Here, let me borrow your brayer for a second.
With the master touch.
See all these holes that are...
Well, you've done it so many times.
Yeah, but that's what I say. It just takes a while, and you want to do it quickly while the paint's wet. Okay, so here first, let's put a piece of paper over... No, we don't want to pick that up yet. I want to... Here. Okay, we're going to do these bubbles differently.
Oh, wow.
I'll do this and see if we can get your imprint, your outline on here.
Yeah.
Okay, but we're going to take one of these guys that's fairly clean. We're going to use one of these little mini gel plates, and you have to do it while this is wet quickly. So we're going to lay this down. Where does it look wettest? Lay that down on there. And
I like the hexagon one down there.
And then we're going to pick it up.
Oh.
Quick, quick. Leave that there. Leave that there. Take this.
Yeah.
Take and set it on there where you want some bubbles. Now just gently press it down. Okay. And then I'll show you guys what we did.
Well, they are very, very
That worked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I put it?
You can, but you got to go quickly before those bubbles dry. You can't pick up dry paint. It's not going to transfer well. Okay, so that'll be an interesting background to start with.
I want some fish to be swimming in around them.
Well, you might have to draw the fish. So I took her bubble stencil. We put silver down on her gel plate, and then I took the stencil and turned it over on this piece of paper just to take all the paint off the stencil. And so we'll have that one to work with in the future. But I'm going to show you one more way. Okay, so then, excuse me. So then, all right, hang on. Let me show them what we did here. Okay, so this is what we did. We made silver bubbles on her plate. I'm going to put it on top of my paper here for a minute so I can show you. Hand me the little one that you used. Okay, do you want more bubbles? You want the hexagon or something?
No, we stay with the circles on that one.
Okay, so we took this small circle one and we put it on top of these bubbles that we have while they were wet, picked up the bubbles with this small one, and then used this as a stamp to stamp on
along the bottom.
To stamp on the paper that she had already lifted earlier in pink. Okay, so you can see the silver bubbles down there. That's one way to do that, to pick these up off the plate. Here's another way to do that, to put silver bubbles on there. Which side was the silver? This side. Okay, you don't have silver sitting out there anywhere. Okay, another way is to make sure that this is in camera. It is. Okay, I'm going to get to those pictures in just a second. But the other way is to set the mini stencil down. I'm sorry, the mini gel plate down put the stencil on top of it, wherever you would want your image,
And put some.
and then put the
paint on
paint
it.
on top of that. Should just take a little. And then let's see if the giant brayer will work on that. Being careful that the stencil doesn't move around and smear your image, because only part of the stencil's on here. This is a little bit more difficult. It would be easier if I put several of the little ones side by side, so they were all underneath this, and then just did the brayering over the top of all of them at the same time. Does that make sense? Hope that makes sense to everybody. Because they're all the height. You don't have the stencil down there pulling at a different angle. Okay, so then you pull the stencil off. See, it kind of went underneath it a little. It was hard to keep it. So then you can take that and use that as a stamp on your paper. And then we've still got this one right here that has, which we can take this paper that we already did and get just the top of it finished off. Okay.
Yeah, only part of this had
part of it came up.
wet enough.
Okay, so you can see how quickly you have to work when it dries. Okay, so on her gel plate here, we've got silver bubbles on one half, and then there's silver in the middle, and we can do something different on the other half. And then when she lifts it up, it will be.
Oh, I think this would be beautiful for a snow scene.
Oh, yeah, that would be a nice background for a snow scene. Okay, so I'm going to give you this back. You want to set it, move your paper. Okay, you want more bubbles on there. You can either silver them onto.
Yeah, onto that.
Silver them onto here, but remember to go quickly because you have to pick them up while they're wet.
You know, I think I'm fine with
Okay.
this. I could draw some
All right.
fish and other things over there.
So let's, hey, Lucy, how are you? Hi, Ivy. Sharon's doing great. I had a long brainstorm session with her today. She jumped in here for just a little while tonight to say hi. She's doing great. Nia's still numbed up, so I hope it stays numb until she gets past that first 48 hours of pain. Nice, Ivy. She learned to knit last night, and she's knitting a cat sweater for her niece's Sphinx.
Oh my heavens.
How are you doing, Lucy? You got my email today because I saw your email back. Thanks, Lucy. I'll show you. We've made a whole bunch of things so far. Let's see what grunge we picked up on this one. So we've just been brayering off the brayers onto this round one. And then I just put metallic silver, which was left over from another one, all on top of it to pick it all up. And it's interesting. I would build on it. I would use it. I think it needs more. I really loved the stencil imprint we had right here. But remember, what's on top becomes on bottom. Now that's on bottom, and it's actually being covered up by that turquoise and pink. Because that was too dark. It's actually covering it up now.
I'd like to see a little snowman on there.
So you always have to remember that if you're going to layer, you want to use the lightest things first, the lightest layers first. You put down a light layer, let it dry, put down the next layer, let it dry. It does look like a full moon, doesn't it? Put down the next layer. I'm sorry, I said that backwards. You use the darkest first. It's going to show up so that the end ends up being a very light layer, which covers the whole thing, which is the background.
Right.
All right. This is just picking up all the leftover grunge from a stencil and patterns. Wow. Love that.
Oh my heavens.
Love to use that as a starter to work with.
Oh, unplanned and beautiful.
Would that be cool on collages or tags?
Yes, it would.
This would be cool in a dragon journal where you have the guy in shining armor.
Yeah. We'll see all the silver in there.
Show us your mom, Marianne. Oh, do you want to be on camera, Mom? They want to meet you. Ivy wants to meet you. I told her she wouldn't have to be on camera. So you've got paint on your nose. It's dry. So
Is it still?
it's dry, yeah. So
Maybe you'll have to scrape it off.
a little far. No, down, up, right there. Scrape farther. Down. There you go. You got it. You got it. And you so not fair because I told her she wouldn't have to be on camera, so you could leave that around your neck. It's okay. But I'll give you, the 5-second, here's mom.
Okay, where?
Right here. Just a second. Okay, here's mom. This is Dolores.
Hi.
There's Dolores.
Nice to see you.
Oh, you look great on camera, Mom. Wow. You look the lighting is perfect. You look really great on camera.
Good.
She's got my old t-shirt on over her thermal shirt, which is on over her other shirt because she was freezing cold. And I'm sitting here in a t-shirt, hot. So that's Dolores, Dolores, not Dolores. So now, Ivy, you've met my mother.
Yes.
And Mom, you've met everybody else.
Wonderful. Now,
Yeah, that's what else does this metallic make you think of? I could see doing a dragon itself out of this because what did you call that design? This?
It's a houndstooth.
This houndstooth?
Mm-hmm.
That kind of looks to me like a dragon scale.
Fabric has been woven in houndstooth.
Right, for years and years and years and years.
Yeah.
She is beautiful, isn't she, Dare B? No, she's not looking at chat. She has no device in front of her, guys. That's why I'm saying everything out loud. Hey, from Ledgers to Lace. Who do I know you? I feel like I should know you, and I cannot think of what your name is. Who is from Ledgers to Lace? She says, you're beautiful, Mom.
Oh, thank you.
Ivy, you don't see her? Are you lagging? Ivy, go to touch your screen right over here by where my name is. And look at that live word. You should have a red dot next to the word live. If it's not red, you are not live. You are lagging.
Oh.
Way, way lagging. Wow, she's gorgeous. It's Melanie. Oh, wow. I guess. Wait, Melanie, did you change your name? You're Slow Pony too. Oh, I like it. I like Ledgers to Lace. I like Slow Pony too.
I like Ledgers to Lace better.
Glennis likes this one. Yeah, Mom did a great job on hers. She'll probably take him home and make something out of him. Glennis likes this for her dragon box, or maybe for her oh gosh, what are they? What are the dead people walking?
Oh.
I'm just having fun watching the metallic on the screen. They said you're gorgeous, Mom.
Thank you.
I like it, Melanie. I like it. Now I'm gonna have to please forgive me if I ask you again, because Slow Pony is engraved in my brain. But zombies. Thank you, Lucy. Yeah, Glennis does zombie journals.
Oh.
This would be great in zombie journals, I think. Don't you think, Glennis? You could build on that for sure. Okay.
Well,
so
I see a face right here.
Oh, a zombie face.
Can you see that?
I do. Yeah, there's the chin and the mouth and the eyes.
And the nose.
So this little yellow splotch over here, there's a face.
Your zombie face.
There's a zombie face and the little yellow splotch. There's an eye and a nose and a mouth and a chin, even a shoulder and a neck and the front of the head.
Yeah.
Wow. And right in front of him, let's see, right here, there's a blue face guy with a black eye and black hat on.
Oh my God.
A Blue Man Group. I see that. And I saw another one. Where did he go? I saw a third face right there. Oh, look at this guy right here. Look at that guy. That's like a zombie guy with a thing over his head and only eye holes cut out. Oh my goodness. And over here, it looks like just skeleton heads piled up.
Oh,
Oh,
you can draw some skeleton
all right,
bodies
Glynis.
to those things.
all
Skeleton
right,
bodies.
Glynis. This one's for you. Baby face. Yeah. Oh, man.
That's
Profile.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is profile.
Good to
yeah.
see you, Melanie. Okay, so what are we going to do next? We still have some that we can build on. Do you have another neutral one over there, like that we started with? What's
Well,
this
we
one?
have that purple one.
Yeah.
I've got
What's this one?
This one.
Yeah, what's that one? Is that mine or yours? That was mine, but you could still build on it.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think that was mine. We put that cream on there, and then we put this down on it, and all this pink came up. So it was pink and cream.
Oops, I just laid it down on mine and it's stuck. I thought that's where I put all the white bubbles on mine. That could be yours. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, Mama's done some beautiful prints. Okay, so
Now, I want to do something with a beautiful shade of red.
you want to do something with a beautiful shade of red. Okay, here, let's set those up there and let's start.
I want to put red on.
Oh, you want red on the purple?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Well, we've got to pick up this stuff. We got to pick up this stuff then to clean up your
Off of
thing
here.
first.
Okay.
So do you want to put some paint on this just to make some more bubble? No, let's just do this. Let's just take a, let's leave them there.
Okay.
They're going to be very minor
Okay.
and in the background. All right. How about a lacy doily up there in
Yes,
red on
let's
the
do
purple?
that. Let's do that.
Okay.
I love red and purple.
My mother loves red and purple, and she does not belong to the Red Hat Club. But she's always loved red and purple since she was a little girl, she tells me. Okay, is this stencil, it's kind of thick. It's very difficult to work with. Okay, hang on. Bring your purple because you want to get the right stencil, the right size. Okay, what about like that?
Yeah, I'm just part of it.
So I'm part of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we want to do it like that and pick it up, then let's place this stencil like this.
And only this sits on here.
And then you're going to put red
We'll
all over
have red,
this.
right.
And you'll get a little red over the edge, and that's okay. And then when you lay this down, you're going to lay it down this way, and you're just going to lay this corner purposefully right up here.
Right.
And get that up there. Yeah. Okay, so here's some reds. You choose what red you want. Here's another one. I think those are the only reds I have out here. So
there's more pink.
Margie dozed off, was dreaming of zombies. Oh, are you serious, Margie? Zombies and zombies. I guess y'all don't see me, just in case. Night night. We do, Ivy. We do see you.
What are zombies?
Zombies without a Z. That her finger didn't hit the Z. Christy, that is a doily stencil, but this is just a doily. You don't need a doily stencil. Just a doily works.
So just
a plastic doily.
Here,
right? Yep. Yeah, just dribble it around. Hey, wait. Don't squeeze too hard. You'll end up with a great big... Let's check and make sure it's not clogged. Could be. It's very thick. Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to have to work quickly because it's very thick. And remember, you're just spreading. You're just moving the paint. You're not rolling out dough. You're just barely moving the paint. And you have, once you go over this spot, you've got to move to the next spot because you're picking it up off of this one and moving it to that one. If you stay in the same spot, all you're doing is rubbing it in. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So don't go over the same spot 4 or 5 times. Once you go over it, pick it up, move it, roll, 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 pick it up at the edge. Trying to reach across the table.
This is gonna.
Yeah, yeah, it is. But we can mask that for a minute if we
Okay.
need to. But I didn't think you were going to go that far over the edge.
Neither.
It's
Like that.
no, just take another piece of paper and set
And
it down
there.
right there. So it
Uh,
that's a kind of a thick. It might go underneath it just a little bit, but that's kind of a thick. Okay, so now we have two options. You've got the paint on the stencil, and well, no.
let's see
Just
if we lift that edge
if
up.
you lift it, you're going to mess up your design.
Oh, yeah.
Just do this, because a little bit around the edge is okay.
Mhm.
Just set that right there. But don't get close to your stencil. Yeah. Okay, if you put it on now, then you're going to get whatever's in the holes. If we lift it up, then you're going to get,
This one.
yeah, let's do that. Let's lift it up.
I wanted to put something there.
You're on top of the stencil. So move that one completely. Okay, quick, pick it up with your purple. Purple right here. You got to get it while it's wet. So we put this doily down and just on the corner, put some red paint on it. Now you got to let it sit till it dries.
Right.
Rub it all the way up to the corner, rubbing it good. Okay, so this already has red on it. I'm going to just use it.
It looks like blood red.
But this red is awfully thick. Awfully thick. So it doesn't move as easily because it's thick, and it just means you have to work faster because it's going to dry faster. The thicker it is, the faster it dries. And the less, and see that edge right there is bent up, maybe from how it was stored. I don't think so, because it's a clean stencil and it was on a piece of acetate, but that doesn't mean that the acetate wasn't bent. But that lifts up like that, and that's why paint ends up going up underneath it. Yeah, thick paint is hard to work with because you don't have any time at all. It dries too quickly, and by the time you get it spread, because it doesn't spread well, it
Part of it's dry.
no, it goes underneath.
Oh.
You have to get so much on it to get it to spread, and then it goes underneath your stencil and messes up your design. So I'm trying to get all these holes filled, and it's so thick it won't move to go into some of the holes. Okay, it'll just have to be what it is. They're not all filled. They're not all filled. All right, so I'm going to lay a piece of paper on this. Yeah, Ivy, I can see us. Oh, Ivy, I did. Did you not see it? Well, you can go back and look at it. I did show Mom and introduce her. I wonder if you're on live. You did? Okay. Yeah. You might have to just go back and look at what time it is and then the timestamp, and you can go back, just 15 minutes. Maybe you weren't on live before, you were really lagging, and now you're on live, so it skipped that. If you didn't see it, that's why. You weren't on live before, and then you touched your screen and it went live and caught you up. So now it skipped right over what you wanted to see. Okay, so I laid that stencil down. I put red paint all over it. I can see that I needed to burnish it a little more in the center. Because there's what I got was a lot of what was on top of the stencil. Okay, but that's okay because this is a good background to start with, a doily like that. And
well, this didn't really turn out to look like anything.
Let's see.
Oh. But it can.
Well, it
have-
did. It doesn't necessarily look like a doily, but it's
No.
got the doily
And
design.
it's got some flowers on
The
it.
doily design is all over it. Yeah, they
Mhm.
look like flowers. So that's okay. And it picked up some of the silver that was
Yes,
on
it
your
did.
plate too.
Yes, isn't that wonderful? So we
Okay,
can-
so now I'm going to pick up this stencil.
This will make a great bookmark.
Mm-hmm. It's a
And
very pretty bookmark. Okay, so I pick up that stencil and you can see the doily that I've got down there. You can see where it's bent and lifted, how the paint got underneath it over on this right-hand corner.
Mhm.
So if I put down a plain piece of paper, just copy paper, on here, I should be able to pick up that doily. Pink and darker pink, or pink and something else. Pink and blue, pink and purple, or pink and black, Julie.
Wow.
That's my vote.
Pink and black.
She's doing so. Yeah, I love pink and black and red and black. Okay, so here, all I'm trying to do on this one is pick up all the paint that was in the stencil
Yeah.
and get the doily imprint. I can kind of sort of see it coming through the paper. I just want that doily imprint on this paper, because then I can build and do other things on top of that. Okay, so need to make sure that's drying. Again, the biggest problem I see when people are starting, and I did the same thing when I was starting, was picking it up before it's dry
Yeah.
and not getting good clear prints and just getting a bunch of mud.
Wow, that is very nice.
Okay, there's a red doily with a few little splotches of silver metallic here and there. I kind of wish there was more silver metallic. Yes, you should be brave, Julie. Do something you wouldn't normally do.
Surprise yourself.
Pink and black. See this black print that I have here? This was just laying it on top of the stencil. I think this would be pretty with something pink on it or something red on it. This would have been pretty with that red stencil right on top of it.
Yes, it would. Why don't you
That
do
red
that?
stencil turned out really nice, really nicely right there. You think I should do that?
Try that.
Try the red stencil on it?
Yeah.
So, I do want to do more on this. I want to build on that. I want to layer on that.
Yeah.
Um,
Put something
Okay,
over on
so-
that edge.
Here you see the negative and the positive of a stencil, of the doily stencil. You see the negative and the positive. So one was laid on top of the stencil, got the actual stencil itself, the paint that was on there. And the other was removing the stencil and getting the paint that was left behind. I should have burnished it a little bit more in the center of the first one. I can see that. And those are things that you see and that you learn as you go. What if, Julie, are you being daring? What color are you going to do, Julie? You be daring, I'll be daring.
Oh, look at those two.
Julie, are you being brave? If you be brave, I'll be brave. How did you know which color I was thinking about being brave with? Black, right? Yep, do pink and black. Okay, you do pink and black, and I'm going to be brave and try something really bold. Oh, there's a little bit of metallic on top of that. That's so pretty. Metallic gold would be really pretty with that.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to... Oh, I want to lay it. I want to lay it right there. Okay. Satin, black, but don't have matte, so it's glossy. That's okay. That's okay. Glossy black is really pretty, especially with pink. Okay, I'm doing that red. That bright red again. It's really kind of a blood red. Just move this paint around on this big old stencil. You can use any size stencils. Like these big ones are 12 by 12s, but you don't have to have 12 by 12s. They do make a 12 by 12 gel plate, you know. But my largest ones are just 8 by 10. And I don't know why they made it 8 by 10. Why didn't they just make it 8.5 by 11? Makes no sense whatsoever to do it in the crafting community and not make it 8.5 by 11. But, you know, apparently they weren't thinking when they did it. Probably just thinking about, I don't know, artists and not people that used actual paper for books and things like that. But then, you know, artists would still have a piece of paper that has a thing left around, a big old God, I can't even think of it. A big old aisle left around it on the outside. So even artists, I would think. Okay, so I'm first going to lay down a piece of paper on top of this and see if I can pick up what's on the stencil. Again, I'm going for both the negative and the positive of this stencil. And this one's on a plain piece of paper. Plenty. Well, I can do that after, because if I do it right now, it's going to push it down and may lift something else up. So, all right. So rub, 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 rub. And this has to be while it's wet so that it picks up the paint that's just sitting on the stencil. I think I've gone all the way to the edges. Okay, pick up the paper. I'm going to pick up the stencil with it because I don't want the stencil to move while I'm picking up the paper.
Wow, look at that. Oh.
Okay, so you can see what's left from the stencil. And now let me get my paper off of the stencil. Okay, so you want to hold that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can see that paint that was down in the stencil, when I rubbed it around, it took some of that paint and rubbed it. Paint that was sitting on top of the stencil, you can see all my rub marks, which on one hand, it messed up my design and it's not so clean. But on the other hand, these are not clean hearts to begin with. And how cool. I wouldn't know how to try to make those brush strokes behind a heart if I tried. You know, you just don't. So you never know what you're going to get. You always get something different every time. You can't ever replicate. You can replicate your process, but you never replicate the exact same thing. Okay, so that's what I took off of the stencil itself. Here's what's left on the gel plate. And I should have done this while it was wet.
Yes.
Because I want to lay the black one down.
Because this is dry too.
Yep. Dries really fast. And remember, border. Thank you, Lucy. Border. And they didn't come out with the big one, the 12 by 12 candy, until just, I don't know, a year or two ago. And these have been around for a long time. Okay, Julie, did you do the pink and the black? Want to see it? Want to see it once you do it? Love pink and black. So I'm being bold and going red and black, Julie. Because you're being brave and doing pink and black, I'm going to do red and black. And I wanted those red hearts on top of this houndstooth that's in black. So let's see. I need to make sure that this is dry. If it's not dry, the hearts are just going to stay on the plate. That's not what I want. So these doilies are cool on the round plate.
Yeah.
Because they take up the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And shape.
Yeah, and they're cool. If you get some on the round plate, then, well, even if it's like here, you can fussy cut around it, and you can put it in a journal. You can put it in a signature, like between pages, so that as it folds, you've just got your doily sticking up. Or you can leave the rest of the page on there and use it, make something out of a pocket, fold it over, add something to it so that you see the doily poking out.
Any of these ladies quilters or work with fabric?
Mm-hmm. They do everything. They crochet and knit, they quilt, they sew, they paint, they do all kinds of paper crafts, they make cards, they make junk journals. What else do you guys do? Everybody does
I want
everything.
to say something
Okay.
for the quilters. This stencil you made, or that one over there, that looks like something that French general fabric would put out.
That looks like
something from France.
Well, it looks like there is a type of quilt that actually has these kind of sewn together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't think of what it's called.
Well, something like these hexagons.
All right, we're ready for some bloody hearts on top of the black. I kind of waited too long. I should have done it a little quicker before it started drying.
Wow.
So they're not, I like it because they're not overpowering to the black. They just kind of melt into the black.
Just like they're floating over.
Yeah. It's okay, Julie. It's okay if your paper tore a bit. Because when it's all done, you can do something right there on, with that piece and use the torn. Okay. Okay, now look, I've got enough remnant there.
Oh my heavens.
Gold metallic.
Ah.
Gold metallic would be awesome to pick this up.
And you don't have any. That's what we're gonna buy.
No, but I've got a copper that would also be really pretty. Oh, wait a minute. Well, this is a Bow Bunny stencil paste, which is more a medium. It's not a spreadable paint quite as much, I don't think, as like an acrylic paint. It's a stenciling paste that you pounce into the stencil to get the raised, yeah. But, why can't I Dresden plates? Yes, thank you, Gigi. That's like the Dresden plates. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Gel plates are for experimentation. All right, so I've still got these red hearts down here, right? I'm going to bring this stencil back and see if I can put it exactly where it was, or I could offset it. Nope, I'm going to go exactly where it was.
That'd be nice.
Exactly where it was. Now I need a little pouncy brush. I'm going to pounce me some gold stencil paste on these, not intending to cover them completely. Gigi's a quilter, but intending to add the gold metallic to the red. Oh, is that paper right there? I thought the whole thing of paper came. Nope, that's all right. Where are those sticks, guys? Where are those sticks I had a couple weeks ago that I said, do I need to keep these or can I throw them away?
Almost would throw them away because you can't find them.
No, because I can't find them doesn't mean I threw them away, because I started reorganizing
almost
the entire room.
Away. I know it.
All right. Chopsticks are great for this.
Oh, good.
Oh, there goes the baby wipes. All right. Just need a chopstick. Oh, that's making me hungry. Chinese food. Okay. And this was brand new, but it's been sitting here for a while. So I just want to get that off of the top and mix it all up so it's all of the same consistency.
Mm-hmm. That ought to be beautiful.
Yeah, I think so. If this works well, I'd love to get more of this Bow Bunny gold and silver paste. So let's see if I can get all of this, save all this good metallic off of the stick. Stick! Where's who is it? Amanda? Allison? No, Maribel. Maribel's not here. Jalapeno on a stick. Okay, now let's get a little bit of gold pounced in here.
Wow.
I kind of don't like sticking it in there because I get it on the side of it. It kind of works better taking it off the side like that and
then
actually
pouncing it down.
Pouncing it from the side instead of the top. But I'm getting red on this, and I don't want to put red into the metallic either. So let's see what we get. We'll put a little more gold on some places where there's hardly any red, and then not so much where there's a lot of red. So maybe we can end up with some multi-faceted, multicolored hearts. Yeah, you could use a palette knife, Gigi. All depends on what you want to do with it. I didn't want to spread it across with a palette knife just because I don't want to fill in the whole thing, because I've got the red there, and the red is very sporadic because I've already lifted it up, on 2 pieces of paper. So I only want a little bit of gold added to the red, not covering it. But yeah, if I wanted to fill in this stencil, I would definitely grab a palette knife and just spread it, for sure. Ugh. In fact, I might even take it out with a palette knife and put it onto the brush or whatever I'm using. This might even have been easier with one of those little cosmetic sponges. That would work. Yeah, just like that one. I don't like sticking this back in there because now you can see I've got some red on this brush, and I don't want red in the metallic.
Yeah.
So it'd have been easier to pull it out with a palette knife and then
take it off the knife.
And then take it off the knife with either the sponge or the pounce brush. All right, we got some good gold metallic there. There she be. I like the gold metallic.
When that brush is just about dry, I'm putting a few little bits of gold down in this.
It's all silver.
I know.
Glynis, do you want some gold on your silver? Do you want some pounces of gold just to get off what's on the brush, or do you want me to leave this as it is? I'm going to send this to Glynis.
Okay. Well, whatever she
So if she doesn't want gold on it, I won't put gold on it.
No.
But maybe I would do that on this guy. There's not much left. All right, can you put the lid on that gold? Okay, this is already drying, but I still want to see what I can pick up. What I can pick up here. I should have done that quickly and not been talking. Glynis, gold. Well, I didn't put gold. You don't want gold. Do you want gold? You can add gold if you want. I kind of think it's good for zombie right as it is, because it's got yellow and turquoise and black and silver and tiny bit of pink here and there. Mom, you got to mute it. Mom.
I am.
We can't have replay.
That really is pretty.
It is. It is really cool.
Looking through here.
So I put a little bit of gold on this moon. Now it's come up. It's about 10 seconds. When I hold it, it's about 10 seconds till you'll see it on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see what I got off of this one, but I don't want to pick up what's in, probably not much. Just enough to have a few flecks of gold on the doily, and that's all right.
That looks good.
Okay. Okay, I feel like
That's pretty.
I would want to put something down on this, even give it a quick spray,
Yeah,
and then put paper on it and pick this up because this is
that's
the
beautiful.
stencil is beautiful. All right. Now I need a light color that goes over this to try to pick up the gold and the red together, but there's a lot of space, and that light color is going to be in that space. So it could be a very dominant color and really detract from them. But if I really want to see the red and the gold, what color do I want to use to make them more visible and it not very visible, not all the space very visible?
Silver?
I'm thinking white. Well, I got
White.
gold. That's going to be,
I know, but you could use silver with gold over.
well, you could, but that's a really bold color,
I know.
metallic silver. And so
Right,
then
it is. So you're thinking just white.
I want something that doesn't detract from them. Julie, I love it. Love it. Okay, Julie went pink and black. That turned out awesome, Julie. Yeah, what do you think? You'll see it on your screen right now.
Okay. Oh, I see it now. Right. That's good.
What do you think? What do you guys think? Or no, not you guys. Julie, what do you think of it, Julie? Of pink and black? I like the pink and black. I think that looks really beautiful.
Could you make something of that for Valentine's Day too?
So this that I have down here, the hearts, I need to make sure that that gold paste is dry before I put any kind of background on it. Because if I roll paint over it and then I put paint down and then I go roll over it with the brayer, that brayer would then mix the paint that I'm putting in the background with the gold paste that's wet, and then it would pick up the red and it would all mush together and you'd have a big old mush, color. You would lose your hearts and just a mushy brown. So that's the biggest problem, is waiting until things dry. If you're going to layer, you have to let every layer dry before you put the next layer on. So we did the red layer, we let it dry, we added the gold metallic, and you can hardly see anything yet. We added the gold metallic, let it dry. I'm gonna make sure that it's dry before we do anything. That's pretty dry. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, so then we, let's see, what do I have here? Here's an English lace that's a very pale, peachy, pinky white. Maybe let's try that. Julie's looks Victorian. Is that, yeah, off-white or light pink, Gigi? Thinking of that. I love it, Julie. I think it looks great, especially with that particular stencil. Really gorgeous. With that stencil, you could even have black and pink and use it in a man's journal, because that stencil can be a very manly pattern. But by putting the black and pink in it, you could also use it in a woman's journal. It does look Victorian. And this might just look like bloody hearts, but let's see what we get with it. Let's see what we get. Let me see if there's any red left on this brayer. We want to get it off now so that we can smear this pink around. Hey, Maribel. Maribel's not here. That's funny. Oh. Maribel just messaged me. That's hilarious. I just told her we're live. Let's see if she can come on in. I don't know if she's at work or not. So, okay. So we've let this dry. Hopefully it's sufficiently dry. Let's give it a real light coat of this English lace, which is a very vintage, linen-y kind of look. All of a sudden the brayer doesn't want to roll. Is it glued? Is it painted? Painted on? Yeah, whoops. Player's not rolling. If it doesn't roll, it's just going to scrape across the top and pull all my paint off. So come on, get rolling. Maybe it got paint on the end and it's holding it in place. So it's all right. I'm going to have to break down and wash my brayer because it doesn't want to roll. And that can ruin our design. And you see how I want to touch this paint as little as possible because this paint, you can see as it goes over the red, mixing with the red, making the red wet, is reactivating the red. And so now I can see red in the English lace here and there. But I do want to get plenty of paint all the way to the edges because that's the part that usually doesn't pick up as well and stays as crusties on the plate. Grungies. So I want to try to pick all that up. All right. So I'm going to see if I can get some of this off on something else. Let's see. If I push it really hard, it'll roll, but you're not supposed to push it on here. I don't need to push it. So that was not the goal. All right. So let's lay this down. I really hope it picks up those hearts because that'll look really cool. Your zombies would prefer bloody brains, not bloody hearts. I love it. Well, that's what I thought. I think I really do like that page. I'm going to stick that in your box. And I don't want to go putting gold or anything on it and alter it. You can do that yourself. You can add some bloody brains on it. Julie, I really love that too. I think you did a great job. Christy, are you still with us? And are you still making stuff with the makeup? I can't believe you did that one with makeup after you said that. Yeah, makeup is awesome. You can use makeup in a lot of different ways depending on the type of makeup. And you can kind of sort of use it like mica sometimes, depending on the makeup. Because sometimes that's really all it is. Okay, this is wet. All right, yeah, I'm gonna have to break down and wash this brayer because it doesn't want to turn, which just means it's clogged up with paint. Oh, there it is right there, I think. Yep, big chunks of paint. Oh, this one doesn't have a point. Maybe I can still get, while my page is drying, because I need it to dry. Chopsticks are great. I do have some skewers, and I like the skewers because they have pointy ends, and I can get those pointy ends down in here. So this is why I didn't do my nails yet, because I knew they'd be full of paint, and I'd end up having to just take it off again. So I thought I'll just leave them and do them tomorrow. Sunday, my day off. Oh, I cannot believe we were outside today. It's January. It was in the 40s. It was beautiful. It was short sleeve shirt weather. Sun is shining. It looks like spring. My mom keeps commenting that it looks like spring. It feels like spring. And we're in the middle of January. We've got no snow. Christy, what else have you made? Send me some pictures if you've done anything else. Or are you just trying techniques and testing things out? All right, waiting for this to dry. Yeah, I just can't believe it's the middle of January and we have no snow, which makes me think it's going to start snowing in February and March, and then it's going to go on in April and May, maybe even June. Everything's just moved back a couple months. How's it going, Christy, with your stencil play over there? So those of you who don't have a gel plate, if you want to, if you're prepared to order one, to buy one, I will look and see if I can get a discount code of any kind from anywhere. It's hard to do on these, but I'll also see if I can get you a link to. They're not the same price everywhere, though. I will tell you that. And I always search for everything. I just search to find us the lowest prices. But if you don't want to invest in one yet, if you want to get other mediums and build up to getting a gel plate because they are pricey, then wow, they have little snow in Montana either. Wow, that's crazy. Sharon did a 15-minute tutorial that's on our channel here on how to make these gel plates at home.
Oh,
And Sharon has made dozens and dozens of them. I mean, she's made lots and lots of them. So she tried all kinds of different formulas to get, and here's the thing, if you make it and it's too soft, too squishy, too flimsy, then you just throw it in the microwave and melt it back and add more whatever. I don't know. I watched her video, but it's been a while and I already had these, so I wasn't going to make one. Some people feel like the ones they make work just as well and they're perfectly happy with them. Other people say that's great to start with, but the ones that I purchase are better, so ultimately they end up buying one. So that's completely up to you to decide if you want to make one or buy one or neither. I think I have to let this dry a little bit more because you can see how wet it is with these. That's cool, Mom.
it's not.
Yeah, that's pretty.
It's stuck on it, so it's red and
Okay.
silver.
Let's see what Christy's doing. Ooh, Christy's doing a butterfly. She just started on this. That's going to be really pretty. Nice. And Glennis, is your plate 8 by 10? That's what mine are. That's true, Lucy. Lucy says real artists. Well, I take issue with real artists, but you mean artists that are not paper artists, like artists that are like mixed media artists. They've been using homemade gel plates for a very long time. That is very true. That is very true. And the only I'm teasing you because I have seen work that a lot of you guys do, and I consider everybody that is a paper artist to be an artist, or a professional artist. Maybe that's maybe that's a better way to say it. Professional artists, mixed media artists, those who maybe do that for a living, where most of us aren't doing the art for a living. That's a good differentiation. It is a lot cheaper to make your own. It actually is a lot cheaper to make your own. So if you're not sure it's something that you'd like and you want to try it, make your own first, for sure. Make your own, try it out a bunch to see if it's something you love. And if it's something you love and you want to buy one, then buy one. And you could even buy a small one, make a small one, and try them side by side and see if you can tell any difference. Yeah, Lucy, I'm teasing, right? I'm just teasing with you because yes, I look at some of the things you guys make and everybody's artists in their own right. But yeah, professional artists, that's what you meant. I get that. Totally get that. And you're right. They have been using them for a very long time. Making their own. See, I can still see wet paint here.
Is it just made out of gelatin?
Gelatin and water and not even water. What's brain words? What's that? What's that other liquid that's in it? Lucy, can you help me? Can you think of what it is? What is? I can see the bottle of it in my mind's eye, and I cannot think of what it's called. Okay, so while we're trying, if I do something else, maybe it'll come to me. This little 5x7 over here has got some really good layers of grunge on it now from everything. I'm going to let this dry more because it was really wet. This stencil is really pretty with paint. I might just give it a spritz of water and see if I could lift it. This one is gorgeous with paint.
And do
I
that.
might give that spritz with water and see if I can lift that as well. All right, these two can go over here. Okay, this one, that was the, yeah, there was way too much paint on top of the stencil here. I feel like I want to do something on that. Maybe it just needs a big black border, like a frame, picture frame, and call it a Picasso. Glycerin, glycerin.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what it is, glycerin.
And buy a bottle.
That's yours. You want to go out and get your,
Yeah.
okay. Did you snooze it or turn it off? Thank you. Okay, glycerin. Yep, glycerin. You need glycerin.
And gel.
Huh?
Glycerin and gel.
Glycerin and gelatin.
Gelatin, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only thing it is?
I think so.
Hmm.
Soap making suppliers. Hadn't thought about that, Lucy. By the gelatin and bulk, yeah, rather than the little packets, because yeah, you can go through a ton of little packets trying to, I mean, you put it in and you might have not quite the exact right recipe, and so you melt it down and you add more glycerin or you add more gelatin or, you know, whatever, or depending on how big you want to make it, if you want to make it 12 by 12. But the cool thing is that if you're making it at home, you can make it at anything. So you could get a 9 by 13 pan and you can make it in the bottom of that pan. Go to the thrift store. That's what I would do. Don't make it in a good one that you have. Go to the thrift store and find a great big casserole pan, 9 by 13 or 12 by 12, or a sheet cake pan if you want it that big. And oh, purple and green make brown. Julie got mud because it wasn't dry, huh, Julie? Got mud. Everybody has to do that. And just go to the thrift store, and when you get that, and then you melt it all together, you can pour it into that pan, and that becomes your form and makes your gel plate of that size. Then when you go to store it, you just can put it back in that same pan that you made it in, and it's the perfect storage container. Just cover it up with a good tight saran wrap or, you know, something like that. In Canada, the glycerin only comes in little bottles at the pharmacy. So I found it cheaply at the soap making supplier. Okay, was the soap making supplier local or did you find them online, Lucy? That's a very good tip of what Lucy just said there for anybody who's thinking about making their own. And you know what? I think I might try it and try making a bigger one, a 12 by 12. Because I do want to try it. And if I'm gonna, I want to make one that I don't have the size, so I can, you know, do something different with it. So I think I might try making a 12 by 12. Oh man, I forgot that I had music paper sitting here too. That it's old and it's music that I want to use in junk journals. But when it's really, and maybe it's just because I'm a piano player, I don't know. But when I see, I love this with all these images. These are great images. I should color those in. When it's super simple music like this would be a starter book. Well, no, this would be a second book. When it's super simple like this, to me, it doesn't look like there's enough music on there to put on a page. So those are good ones to do image transfers on, or to gel plate on. So I have the music behind it, and then it gives a little more interest on the plate or on the page. So I forgot that I've got those sitting here too. I should probably use some of those. But these do have good images. I might need to, I don't know. But some of the images would be okay with gel printing over it because it might look cool. It was online, but it was one in Canada. Okay. So if we were, Lucy, do you mind sharing? If we were to look for one in the US so that shipping would be reasonable here, do we just go online and search for soap making supply company? And do they typically have, they have a US site too. Okay, thank you. Voyager Soap and Candle. Okay, so do they typically have, they typically sell just to the public. So the public, because it's typically just people like us that are making soap and candles and things like that, right? Oh, I wonder if this is dry yet. There was a lot of paint on here, and I sure want to pick it all up. Oh, come with me and you will see what we're going to get. Wow, that's picking up a lot of it. I want to pick up all the grunge. I'm feeling like I could have even put a little more gold down, but there is enough. There is enough gold because the gold was only on the hearts, and I didn't want to override the red. What I'm seeing most of, and I knew we would, is that English lace, because that's in between the hearts, and that's the bulk of the page. So seeing a lot of that. And when this is dry, I might even run maybe just a little bit of vintage photo, maybe oxide over it, which would tone down the English lace in between it and allow those hearts with the shimmer, the gold shimmer and the red to stand out. Let's see if we can see the shimmer. I don't know if we can see the shimmer. They're kind of cool. There's the metallic gold with the red. Are they showing? Can you post that in the group by chance? Oh, the Voyager Soap and Candle? Yeah, Lucy, you're in the group, right? They might do it wholesale, but I'm not sure. Okay. You know what, guys? I could try and see if I can get them to give us a bulk price if we order for all of us together. It's worth a try. I don't know. I don't know if they will. I'm not familiar with them at all. They at least sell to the public, right, Lucy? They at least sell to the public. It's not like they only go to retailers. Of course, if that's the case, I may be able to get an account with them. And most places sell mica and containers, which is where I bought a few containers and some mica powder. Not sure if I bought mica. Okay. Okay. Lucy, would you mind just messaging that to me on chat? Just so I remember the name and don't have to go back and watch this whole night. And I'll see if I can't get us a wholesale account to get that stuff in bulk at a wholesale price. Yeah. That would be awesome. Okay, so look, Mom, this is what we got. Okay, so what did I just say that, oh, I know what, some of these music pages. So let me take a page that has, not all the pages have pictures, but some of them do. And
Nice.
let's see if there's one with a picture that the space available is only about nah, I think I'd do the whole page. All right, so I'm feeling like I want to do something let me think. I'm feeling like I want to do something a little different. All right, let's see. Need that. We still build on those pages. We need to layer them so that they're usable. I'll set these here for a minute. Well, these are really good pieces to tear up and use in collaging. Do like those.
Can I help you?
Well, I'm trying to decide what technique I want to use. Let's see if this would cover that page. Yeah, pretty much would. Okay. Hi, Judy. Yeah, this orange doily is white. That is red paint. So I'm probably going to spritz that with water and see if I can pick up that paint off of it. This one as well. This is just an opaque one, and that's got red and metallic gold. And probably going to spritz that and see if I can pick it up as well. All right, so I'm thinking I'm going to set, do I want it to be squares like this, or do I want it to be diamonds like that?
Wow, diamonds would be nice.
And this is pretty thick, not great for stenciling or even putting paste on. But it is great for spraying. And I've got a bunch of sprays, a lot of sprays that I have never used. I have some that I bought at an estate sale, and of course that box is over there. I know most of them, there's very little left in them. Okay, so like these, I've got these distress ink sprays, faded jeans and tea dye, but I've got all of them. Antique linen. I'm trying to decide what color. Orange soda. What color goes with orange soda? Cream. Okay, Julie, let me take a look. What color should we use on this, Mom?
Wow. Give me some options.
Any color in the world. Oh, those are cool. Look at Julie's mop-up pages. They turned out really cool. They are, yeah, foggy. They look like fog. I agree with you, Glynis. That's what Glynis said. They look like fog. And they will be great backgrounds or collages, building upons. Let's see. So distress paint sprays or glimmer mists. Here's Storm Night. That's a good one. I mean, I've got every color. It's acorn brown.
No.
It's hard to decide what color because I have so many. And see, it's not always good to have so many options. This one is called Ocean Blue. That's a gorgeous color.
Yes.
Let's try Ocean Blue
That
and
sounds good.
Strawberry Cream.
All right.
This Ocean Blue, looking at it here, it's almost purple blue. Love the distress sprays. Yeah. See, I think we need to have a night where we only work with distress ink sprays and with oxides, because there's so many different things that you can do with them. And a night where we just like take stencils and here's 15 things you can do with a stencil. And if I think about it ahead of time and I write down the 15 things so we can just do them all in an order, you can see. Okay, get all the mica off the bottom. It's mixed up. Almost. There's a tiny bit right there. So, okay, let's hope this one's going to spray. That is so pretty, though. Look at that. Look at the gorgeousness. Yeah, that's pretty color. Oof. Called Ocean Blue. This is a Tattered Angels. All right, this is a do as I say, not as I do. Can you hold this right here? I don't want any spray on my computer. And I'm not putting this in my spray box. Oh man, that's pretty.
It is.
I love this. I don't know why. As soon as I saw this color, I thought of candy. I don't know. Candy, is this like your color? Because that's where my brain went. I don't know why. I don't know why, but that's a really gorgeous color.
Interesting. Look at that.
Yeah, I gotta let it dry for a second, or I pick it up. It'll run.
Is that on fabric or paper?
This is a piece of music paper.
Okay.
Just a piece of music paper.
How about if you did that on fabric?
You could do that. You actually could do that.
That could be really nice.
So I'll just leave it here. I'll have you hold it. Well,
Yeah.
let me see if I can do this. Here we go. I just don't want to.
No.
Yeah. Spray.
You like that color. You don't want your computer that color.
Yep, right up your alley. Who doesn't love blues? Yeah. Glynis, you're asking or telling. What?
That is a purpley blue.
What did Glynis ask? I missed it. It's already scrolled past. What'd you ask, Glynis? And Julie, let's see. I know you said you sent 2, and I only saw 1. Oh, woo! Wow. Okay, look at this. This is Glynis's other. Let me see. Let's see. She says the gray brown is meant to be purple, but so it was purple and green, but if it doesn't completely dry before you put the next color on, then it mixes and it became brown or gray. Why are your fingers all dirty? Because I'm playing in paint, Toby. Toby is on Facebook, so you guys can. Oh, Toby, do you want me to send you a link? Well, it's already 9:16. You just can't see. Oh, yeah, that one I was just holding up. That is Julie's. Glynis asked, can you layer without stencils? Yes. The very first time we did this and we talked about layering, I sat here and painted a picture. I don't know if you remember that, but my intent was to show how to layer, let it dry, layer, let it dry with the stencils and those things, because that's what most people have seen and hear about doing. And then I ended up not doing that at all. I took this plate, I turned it sideways, and I put down, I ended up painting a tree and a house and a couple people and the clouds in the sky and the birds and the butterflies, and then putting, layers of like apples on the trees or whatever it was, things on the house. I'm trying to remember what else, different layers of color in the clouds and the sky and the birds and the butterflies, and then the sun. And so I just layered it up by hand. I just painted a picture. And then when it was all done, I just let it dry completely, put a neutral color over, hang on a second here. Let me see if I can get this. Put a neutral color over the whole thing and then picked it up. So then it had the whole picture. Share, hang on one second here. I'm trying to get this link so I can get it over to Toby so she can get into YouTube with the rest of us. Okay. Let's see, where's my messenger? That's not what I wanted. Come on. Okay. Oh, I can't do it on that one. Sorry, guys. Let me get back here. Yeah, that's cool, Julie. I even like the green and the gray. But you could take purple marker and make that more purple if you wanted to. You can turn gray or brown purple. YouTube. Here we go. YouTube. And where are we?
Over there.
Sorry, I gotta find it here quickly. This is, let's That's me. Got to go to Happy Paper People. And there it is. We're live. Share. There's the link back to Toby. I'm going to send it to you in Messenger. So if you just go to chat and click on the link I put in chat, it'll bring you right in. There you go. It's in your chat. Okay. Okay, so this is pretty dry. There's nothing, well, it kind of goes through a little bit because that's, it's just music paper. So I sprayed over that little stencil and made all kinds of little diamonds on there, which is just a good background. Okay, and now we need to do something on top of that. What if we were to do a doily? I really like this one, but I don't like that it's thick enough. Hang on a minute. What goes with music? What kind of images or objects would you think of when you think of music?
Musical instruments.
Instruments. What else? Swirlies, butterflies, flowers,
enchantment, romance.
Okay, let's do some butterflies. Oh, if I can get that. So here, this is just a little brass stencil, a butterfly.
That's nice.
A brass butterfly makes a great stencil. So we could put him on here. And I feel like he would be really pretty in that metallic gold.
Mm-hmm. Well, it would look similar to what you're looking at right there.
Yeah. And I think I want to use one of these.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Mama's yawning.
Getting to my bedtime.
Okay, so I'm going to use this little, I should have pulled some out on the stick and then done it. Now it's on the side and everything, because I had to get down deep in there to get some. This is just a Dollar Tree cosmetic sponge. They're a lot smaller.
That one.
They're, well, they know what it is. But, it's a lot smaller than other cosmetic sponges you'd buy. I feel like it's probably about half the size, which just makes it a little more awkward because it's so small, but it still works just the same. Won't hold as much paint. Okay, what I didn't think about was outside this, around it. By not keeping exactly in the butterfly, I'm going to get a halo. So I better make sure I continue that halo over here so it all looks the same. Getting a little halo of gold. It's a little difficult to hold down because it's just very thin brass. I'm trying to pounce it so that I don't move it. Huh. It's the first time I've used that for that.
Oh, you like it or not?
Interesting.
It's not as
I don't know.
distinct as you
right.
want it to be.
Okay, so
You need another color on top of that.
now I looked at it and I just want it to be bolder.
Yeah.
I thought it would just need a little bit of gold, but I don't think so. I think it needs a lot of gold. So, so I'm making sure that I put it down in exactly the same spot it was. There we go. Okay. And hopefully that red is dry. I'm going to give it lots of gold. Even let it stick up so it is 3D.
Has some dimension to it.
Mm-hmm. Some dimensional paste. If it was any bigger than this, I would have grabbed a palette
Nice.
and a palette knife. Yeah, a palette knife and just spread it. But it's so small, there's just not even room to spread that with a palette knife. But I do want a lot of gold in there.
When you did that alligator
Mm-hmm.
texture, did you use a palette knife to spread?
Actually, I didn't
Oh.
because it wasn't paint. I think it was clear medium
Mhm.
that I had mixed. No, it was a brown medium. I still have that. Yeah, it was like a vintage color,
Mhm.
an aged color medium, and so that's the color it actually came out.
Hmm.
And it's the first time I had used that one, so I did not. I kind of spread it on with a brush is what I did. So I pounced and spread and pounced and spread.
Well, that certainly gave it some nice dimension.
But this is going to have, I'm trying to let this come, when I stipple it, let it come up with it. And so it'll have dimension coming up. I don't want it to be smooth.
Yeah.
I want it to come off the page. That's okay, Julie. What am I missing? Hills, they are alive. Oh,
The hills are alive with the sound of music.
The hills are alive with the sound of music. La 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 la. Yes, Glynis, you had to say the sound of music. Lucy. Glynis said hills, and Lucy said are alive. I do like that musical. I was in that musical in high school.
Yes, you were.
Now I feel like it might have gone underneath the stencil because it's really hard to hold that stencil down, and it might be underneath it. I don't know. I'm trying to make sure the halo is over here as well because I know it's on the other side. But the halo may actually offset the butterfly and ruin it. So, I mean, what's worst case? Worst case is we put some paint over the top of it and do something different, entirely different. Okay, there's our gold. I feel like we're not going to see what it really is until it dries.
Yeah.
May or may not work, be good, don't know. But there's our gold butterfly.
You don't see enough
There,
detail.
right there, you can see it. Right there, you can see detail.
Okay.
So, let's see here. I actually, oh goodness, come on. My other device. Anybody need to refresh YouTube? If you do, do it now, because I have to refresh mine. Because we forgot to do that every hour. It's more important, excuse me, it's more important on the sale, obviously, so that everybody's current, but we did forget to do that every hour to keep everybody current. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. If you feel so inclined, go in and give us a thumbs up so that YouTube will be sure to. Okay, see, it's starting to dry, and already I can see more dimension and more shine. So I feel like as this, here, you want to see it closer? I feel like as it dries, we're going to be able to see a lot more from that.
You sure can. Yeah. You have to look at it up close.
Yeah. And that's once it dries and we get the shine off of it, then it'll be a lot more visible.
It's more distinct as it dries, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, it's nice.
Okay. Meanwhile, we need something else on the page. What else do we need on the page? I don't have any hills right here. I'm sure I have hills stencils, but I don't have any right here. I do have these nice little vines. Could probably do a few green vines. Okay, what color green? So here's another way to layer without, I mean, I'm using stencils, but not laying them down and putting paint over the whole thing. So layering, like I just sprayed it with Tattered Angels and then used a stencil paste in gold metallic. Yeah, the more this dries, the better I'm seeing it, but it's thick. So it's going to take it a bit to dry so that we actually see all that. I kind of don't like the halo around it. I might be able to take a knife and scrape a lot of that off, especially where there's a lot of extra. But I also might be able to do something with that afterwards with other paint and a little brush.
Mhm.
So I'm not going to really worry about it right now because I don't want to mess up the butterfly itself. It actually looks really cool up close. So we can take, what color green? That's a crisp green. Maybe that's too holly branch.
That's like Christmas green.
Well, yeah, but is that like vine green?
Pretty
Vines
dark.
vines are pretty dark, aren't they?
It can be.
Palm leaf,
yeah.
that looks kind of olive. I don't like that.
It's more spring.
No, not too bright. Parakeet? No. Is that too bright?
No.
Seems kind of bright. If you don't like the halo, you could
Yes.
make a butterfly mask if you're going to put on more layers. That's a really good point, Lucy. Can do that. Let me do that. I thought about going to find a stencil in my big box of stencils that has a mask, the stencil and the mask. Okay, so here's some that Glennis has just done. Her daughter wanted some green pages, so she's done some green. I like that. That looks like the visual from up above, down on the earth. You see the green and the, the green and the dirt and the trees and tiny, tiny people.
It's like a park.
Yeah, that looks really cool. And then,
reminds me of Central Park in New York.
This looks gold and silver, Glennis. I'm not going out of the picture to read your messages, but is that correct? Is that gold and silver? That's really cool. That turned out really pretty. And let's see here. The bottom one is black, white, silver, and gold. Yeah, okay. I do see the black in there. Yeah, that's really pretty. Black, white, silver, and gold. That was a nice combo. So, excuse me. I'm going to put a little bit of green. I'm just going to, can you put the lid on that for me, please? Thank you. I'm going to just squeeze a little bit of this green onto this gel plate over here, just so I don't have it all over the table and stick stuff in it. All right, and I'm going to use this one that I used for the gold with the green. We might get just a shimmer of gold here and there, and that would be okay. And I'm taking this stencil that has basically just has vines going up it, and I'm going to just see. It doesn't seem to be laying super flat, and I'm wondering if the other side would lay flatter. The other side is super flat, but it might be a little bit better. And I don't want to go outside of the stencil. I'm going to have to do the vine next to it because I got green on one little teeny tiny leaf over there. And I wasn't going to do the one right next to it, but I will. And all I'm doing is, it's a lot easier to stipple with this little sponge and to control where it goes. And these being a little smaller, it's easier to control where it goes. So that's actually a benefit of these little small ones. So I don't think I see any or much gold coming out of that. So there's okay, so there's a couple of vines over there. That one looks like it's not connected. Maybe if you have a whole bunch of them, it's supposed to be like behind it. Well, let's just put them all across the bottom. We'll do some short, maybe one short one right here. And then we'll get some tall ones. Okay, I'll do those all the way across. Okay. This little sponge keeps flipping out of my finger, and it's going to flip on my nail and get paint all over my nail, but it's going to flip onto the, no, I don't want that sticking to the paint. It's going to flip onto the page and get green outside the stencil, and I don't want it outside the stencil. I only want green where the vines are. Now I've got all this paint on this stencil. I could set this stencil, I could put it down on the gel plate and see if I can get any of it to transfer to the gel plate, but it would transfer easier to a piece of paper. So Glynis, last time we did this, you worked along with us and you worked along tonight. Didn't you feel like it was a whole lot easier tonight and you were a lot more comfortable with what you're doing and kind of having, feel like you're starting to get a feel for it? It might be just the right amount of paint. Oh, I hope so. Go all the way down. Let's see if that worked. There we go. All right.
Oh, that looks nice. The last ones look better.
So we got a big gold butterfly and we got vines growing up on the music page. You've learned more tonight than the last two. Yeah. Literally every time you do it, you come away with something new, some new knowledge, because you can try the same technique and you can use different colors, different stencils, whatever. You can use the same color, the same stencil, and you're never going to get the same thing you got last time. You just aren't. That's the way of the paint. That's the way of the gel plate. I mean, something like this you could, because you could just put the stencil across the bottom and, you know, this is creating a picture or layering without actually putting stencils down on the gel plate, which we still could. And when this is all dry, we could do something on the gel plate on the back. And that would, you know, you could put that in as a page in a journal, or fussy cut. You could fussy cut. See, that's another way to get rid of that halo. Let that completely dry and then fussy cut that gold butterfly out.
No, put them somewhere
That
else.
might be better. Yeah. Okay, so we need, what do we need? We need some bees or butterflies, little butterflies or something else down here, because he's kind of, okay, so Julie, this is pink and purple, isn't it, Julie? That turned out really cool. Those are great backgrounds, pink and purple. So Julie, tell me what you did with this one. Don't get frustrated, because that's the process. Like Glynis now is finally feeling so much more comfortable. I did it for a couple of times when I first got my plates, and then I put them away and I didn't touch them for a year. I'm not kidding you, because I was just frustrated and I really didn't know why things were working the way they were. I didn't know why I was just getting mush and brown. I didn't know, you know, all those things. And so every time we do this, and you can pick up one more little thing, like you have to let every layer dry before you put the next layer down, or you'll just end up with mush and brown mix. That was huge for me, That was really huge for me. So even now, I kind of learned something, new about how things react and how stencils will work and how the paint will pick up every time I do it. So tell me what you did with that pink and purple. And I suspect it's not what you wanted it to be because you're getting frustrated, but it's actually really, really pretty and will make a great page, great background, a great flip out, great bookmark right there, all kinds of stuff. This is an hour fast, remember?
Yeah.
Okay. It's 9:40 right now.
Yeah.
Having a proper brayer really helps too. Yeah. You can also, I have this small one and I have this large one. So you can try both and see what you're more comfortable with, because you may be more comfortable with one than the other. If I had to only use one of these and not the other, I'd probably always use the small one, because I can do everything with the small one that I can do with the large one, but I can't do everything with the large one that I can do with the small one. And it's so light and easy that it just kind of reminds me that it's so light, all I need to do is push it along. So that's probably what I would do there. Here, let's see. How about a few flowers amongst these greens? Now, let's see. I've got a butterfly.
That's what they need, some flowers on those.
Where's
on
the little
those
butterfly one?
stems.
Here, green. This one right here. All right. We could pick a couple of these butterflies, make them whatever colors, and put them here and there. Okay, you put a pink layer down, then put the flowered sink mat on it, and took it off, the big one, and stamped on the other one, then put my purple metallic on. Glynis, you were using a foam roller? Oh, yeah, you do, Judy. You need to pull it out and use it. Okay, Julie, so you put a layer of pink paint down. Then you put the pink flower sink mat. So it was like this, but it was that sink mat, which is thick, right? You put that down on it. And then you picked that up and stamped that onto the small one. Am I understanding that right? And then you layered purple metallic over the top of that. Did I say that right? Have to understand your process before I can know what you could change. Yes. Okay, so she put a layer of pink down. She put her stencil down. And Julie, once you put that stencil down, you didn't put anything else on top of it, right? Stamped with foam stamps. Okay, wait. All right. So you had a layer of pink on everything, on both of all the plates. You put a layer of pink on all the plates, right? And then you set your sink bottom flower thingy on top of the large plate. And then you took the purple metallic and you spread that on the flower thingy. And you also use the purple metallic to stamp on the others. Is that right? Okay. Okay, so, all right, so I got the pink, I got the flower thingy. But here's what I want to know. Did you put the layer of pink paint down on the gel plate, and then you set the flower thingy on top of it? And then what? What was the very next thing you did on the big one? Did you spread the purple on it then? Did you spread the purple on it? Step 1, put some pink on the plate. Got it. Step 2, lay down the flower thingy on top of the pink paint. Now, just thinking about the big one, step 3, did you then spread the purple paint over the flower thingy? Is that what you did? Because if that's what you did, I think I know what the problem is. On the big one, the next I did was put purple. Okay, and you left the flower thingy on, and then you put the purple on so it would go in the holes of the flower thingy on the pink, right? Is that correct, Julie? I'm going in to look at it again so I can. Yep. Okay. I see. Oh, when I zoom in and look closer, I can see all the flowers. That's going to be a great background. Okay.
I think I'm gonna go.
Okay. Bye, Mom. Good night. Have fun. Mom's going to just maybe watch us online and go get ready for bed.
Yeah, I will do that.
Okay.
I'll see you ladies again another day.
Okay. Mom says good night to everybody. Everybody says good night, Mom.
Thank you.
Okay, Julie. So the next thing you did was put purple on the flower thingy, so the purple could go down in the flower thingy, and then you pulled the flower thingy off. Correct? Make sure I got those steps right. And really, all I want to verify is, did you put the purple down on top of the flower thingy so that it could go down in and give you the flowers? Yes. Okay. I know exactly what the problem was, and it's not you. It's, excuse me. I'm looking for a certain one right here. Okay. It's the same exact thing that happens to me when I try to use this doily. This is a plastic doily. This was not a stencil. It's a doily that I wanted to use as a stencil. It's a great stencil. And that one that I had that had the medium that was raised came out of this. And that worked great because I stippled it on. It was a very stiff medium, not a thin paint. And then I could lift it off and it stayed right there and it was perfect. The problem with this is that it's thick. And I'm going to show you this, but this is not even as thick as your flower thingy is. Uh-oh. Am I seeing your yes and no at the wrong time? You did not put purple paint over the flower thingy? Whoops, my YouTube just went wonko. Wait a minute. Back to YouTube. There we go. Live. And back to live chat. Jeez. All right. Julie, can I send you the link? And you don't have to put yourself on camera, but just so that I can talk to you and you can tell me, so we don't have the delay of the typing. Can I do that for a quick minute? Would that be okay, Julie? You just said, I wish I could speak. That's exactly what I want to do. That's hilarious. Okay, Julie, I'm sending you a link. I want you to come in and speak to me. Wait, my paper's falling. My guard of my computer paper. Oh, geez. Okay, come on. There we go. Julie. Julie, 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 do you love me? Julie, 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 do you care? Julie, Julie, are you thinking of me? You know, every time I think of your name, I sing that song in my head. Okay, Julie, here's your link. There you go. All right, come on in so you can speak to me. Your camera doesn't even matter. You can open it up on your phone or your iPad. You can do it on your iPad so you can leave it sitting in front of you. Put a piece of tape over your camera if you want, because it's only going to flash up there for a second while, hey, Becky, it's only going to flash up there for a second while I bring you in, and then I'll put it back on singles so you don't have to worry about that. But that way you can set it down and the camera won't be trained on you if you have a piece of washi tape or something over the camera, but you'll still be able to see YouTube. Okay, ready? There we go, Julie. Okay, all right. Okay, it's off of you, Julie. So, okay, yeah, you're not going to be up there, but now you can talk to me. So let me get my volume up. Volume. There's my volume. Okay.
Okay, hang on. Which the volume on?
Your any other YouTube tabs, just close them. Because you're now in stream.
Which volume do I turn off? The phone, the one with the camera, or the one?
The one that you are not on StreamYard.
Which volume do I turn off? The phone,
if you open StreamYard on.
Okay,
on
sorry everybody.
That's why we do all this ahead of time. Most of these people have been on and they know this stuff happens. So that's why I think it's so great for everybody to have an opportunity. So you know all the little things that you have to figure out and do. And Hey, Becky, Dare B, you were here before. Don't know if you were still here. I'm working away. Dare B or anybody else, if you're making stuff on your gel plate, send me a picture of it in message so we can show everybody. Everybody'd love to see. Okay, Julie. Step one, you rolled out some pink paint on the gel plate.
Yes.
Okay.
Then I put the sink flour mat on to the pink paint.
Okay.
On the big gel plate.
The big one. Okay. Got it.
Then I took it off and put it in my water, discarded it, in other words.
Okay, so wait a minute. So you put it on there and just pressed it down to make the flower imprint in the pink paint.
Yep.
Okay. So then you take it off. Okay. Now
I took it off. Then I let it dry.
Uh-huh.
And then I rolled the purple paint over it.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's it for that side. For the other side, I put the pink.
Wait. Then you rolled the purple paint over the pink and wanting that.
Oh, and then pulled it up.
And then, then you put the paper down on it, burnished it on, let it sit till it dried, picked up the whole thing.
Yep.
Okay. So you got exactly what you did. You do have the pink all over, and you have the purple flowers coming through here and there. And you do have two places where they were kind of blended together, which is not what you wanted.
Oh dear, my husband's ringing.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, put that on your phone. I'll mute you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. She is now muted. She can answer a call with her husband. When she's done with that, she can wave at me and I can bring her back in. So, man. Okay, so the problem with that, well, I'll wait till she comes back because there's a couple of things and we'll just have to explain it again. So, Becky, did it went well? Okay. Positives and negatives, but I liked it the old way. Oh, so what was the new way? What did you like about the new way? That's funny because we've been thinking about doing different sales in different types of formats. So what did you do and what did you like about it and what didn't you like about it? Lucy, did you sell today too, or were you a buyer in chat? 2 items per person. Oh, so you probably did 2 items, go to the next person, 2 items, next person, 2 items, a rotation. We've thought of doing that. Okay, you were just buying. Glynis did not like the new way. So Glynis, you were there as a buyer and you didn't like the new way. Rotated after 2 items. Okay. Glynis, any particular what specifically didn't you like about it? Either made you feel something or felt disjointed or, wasn't, I don't know, not cohesive, or what was it that you didn't like about it? Becky, how was it as a seller? How did you like it as a seller? I guess, first of all, it meant that you had to be, how many sellers were there, Becky?
Hello.
Hey, Julie. Okay, hang on just a second. Listen, how many sellers were there, Julie? Or not Julie, Becky. How many sellers were there today? Because if there was, 4, that means like 8 hours, 6, or unless you're not doing like 2 hours a person total, that means everybody has to be there for the entire sale. You couldn't leave after your portion and then modding for somebody else. You can leave. You had to be there the entire time, huh? Okay, so 6 people. So how long was the sale total, Becky? Lucy says 2 items per person was not enough. Glynis said it felt very disjointed. Okay, I could understand that. It seems like a reasonable process to try, though. But I can see how, you kind of get in a groove with somebody and their things and their style, and you only have 2 items and then you're gone, to the next person. And so you can't really get in a groove with them. 3 or 4. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. 3 or 4. If you wanted to buy from one person, you couldn't. See that? Yeah, that would be hard as the buyer, because say you wanted to be there to see Becky's stuff. Okay, so it was a 7-hour sale and everybody had to be there for the whole 7 hours if you wanted your full selling time. Okay, and so if Glynis wanted to buy from Becky, you had to be there the entire time, because Becky's going to come on every 14 items or something. Some people forgot who they bought from, because if you blink, they're gone. Yeah, you buy one thing and then the next person comes up. That might be a little harder to keep your list. Okay. It does require everybody be there the whole time. Like that it stayed fresh. Yeah, I could see that too. You don't have time to sit there and get tired or bored. And nobody in the audience can get bored because you blink, they're gone. I mean, it gave you time in between to run to the bathroom, but then if you just had an hour or an hour and a half or 2 hours or whatever, you could go right before yours and you can go after yours before you start modding. So that always works too. That's interesting. But that's a long, 7 hours. 7 your time would be 8 our time. Okay, so just like 2 hours ago. Okay, let me ask you this, Becky. Do you feel like, but I don't like having to break up my items into segments. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Do you feel like you had the same volume of sales doing it 2 items at a time as you would typically have when you take a 2-hour block and you just sell for 2 hours and then move to the next person? What do you think about that, Becky? Is that your feeling? That was probably just a text.
There was a noise that came from my phone. I don't know what it was.
That's okay. Probably just a text or notification. It was not a big deal. It was only a vibration.
Okay.
No, is he calling again? But I'm
Oh no. He wants to bring home dinner.
Ooh.
But I'll have mine later. He'll have to put it somewhere. So I'm
So
in the middle of all this painty stuff. I can't do it.
never tell a man no that wants to bring dinner home.
True.
Yeah, you're in the middle of painty stuff. You can't get out there and cook dinner anyway. So that's great. Okay, so here's the deal, Julie. You lay down pink paint, and then you put the flower thingy over
Yep.
the top of it, and
Yep.
you pressed it into the pink paint, right? To
Yep.
try to get an imprint.
Yep.
Okay, and then you take it off, and then
Yep.
after it dries, you put purple on it. So here,
Yes.
here's the problem. I say problem lightly because you got gorgeous papers, but it's a problem because it's not what you wanted. It's not the outcome that you wanted. So
Yeah,
that's
it's not-
why it didn't work for you.
Oh, what's he doing? I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna let that. He's
Go ahead.
ringing me again. I can't believe it.
Well, go ahead. It's all right. Just I'll mute you. Come back when you're ready. It's hard to make compare because I brought different stuff than I usually do. Okay, I did well, so I do see some positives, but I think we have room to tweak things and make it better. Okay, that's all you can do is each time look and say what worked, what didn't work, what do we want to keep, and what do we want to change. But yeah, that's you kind of want to look for everybody. Did everybody do the volume of sales that they would typically do? If nobody did, then the format isn't great. If everybody did, it's just felt a little disjointed, then maybe only needs a little tweaking. So, but it is hard to compare when you have different things than you usually do. But you may start to see after a number of sales that in a certain period of time, you typically have X volume of sales. I don't know, but that even is hard for me because the things are so different. If I have a whole bunch of $1 and $2 items, it's way different than if we have a couple of $50 items. But then it takes way longer with the $50 items because I'm going to show you everything about it and tell you it and answer every question before you even go to buy it. And so it sometimes takes as long to do one item as it does to do a whole bunch of little items. So it equals, you know what I mean? It ends up being the same. So yeah, it is really hard to compare that. Glynis, you could not have stayed the whole time. Okay, I'm going to start doing some of my own sales, I think, on my channel. Awesome, Becky. That's awesome. I think that's a great idea. In addition to that, cool. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I was doing them on our channel. This is my job. It's my full-time job. And I was doing it way before I met Patty, and the funny thing is that when I met Patty, I had already talked to 4 or 5 people in our group from the beginning of Happy Paper People saying, I want to create a platform for everybody in the group to be able to sell their things. Not everybody wants to do regular sales on their YouTube channel. Not everybody is comfortable with the technology. Not everybody, a lot of people make some really amazing things, but maybe once or twice a year or once a quarter, then they want to be able to sell them. And so then they can make more and have the money to buy the supplies and the room then, to make them and have more. But that's what I was in the process of creating when Glynis is the one that actually introduced me to Patty, which was awesome. And Patty had already created that market. That was exactly what I was in the process of doing. And I said, I'm just going to set that aside and stop it because it's all about community, not competition. I honestly believe there's room for everybody. I'll help anybody get started. There's room for everybody in this market. There's millions of us, there's millions of people, and there's room for everybody. So community, not competition. So I put that on hold and just work to help build that market, and get a lot more people that would be aware of that all into the same market instead of splitting into a whole bunch. There were already multiple markets out there like this. I can think of 4, 5 right off the top of my head that people I know are involved in. But so I've always, as you guys know, I've always kept doing my own sales, typically on Friday night, and then started working with that community, the CCC market. But then we do have people in Happy Paper, people that since the beginning have said, I'd really like to be able to sell some things, but I don't know how to do it. I'm not very technologically inclined. Would you sell it for me? And my thing is, no, I won't sell it for you, but I will help you. I will do everything I can and help everybody. So from the beginning, I said, I will bring you in on a Friday night and I'll mod for you and I'll help you, give you a portion of my Friday night to do the sale. We just need to get you set up and on, technology and that kind of thing. And recently had several people ask. And so some of you might have heard a couple weeks ago on a Friday night, I told everybody, if that's something you want to do, message me, because I am more than happy to help anybody learn how to sell or to get started in selling. And I don't feel what I didn't say is I don't feel comfortable just handing Patty a list of people, that are part of our group and saying, here, these people want to learn how to do it. Can you incorporate them and teach them and get them set up with technology and do all those things? I thought that would be kind of rude to do. So I said, I will help anybody get up and running and get started and learn how to do it, and give a Saturday to help everybody learn how to do that, or give part of my Friday sale to anybody who wants to jump in. In fact, this new format of doing the second and fourth weekends of sales and the first and the third no sales, there's a fifth weekend in some months. And that fifth weekend is a great weekend to have somebody come in who wants to sell from the group and just learn, how to do it, or have that time to sell and have some support and some help. So I like the idea of doing that on the fifth, the fifth Friday. So again, I will say, if anybody hasn't done it and is nervous about doing it, scared to do it, doesn't know how to do it, wants to get started, wants some help, I will help you. I will support you. I will teach you what I know. Not perfect, but the whole thing is you just have to get started. You start before you think you're ready. My best advice, start before you think you're ready. And you just do it, because you learn along the way. You learn along the way, and you don't worry about somebody who might be critical of you not being perfect, because you're learning. And typically anybody who is critical, it's because they haven't done it themselves and they don't understand what it takes to do it. It takes a lot to do these kind of sales. So anybody who has any knowledge of that is always very supportive and patient in giving you the time that you need to learn. So especially in these groups that we travel in, with all you guys, I would be totally comfortable bringing anybody new here, because you guys are so kind and loving and supportive, and that's just the way we roll. So that's the kind of people we attract, and that's a good place. I think it's a good place for people to learn, because they will be supported and accepted along the way. All right, get off my soapbox. And the post office is making millions from us. They are indeed. I don't know how much. Wow. Last night, I don't know how many boxes we unboxed. I think we went through 15 or 18 boxes that we unboxed. That's a lot of postage. And the one we did before that, a few days before that, we went through probably 6 or 8 boxes. Yeah. Let's see. You've been to all the markets, Becky? Yeah, I know. And even today, I couldn't get on any of them because of other commitments with my mom, but I saw that there was several of them being held today. As a buyer, I like it when buyers specify what they're selling. Oh, when sellers specify, Judy? You like it when sellers specify what they're selling before the sale, so I can choose who I want to watch. Also list an order in which they're selling. In an ideal world, And I say that because that's always my goal, Judy, because I would love that as a buyer. I really would. But it's so hard to do. It seems like it should be so simple, but it's so hard to do. I think the longer we do them, the easier it'll be, because we can put things into categories and say, we'll be in this category and this category tonight. But if we get in there and everybody is there and everybody says, you know what, we don't really want to look at lace tonight. Let's look at ledgers, or let's look at great old paper, or how about tools? Do you have some new tools? You just never know what mood you're, and I try to always have something ready from every category. So if that's what you'd rather see, I don't want you to sit here and be bored all night if you're not interested in whatever it is I pulled out. You know what I mean? So yeah, but it's hard to do that. And sometimes, I mean, we like to create the event ahead of time so that you can know and you can plan if you want to be there. But sometimes we don't actually have everything sorted, organized, and ready to go, or made. If we're making it, like I think Becky makes jewelry, I make jewelry. We don't always have those things made and completed that we could know for sure they'll be ready, or take pictures, or any of that until maybe the day before. So it's work. It is work. If anybody thinks I love doing it. I love the sale. I love interacting with everybody. I love hearing everybody's thoughts and opinions, and I love trying to think of new ways to do giveaways and all those. It is energizing to me to spend all Friday night with you guys. The rest of the week is a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And I'm not kidding when I say I spend 80 hours a week. I really do. But it's okay, because I get to do it from home. I get to work at home, which is important to me, because especially right now, my health, I can protect that, and I can be here so we could have a new puppy. And I can be here because my husband's schedule got really wonky. So even if I'm working, I'm still home no matter when he has to go to work, and all those things. So, it's okay. You take the tough with the fun. Let's see. Wait, what Julie say? Or Judy. Okay. Let's see. Also, if the sale's going to be longer, is going to be long, shorter descriptions. Okay. Let's see. You mean during the sale, if it's going to be a long sale, shorter descriptions on things so that we can get moving on to the next thing. Is that what you mean, Judy? I want to make sure that I understand that correctly. Becky, some people feel more comfortable with people they know. So that's good, Marianne. Yeah. Like starting in a group like this where you guys have all been in chat together for a long time, feel comfortable with each other. So they know if they come on for their debut as a seller and try to learn, and get comfortable doing it, that you guys are going to be patient and kind and loving and not be mean to them. Yeah. Love this. Oh, weren't those albums amazing last night? Yeah, we had some really, really cool celluloid albums and leather, old 1800 albums. So unusual. I love the unusual ones. I'm really hunting down those things that are unique and unusual. You have such a variety. I wasn't speaking to your sales. Well, but if you do come to my sale every week, Judy. So I would love to be at have it such that I could always say ahead of time exactly what we're going to have. It's just difficult to do, but if someone only does buy, I do like that input. I appreciate that input, Judy, because it makes me actually start to think about more ways to tweak the process to make that happen. So I always love the input. I never, I'll never either get upset or turn away the input. So please, keep the input coming. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that was a fun discussion. And that's it's cool to hear your thoughts, Becky, about a different format and the pros and cons of doing that. And it's interesting how from market to market, people just do it slightly different, or even if it's the same, it seems a little different just because they're different people. So, and maybe we just mix it up and we do things one way this quarter and that way the next quarter, and who knows? Who knows? All right, Julie, let's go back to Julie.
Hello.
Julie, you're still there. Okay.
Yes.
So here's what Julie did. She put down some pink paint.
You can turn me on if you want. I've just got it on the table.
Okay, cool. Let me do that. Of course, there we go. Okay, so
bear in mind also, John just drove, so he'll probably bring some food in to me.
Nice. Man, you got him trained just like Glennis has Tom. Boy. Love that. Okay.
Anyway, yes, the pink paint. Yes.
Can you see mine, Julie?
Yes.
Okay. So Julie has an 8x10 and she put down some pink paint. I'm just replicating you. And
okay, yep.
Okay. That's kind of thick. Would you paint thick or thin? Layer, was it a thick layer?
I didn't have as much as that, no.
Okay, so it was a thinner layer.
If you do more than too much, you'll end up with the image is not coming out very well.
Okay. Okay. So I don't need that much. So I'm just going to run a little bit over this. Let's see if that butterfly will stay down. No, it won't. Let's just run some of that off on here. That'd be a good background to pick up that grunge anyway. Okay, because that was a little bit too much. It was a little thinner than I thought it was going to be when I poured it out. Okay. All right. So she put down this layer, nice layer of pink paint. Then she got, where's my stencil box? Okay. Then she got, do you want to hold up the thing, the dish drain thing that you used?
Oh, yes, it's wet. Hang on.
Yeah, that's okay, just so they can see. Some of the sellers really liked it, huh, Becky? Okay. Okay, so Julie's showing you, this is, the thing that you put in the bottom of the sink.
Not that you can see it right now, but.
Yep, we can see that. So if you drop a glass, it lands on that plastic thing and doesn't break instead of the sink. Now, Julie, fold it, turn it to the side a little, just so they can see how thick it is. The edge, yeah. Okay, that's probably.
It's about
16 to an
3. Yeah, 3 millimeters.
3 millimeters. Okay, maybe a 1/16 of an inch thick. Okay. Yep. So I want you guys to think about your stencils. I want you to think about your stencils and how thick or thin they are. So take a look at this, which is a typical stencil. Okay, stencils are pretty much paper thin, right?
Yep. That's the one you need.
Yep. I love that pattern of the flowers. But the fact that it's so thick, and granted, I'm telling you that probably wouldn't have worked even if you used a thin one, and I'll show you why.
Yeah.
So, I have a thick one here. This is actually a placemat. A big maple leaf placemat. I think it's a maple leaf.
Thank you.
It's really pretty. And it's great when you set it down and then you spray it with Tattered Angels or something, any kind of, because it sprays through it. But if I lay this down and I try to wipe paint between it with a palette knife or even a stippling brush or that little sponge I was using, it will not work because it's too thick. I can't get to the paper sufficiently. And by the time you push it enough to get to the paper, it's underneath the stencil constantly. So then Julie takes this and lays it down. I'm going to try to not get it on the small one there. Lays it down on her gel plate, presses it in.
Press it in.
Pressed it in to get the
just to get the image. It's not to brayer over it or into. It's just to get the
flower
image on it.
imprint. Okay. Yeah, just to
Yeah.
get the flower imprint.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, look at
Thing
that
is, though,
tiny bit of.
this will be a good test with how much paint you need.
Okay. All right. And so when I look at that,
Thank you.
let me see. I'm going to try to pick
Thumbs up.
Hey, oh my goodness. Whoo, a joke too? Wow. Nice, John. You just scored big points with all of us.
This is the fair dinkum McDonald's. It's Aussie McDonald's.
Nice. I thought so when I first saw the fries. And then it said, what did it say? Macho?
El Maco.
Naco. Oh, okay.
I think it's like a what is it? What you call it? A taco sort of flavor.
Okay.
Salsa.
Okay, so I want you to look closely at this. And you can see this one spot where I pressed.
Yeah.
You can actually
Yeah.
see the lines where it went through. But
Yep.
as you look at the rest of it, you can see the imprint, but you can't see the gel plate. There's still some paint down in the imprint, correct? So
Yep.
right here, I can see the imprint, but I can see that there's still pink paint in the imprint, right?
Yeah.
Right next to it, I can actually see the gel plate through there. But
Yeah. So I suspect you probably had too much paint on there.
nope. See what happened. What? Yeah. I mean, it's possible, but the fact that this paint came up on the stencil is kind of unusual, because what happens is you get the imprint, but there's still paint there, and then you let it completely dry. I know you did, and then you put purple over it. Okay, purple becomes the background that you're using to lift off whatever's there. And so when you lift it up, purple is filling in all the grooves that are in the back, not in the front.
Yeah, that's true.
If you were looking at it from inside out, you would see pretty purple flowers. But looking at it through the pink, the purple is filling in a lot of grooves, but not breaking through the pink, because the pink is still there on the plate. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So when I look closely at yours, I can see a lot of places where I actually see purple flowers. And they look really cool. And that would be like a place like this. I'm pulling it up again here. A place like this right on the left, where it actually picked everything up and you can see the plate. You can see the clear plate through it. But the rest of it is going to be more like this spot right above it, where I can see all the imprints, but there's still pink paint down in the grooves. So if I filled those grooves on this side, I would see something, but from the other side, I still just see pink.
Yeah.
So does that make sense?
Yep.
So, and here's the other thing. So you think, okay, well, if I put that on there and I leave it on there and then I fill purple in the cracks, would that work? And that won't work with that. If it would work with this skinny little stencil.
Yeah, it wouldn't work with my thick one.
Yeah, but it wouldn't. It would work with this one right here, but it would not work with this big copper leaf I have, because it's too thick. It's just too thick, and I hate that thick ones just do not work well, because the paint can't get in there and spread, and all it does is smear. Part of the reason you have so much spread everywhere is because the thick stencil, there's enough paint in there and it pushes the paint around, because the thick stencil, as you just pushed it just a little for an impression, and then it spreads the pink paint around where your stencil,
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So it just doesn't work well with thick stencils. So if you had a thinner, and that's the tough part. So what I have found, the one thing I'm going to pull out this doily, because this doily, I love this doily, and it seems super thin, but you can tell it's not paper thin like a standard stencil. You can tell it's thicker than a standard stencil, right?
That's really pretty.
Right there. There you go. You can tell that doily is thicker than a standard stencil.
Yeah.
And I thought it was pretty thin. I cannot spread paint over this one because it's too thick, and the paint will go under it and around it and over it every time, and I do not get the doily image. It just won't work because it's too thick. The thinner stamps are what you have to make that work. So what you could do is let it completely dry, and then you could spray some like Tattered Angels or some oxide ink or distress paint, and let that go wherever it's going to go, and it would bring out the grooves that are there, which would be outlined flowers, because you wouldn't be spreading the purple. You wouldn't spread anything. As you spray it in there, it would bring out those grooves and elevate it. You could try that. But what I have found for any stencils that are thicker than that paper thin, traditional stencil, the only thing I use those for is if I want to actually spread a medium that is really thick, like a gesso or a clear gel or something that I've added some tint or color to it. And I want that to actually just stand up, not be smooth, because then I can pounce it on or stipple it on, because if I spread it, it's immediately going to go underneath this, and I never, ever get a good doily. So the only thing I use thick ones for is either that or spraying. I will always use the thick ones for spraying because they give great imagery.
Right, good,
And then you just have to watch the angle you spray at so that you can get all angles so that it doesn't block it from going down and getting your design. So I know that you were disappointed because you didn't get the design you wanted or the color you wanted out of that. But I'm telling you, that's really a very cool piece of paper. Because when
I've got the other one on there now.
If you put it away and then tomorrow look at it again,
probably
you've been looking at it for so long, you'll see it from different eyes tomorrow, and you'll go, wow, I can see those purple flowers, because we can really see those purple flowers when we zoom in on it, and it's cool. It's like a true mixed media background. There's flowers, but they're not distinct. They're kind of muted. They're kind of mixed. They're kind of this. They're kind of that. It's awesome. I like it.
This one here started off the same way. I used, to get the background rough look that you can see in between things, I used this.
Oh, yeah.
Just put it on and take it off, rub it and take it off, whatever.
See, if you put that on, you're going to get some texture.
Yeah, I tried to stretch it out, but of course, it didn't want to stay stretched. That's okay.
So, and that would be a cool one to spray. So you could set that over a piece of paper, and you're going to have strong tape, like a packet.
Yeah, I think I'll have to,
But you tape it on the left and on the right, so you pull it out as far as you want it, open.
Yep.
And then tape the two sides so you can spray directly down on your paper. And then I would leave it sit there until it dries, because as soon as you take up one of the pieces of tape, the thing is going to compress again, and then it's likely going to smear your spray, whether it's paint or Tattered Angels.
Yep.
So if you just sit there till it dries, then you can take it up. And
I wanted other images on it as well. So because I have these are rubber stamps.
Yep.
I mean, not rubber, foam.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
They're from the kids section in wherever,
Uh-huh. Those
I got it from Spotlight.
Looks like you had pink paint on them.
Yes, that's the pink. See, it was the pink paint, and then I put that other one on that I just showed you, this first, and then I stamped on, in different places with these butterflies and hearts.
So you have the pink base.
Then I let it dry.
But you had the pink base down, and then you stamped the foam with pink on the foam.
No, no, no.
No.
Into the wet pink paint that was on the gel plate.
Oh, you made the impression into the pink paint, hoping to get
Yes.
the same impression. So that when you did
Then,
purple over it, you
well,
would,
it's a nice. It's sort of. It's turned out a bit shabby chic style, which I
Uh-huh.
like anyway.
And can you see how
Um,
it's changing as it dries? I can see the butterfly.
Yes.
I can see the butterfly and the heart. I can see
Yep.
that that piece of corrugate that you expanding packing thing.
Yes.
I can see
Yep.
that. I can see that on the your print there.
Yeah. Well, then I just did what I did before and put after it was dry and put the purple metallic purple
Mhm.
over this one.
Oh yeah, pretty.
Over it and then tried to pull it up.
Yeah,
And of course, every now and then the paper rips, but
yeah.
it didn't on this one. It did on the other one,
So just
down the sides here.
yeah, plain copy paper like I've been using.
Yeah, just copy paper.
I love that metallic sheen though. That's really pretty.
Yeah. Well, that's
So-
what I did.
Okay, so if you tomorrow if you look at this, or if it you got to let it completely dry before you do this. I mean completely
Yeah.
dry overnight. But if you take you got the 3 in front of you, if you were to cut them out, let's see, is that a standard copy paper, not legal size, right? So that's about 11 inches long.
Yeah, standard for Australia anyway. Yours is a bit
Oh,
different
yours is
size
an A4?
over there.
Is it an A4? It's within a quarter inch or so. Yeah. If it's a standard A4.
21 by almost 30 centimeters.
Okay. Okay. So if you come back tomorrow and you fussy cut out those 3 images that you have right there.
Yeah.
Okay. And or even tear them so that they're not nice and neat. And then you'll have to tear the straight side over there so that it's, the same. I think they would look amazing torn. And then ink the edges with a good, strong vintage photo. I think
or walnut stain.
Yeah, I would go light on the walnut stain. You might try it with the vintage photo, and then if you feel like you want it a little darker, add a little walnut stain, because I think that I think that the vintage photo would act as a highlight in that it forces the beauty out. It becomes like the frame.
That's true.
I really think that it would turn it into something completely different, that you would love it. And that long piece, you could put that long piece in a journal across a page, and it can go anywhere in the signature and put it on the bottom as a pocket. And so even if it's folded in the middle of a signature, you got a pocket here, and then later in that signature, you got another pocket on the other side.
Yeah.
But they would look really cool edged in a good dark vintage photo or a really light walnut stain, because that brown would accent them so nicely with the pink. And that metallic, gonna be gorgeous, honestly. If you do that and then post pictures, I can't wait to see them.
I tried to, this is just a cleanup page.
Okay. Wow.
But that's the metallic metallic gold with pink, basically.
Ooh, I like that. Wow. That looks like metallic copper.
Color gets peeling off.
Yeah. Oh, I like those grungy bits.
Yeah.
Save them and put them on your whatever you do with it afterwards. Glue them to the tag. Yeah, Judy, I was thinking belly band too, but the right one might not be long enough for a belly band. It actually
depends on what size book.
It would be long enough even if it was a standard one, it'd be long enough for a horizontal belly band, for sure. It would make a gorgeous belly band.
These would.
Those are pretty. They would make a good belly band too. Those are pretty. They really are. The metallic purple and the pink are great together. Those are great together. You get that little accent around the outside that highlights them. Yeah.
That's that green and creamy sort of color that
Mm-hmm.
that was another pull up.
So that
um,
would make a good belly band, and because it's a good background, you can do stuff on top of it and not feel like you're covering something that you really absolutely loved.
yeah.
Yeah, you got some
This
good.
is that one that you liked before. It looks better in person, I tell you.
They all do, isn't it crazy? I take it now.
Yeah.
Whatever I see, I imagine it times by about 3 or 4, because I know I look at mine on the screen. I'm like, that's not what it looks like. It looks so much better in person.
Yeah. I have to say though, the video seems to be picking it up better than my camera,
Really?
photo did.
StreamYard is picking it up better.
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you, that pink and black is outstanding.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Good night, dear B. Thanks for being here. I'm so glad you were here. Oh, that's my favorite, one of my favorite stencils. Yeah, I used that one tonight. Thanks for being
Thank
here.
you, everyone.
We'll see you in the group. We'll see you soon. I really am liking this. Next weekend is sale weekend, but I'm really liking this. The first and the third weekends to hang out, do live tutorials, craft alongs, those things. I'm really liking that. We're going to get a lot more accomplished, making stuff and learning some more techniques by being able to have the time to do this together. But thanks for
You know what I was doing with this one?
well. Oh, that's a cool stencil.
This was me mopping up with the stencil still on it, like you were doing before.
Oh, just getting the paint that was sitting on the top of the stencil.
Yeah.
Okay, so where's the contrast page? Oh, I love that one. That's absolutely one of my favorite stencils. I have that one. You know that. Where's the contrast page to that one when you lifted it up and
Oh, the contrast page was very disappointing.
really?
This is the green that went brown.
Oh, that's that same stencil print?
Yeah.
Okay, so you had it was purple on the bottom.
Yep.
And then you put
and then I put the green over the top.
Put the green on.
And I thought I'd let it go dry. I think there's just the color combination changed it, even though it was dry.
So wait a minute. Did you leave the stencil down and you put the? Okay, wait a minute. You put the paint down, one color paint down, and then you laid the stencil down, and then you put the other color paint on top, right?
After I'd mopped this images out of the stencil, I took the stencil off because I wanted the green to show up in the spaces.
Right.
But I'd forgotten that it would change the color of the purple.
Well, if the purple is, well, okay. If you were to just paint purple on your paper, let it dry, and then paint green over the top of it, if it becomes brown, just because they're layered, then yeah, that's what it's going to do. But if you put down purple and then you lay down a stencil and then you take a piece of paper and press it on there and pull a print that's pulling the purple out of the stencil. Follow that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So like this, I put the pink down and let me see, we can do this. So I put, it's almost dry now. Okay, so I put the pink down and then
it's only on me at the moment.
I just changed it.
Oh, okay, good.
So if I put the pink down and then I put this stencil on it. I'm going to move it over just a little bit so be able to see it. Put the pink down and then I set a stencil on it. Okay. While it's wet. And then I take a piece of paper. I put that paper on top of it and very carefully press down burnish it, but I'm always holding one hand to make sure I don't move the stencil. Because if you
Yeah.
move the stencil, you're
Oh,
ruining,
yeah.
you lose your design altogether. Okay, so I do that and then lift up this print. So and mine's dry, so it's not doing that. But what
Of course,
I'm
yeah.
doing is pulling most of the pink up in the stencil holes, right?
Yep.
Okay, so then leave your stencil there because you've got purple down. Leave the stencil there. Now you've got the purple hole, the holes of the stencil. They may have a little purple in them, but you just pulled most of that up. So
Yep.
leave the stencil there, and now you take your green, and now you roll your green. You probably have a 12 by 12 stencil that's covering the whole plate. So you roll your green over the whole stencil. So the stencil's covered, but down in the holes of the stencil is where the green went. Then you lift up.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay.
I get you.
Follow me now. Yep. Then
Yep,
lift up the
yep.
stencil very carefully. And what you're going to see is a purple base with green,
With green leftovers.
with the green.
And in my penny brain, thinks the stencil will lift up all the other colour.
Yeah, and that's a
But it
green.
probably
The
won't.
green is in the holes where you pulled up the purple. Good night, Gigi. And then
Oh, Gigi.
immediately, while that's still wet, here's the key. While that's wet, then you put your paper down on top of that. On
Yeah.
top, right after you pull that up, and you burnish it down. This is the one.
Oh, I should try it that way.
This is the one people pull up too soon. I've done it.
Yeah, see, Linda does it the way I tried to do it,
Yeah,
but it never works for me.
that's
It
odd.
never works for me, yeah.
I'll try
Well,
it.
probably anyway.
Certain stencils, but I'll try it.
Clearly, she knows. So there's something that she's doing a little bit different
Right.
than the way I said, but
You'll have to watch. If
Yeah.
you know of one of her recordings that shows her doing that, send me the link and let me see what she's doing.
yeah, I'll look for some and
That
send it.
week. Okay, so then you want to, now you pulled up the stencil and you put the paper down immediately because it has to still be wet.
Yeah.
You can't wait between it. But the key to this one is burnish that paper on and then leave it. Now go over to your other plate, do something on your other plate. You can't leave this too long. You can pick it up too soon, but you can't leave it too long. You could leave this overnight.
Oh, is that why the paper is ripping?
You could, yeah, could be. You could leave it overnight and come back tomorrow and pull it up, and it would be great. But if you pick it up too soon, then your paper could be sticking to the wet paint and rip, or the paint is not dry. And so as it pulls up, the two paint colors start to mush together.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So just those silly little tiny things would make all the difference in the world. But this is the one where most of us messed up the most, is we pick this paper up too soon, because now you've got 2 layers of paint in there. They've got to dry. They've got to dry completely. So this is where, I mean, you got to give it at least 5 minutes, maybe even 10 or 15, depending on how thick the paint is, all of that. So I put that on there, leave it be. That's why I love having more than one plate, because during that time while it's drying, I can go over and do the same thing on another plate with another stencil. And I'm not sitting around waiting for it. Dang, is it dry yet? Is it dry yet? Is it dry yet? And then I'm pulling it up too soon because I'm anxious. If I'm working on another one, it can sit there an extra 5 minutes, so it's for sure dry. And then when you pick it up, make sure, let me do this so that you guys can see. When you pick it up, make sure that you start, whether you're doing the skinny end or the fat end, doesn't matter. Let me grab a drink.
You there?
But the whole key is to make sure that whichever end you do, that you grab both ends together, both corners together with your hand. And then, obviously this isn't peeling because it was already dry when I set it down. So this is just sample. And then when you pull it back, pull that up ever so gently, because that's the corner where it always sticks And if you
Yeah,
don't,
maybe. Yeah, I think maybe the angle I'm pulling it might be wrong as well.
so, and see, the other thing is we like pick it up too fast.
Yeah.
And that doesn't work. So pick up both corners, any two corners that are side by side at the same time, and start the edge very, very carefully and slowly. And then as you pull it back, let it roll back and pull back gently like this. And as opposed to
Definitely.
lifting up the end and then just picking it up straight, that will not work. If you do that I just did, that will leave most of your paint on there and you'll have a lot of mush. So pick up the end and then roll the paper back very, very slowly. And that you'll get the best. So I'm going to put some gold in this and see what I can get out of that.
See what you get out of it.
Yeah, I need some metallic gold paint because this is stencil paste, but it's not paint. Let me see. I might have a palette brush just for fun. A palette knife, just for fun. Oh, I got.
Oh, goodness. What's that?
These old butter knives are really great to use as palette knives. It doesn't matter what it is.
No, I mean the paint. What's the paint that you've got here?
This is Bo Bunny, the gold metallic stencil paste.
Oh, really? Oh, that's what you're talking about. Yeah.
The same one that I used to do this butterfly.
Okay.
Stencil paste. Okay, so I'm going to just take some of that and I'm going to try smearing it on there where the pink is already picked up. So fill in those holes with gold. So I get some, just gold in with the pink. And then I'm going to go over these places where we put that big copper leaf on and tried to lift up the pink paint. Now that pink paint is going to be fairly thin on the spaces where it's still there, like around the imprint of the leaf, like around your flowers. That gold paint, the pink paint, purple on the bottom. The purple paint would be fairly thin around those flowers. So if you had something behind it, like a gold metallic or a silver metallic, you would probably get a little bit of shimmer through it. But your metallic was the base, and then the one behind, the pink was the base, right? And then the purple.
Well, hang on for this particular one. The purple was, but the original one we were looking at, it was the pink.
The pink was the base. And did they both kind of end up the same, just reverse in color?
I think I can see the pattern of the purple based one better through the green, even though it's changed the color of it.
Okay.
Especially with what bits got picked up, that is. Some of it left on the plate.
I've started even storing my thick stencils in a different container than all my other stencils, which reminds me, if I go to get it, it reminds me these are thick. Don't try to put roll paint on them because it doesn't work. Use these for sprays.
You're better off getting a sponge and sponging it into it or something,
You can do that, but a sponge doesn't go down in the holes very well. That's exactly what I tried with this one. And this one's about a half or less as thick as those sink flower thingies.
I know nobody can see this but you, but can you see this?
Now they can. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The foam sponges. Yeah. But see, the thing is, if you put that over the stencil, there's nothing in there that can get down into the stencil. If you use a stipple brush, it might.
Oh, that's true.
Where the little, hairs can go down in between. It might.
like these.
It's a little bit better than rolling it or a foam, but it's still. I tried the stipple brush, and it just was not great. All right, this has already started.
Well, the ends are a bit stiff. This is not a soft brush either. These ones.
No, stipple brushes.
So it would probably leave little dots all over the place.
But you do have a little tiny one there, right? There are different sizes of them.
These are 3 different sizes.
Yeah, so I mean, a little tiny one might go down, into them, or a little tiny paintbrush. Now, I don't know if this is.
Yeah, I've got loads of paintbrushes.
Yeah, because I'm thinking that this is stencil paste, which means you put the stencil down and you put this paste in it. When you lift the stencil up, then you get that nice 3-dimensional stuff from the paste. But I'm trying to use it like I would the paint to be a background, and I don't know if that's going to work or not. So I love the trial and error, though, because I have one thing in my mind, and it might come out looking like something completely different.
Lucy, yes, I think the brush will be hard to clean as well.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree. I just know with those thick stencils that it doesn't work to try to roll paint or brush paint. I mean, the foam, unless you had a little tiny foam end that would go down in between the flowers.
Yeah, that small one depends on what size the hole in the stencil is. Might still be too big.
Yeah. The problem I've found is that it still doesn't get a good clean edge on those stencils using that, using any kind of a brush, because it's too thick. It just really can't get to the bottom and get to the edge. And that's why the spray does, because the spray is stopped by the edge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty. Look at that.
I'm giving everybody tidbits.
Well, I'm going to go back over here so we can see yours in full because I got to let this dry.
That's what I've been doing while you've been doing yours.
That's pretty.
That's the the bit I got out of the stencil from the black and white ones.
Yeah,
black and pink.
Lucy was talking about this brush that now you can't see it, but that I held up that I did the gold with. Yeah, it's gold stencil paste, and I'm gonna let it soak in a little bit of soapy water overnight. Let's see what it says about this gold stencil paste. Metallic.
This is the one.
Surfaces.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. I hadn't even looked to see what it says. It's perfect for use with either thin or thick stencils and is easy to spread thanks to its soft, creamy consistency for best results. Spread product using a palette knife, and it's water-based. So it should come off. It's water-based. I'll let it soak. But here's the thing. This is let me go back here. This is a little tiny jar of stencil paste, metallic stencil paste. Costs like $6 from Bo Bunny. So if I take enough of this on a palette knife and spread it over a thick stencil, can you imagine how much I have to use for it to get down through the stencil?
Yeah, that would use a lot.
For it to, because it has to fill up the entire hole of the stencil before I know that it's, made the design on the bottom. And then when I take this stencil, when I remove the stencil, I'll get a really nice raised image. But that's a $6 image,
Yes.
Yeah, it'd be pretty expensive to do that.
Yeah. See this one? This is the one that I originally said I didn't like, but since it's dried, it's turned out better than I thought.
It's really interesting to me how when they dry, they change.
I can't believe it. That yellow looked really khaki when it was still wet. It looked really khaki, if you know what I mean.
And now
Khaki.
it looks like golden sunlight behind that green and blue.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
These are the giant bubble wrap that
Oh, yeah.
she popped it in the last order that I had
Yeah.
because she knew I haven't been able to find it.
Oh, cool. I didn't know you couldn't find any. You have small
I
and
haven't been
medium
able to
bubble
find
wrap.
any.
You couldn't find any big?
I've got all the other sizes,
Okay.
but not the giant one. Now I have because Linda
That might
sent
be
it
a
to
good
me.
idea. Murphy's Oil soap. That might be a really good idea for that. I need to get some.
I really like this bit here. You probably can't see it,
Yeah. That red.
but there's all this lovely shimmery gold bit that's mixed in with the red.
Uh-huh.
I love it.
It's making it look coppery gold, shimmery.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah, that's really pretty.
You can't. This is the hearts one, but you can't see the heart shape in that one.
Yeah, I can.
You can with this. Look at that.
That turned out really cool. I
It's
can
awesome.
see the other one, and it would be a good one to build on to put a couple other things on, and you just have a few hearts here and there that is just kind of really light faded in the background.
Yep.
Judy asked, have you ever timed letting them dry to see how long it takes? Well,
No.
it is different. It's different it depends. Don't you hate that answer? It depends.
I have noticed that every time I do gel printing, the time of drying is been different.
Yes.
Every time.
Yes, I will say this. It'll be different based on how thick you put the paint down or what kind of paint you use. Even my mom used a paint tonight that was very thin, and then I had a paint that was very thick. Even if we put a layer that is the same thickness, because hers was thinner paint, it will dry faster than the thicker paint will.
Oh, yeah.
It depends whether it is like this stencil paste. It depends on the temperature around you and the humidity in the air. I mean, yeah, you can't, it's no rhyme or reason. Ooh, that's pretty. Look at that shimmer. Look at that metallic.
I did that over some Bible study words that we don't need anymore.
Oh, I like that. That's really pretty.
Yeah.
Was the heart a stencil or bubble wrap? The little
It's
tiny
bubble
hearts.
wrap.
The tiny hearts.
I'll show you.
Yep. It's so cool. I've never seen heart bubble wrap.
It actually was a bag, and I took it apart.
Okay. Oh, for cool. What a great idea. I've never seen heart bubble wrap. I love that.
I found it in a discount store here called Ronnie's.
Yeah.
But it was a packet of, I don't know, two or three. I'm not sure how many now.
Nice.
In the packet of bags.
Well,
like
when one finally gets
opening
down there, another one. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes,
when I saw that, I grabbed it. Gasping, of course.
Judy, you're like me. I want a formula. So
look at this.
All right. When I put this down, I need 5 minutes, and then I can come back to it and do it. And unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. But yeah, I totally get that, Judy. I would like that. Oh, that's pretty. I do like that stencil.
Me too. Even with the words behind it.
Last time we did this, I got some really amazing prints with that stencil. And I wished I could find the container that I put those in.
Oh, no.
Well, it's here. It's just that I rearranged the furniture, and so all the stuff is not where it's supposed to be yet.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
Lucy, are you saying somebody was selling that heart bubble wrap at a sale? That's awesome. I've never seen that before. I'm going to try to track it down now so that everybody can have some. Excuse me.
Yeah, so that's
about
it. That's about it.
I really like purple and pink. And you'd be amazed how many purple flowers you actually have showing through on that. with
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
yeah. And if you
It's coming out better once now that it's
look
drying.
at it tomorrow with fresh eyes, you'll see it even differently too.
I'll have to glue this bit down.
Oh yeah, a nice thick bit. Nice thick.
No, that's paper. That's actually paper torn.
Oh, that's a piece of paper where the paper tore.
Yep, I'll glue it down.
Yeah. Well, and if you use it in a journal, you can put something over it right there to support it, and on the back, on the back side, you can put something there that will give it extra support so it wouldn't tear. But
yeah. Well, that's the extent of my what I did today.
You got some good prints. I'm wondering how long this stencil paste is going to need to dry because I don't know. I think I might just leave it overnight because stencil paste is a lot thicker than paint and is going to take a lot longer.
This is a braille roll up.
Oh yeah, I like the braille roll off pages. They end up looking pretty.
I
cool.
could punch shapes out of that one.
Yeah, that blue looks metallic.
It is.
Is it? Yeah, that's pretty.
Yep, it's this one.
Punch a butterfly over to your right where you get part yellow and part blue on the butterfly. A wing of blue and a wing of yellow. Yeah, very pretty.
Where's that other one that was a braille roll up thing? Somewhere here. I like this one.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is a braille roll up plus
Mhm.
me trying to see if there's any wet paint left on the stencil.
Over the top of it. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially metallics, Judy. They work great. Like Lucy said, they work great on scrapbook paper that you don't like. Metallics,
Yeah.
jazz it all up. They draw your attention away from the image or the print that's on that page. And, only let you see the metallic.
I've got a star here with those foam things too, which I didn't use.
Oh yeah. Now see, you could go back afterwards if you wanted and put that in a little bit of black paint and put some black stars here.
I could too.
Yeah. Or even if you were to cut that down to be belly bands or bookmarks or pockets or things like that.
Yep. Good idea.
You got some good prints, and we all learned some new things about how things work and don't work tonight. That's why I love doing it with you guys, because when we share back and forth, I pick up tips from you guys.
Yeah. Glynis is developing a good method. I like what
she is.
And
out. Okay, so she has only done it as many times as we've done it live. I think this is the third or fourth, maybe. It's either the third or fourth time we've done it live. Because she had she had it for a year and never opened it up. And
wow.
Pull it out. Don't care what you get from it. Just pull it out so that you can try. Because you have to do it a couple of times before you start. Okay, I can see that you got to use this technique or that, or you can't do this, or that doesn't work, or whatever.
I have a question.
Okay.
I probably should have taken the crusty bits off sooner because it's left like a pitted look on some of the space spots. Will that ever go away?
Left a pitted look on your gel plate?
Yeah, just here. See? I suppose you can't see it.
Is that one you made or one you purchased?
Purchased.
That's interesting.
It's on the corners.
Making me look closely at mine because I've never seen that before.
I probably should have taken it off sooner.
Well, because I haven't taken my gel plates out since the last time we did it on a Saturday night, and you saw how grungy, crusty they were when I first took them out. They were I mean, some of them were coated just like this little pink one is sitting here, just fully. I left them to pick up the grunge the next time I used them. I never clean them. I never clean them. I always use the first.
Well, I don't normally either, but this only just happened during this last session.
Okay, so that makes me wonder: was it really the grunge? Okay, I just pulled that off, and it all pulled off. But here's the thing:
take the really thick grungy bits off that's on your plate and see whether it's left an impression on your plate.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, so remember when I put the pink down and then I used that big thick leaf and then I put the gold metallic behind it?
Yeah.
On the whole thing?
Oh goodness.
I had good impressions of that copper leaf all over the place.
You did, but you can't really see it very much.
Damn.
So next time you try it with less paint.
Yeah, and that would be both of the stencil paste is really pretty thick. What I'd really like to do is scrape some of the pink off and just see the stencil paste underneath, but the pink is perfectly dry and is not ever going to scrape off.
Yeah.
I don't know. So when the pink comes off, it takes the stencil paste, the gold metallic with it, because they are now as one. Okay, so here's a big.
Sand it. Now Lucy's got a good idea. Try sanding it.
Oh,
with a fine sander.
That's a great
idea. Yeah, with a really fine sander.
Yeah.
Sandpaper.
That's a great idea. Let's see. Is it that one? No, it's that one. Okay. I mean
Lucy. I said Sandy, didn't I? I meant Lucy.
I thought you said Lucy.
Oh, did I? Oh, my brain. Silly.
Hey, Christy.
Hello, Christy.
Oh.
That's okay. You probably needed the sleep.
You know what? Sleep is much more important. You can always watch this later if you want to, but sleep is much more important. Okay, if I pull off the large bits, it's going to pull off the gold with it. You can see right there.
Yeah.
The pink is very attached to the gold. And if I pull off the pink bits, the gold is going with it. But I think this might be a brilliant idea. I have to kind of hold it in my hand so I can bend it and just get at certain spots, or it catches these big grungies and we'll start pulling everything off.
The other point is to make sure you don't sand it on from a sander thing that has the wrong color already on it.
Yeah.
But it'll rub onto your pink.
I would use either a pink or a white. Even that, it's taken some of the shine off there.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Even the pink off the shine off of the pink. Okay, so
I would just get those peely bits off and sort of lift it and then rub over back with it going backwards.
I thought maybe it was going to work really well, but it really isn't. It really isn't. Where it takes the pink off and I can kind of see the gold underneath it a little bit, it's leaving the pink very dingy. So the gold doesn't even shine, and it just makes that area even less.
Oh, well then, what do we do now?
So let's see. Let me walk around to the other side of the desk where my Nouveau Mousse is right here. And
night, Toby.
Good night, Toby. Thanks for being here. Glad you could get into YouTube. Whoops. And I knocked my cord right off. All right. I'm going to try just a tiny bit of Nouveau Mousse here and there. in gold
Mm.
and see if that adds anything. It might not.
Well, let's experiment, and remember, it's just paper, and you can try it again if it doesn't work.
Either use it as a background and put something on top of it, or throw it away.
I need to go through all my gel print pages, and there are some that I know I hate so much I can't even bring myself to try and alter.
Yeah, throw them
I
away.
think I'll get rid of those ones.
And send them to somebody else and trade them for some that they don't like. Hey, you see this little bit here? The
Yep,
pink
yep.
is on top, and you can see the gold underneath it. And
Oh, that's nice color. You can
Really
keep that and paste it onto something.
exactly, because they're peeling off as one.
Yeah.
That's really super pretty, but I don't want to peel
Yeah.
it off because it's peeling off as one. I don't like that.
Well, that's curious. I wonder if it's because of what the product is that you used.
Well, I think that stencil paste just really adhered to the paint, and they became
Yeah, but not the paper. Yeah. What if you glued it back down again?
That's possible. I'm just putting some gold mousse in the holes, in the white holes where it was. What it looks like when I peel those off and look from the underside, instead of looking gold because it's got the pink paint on the back, it looks rose gold. It looks like a chip of rose gold paint. It's really pretty.
Yeah.
That's really pretty. It'd be cool
to do what Lucy just said.
What? Works
you
great.
Can layer it up with more paint and stamping on new stencils.
Yeah. Yeah, you totally can. I was just thinking, what if we did the same thing, but with much thicker, and just let it dry for a day or two and came back to it. So then it actually be thick enough to peel the whole thing off of my paper and just have a sheet of that gold on the back.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a whole lot of work to get just a pretty color.
It sure is.
But yeah. Oh, bless you.
Well, excuse me.
Take this and just start layering on top of it, adding stuff to it. Yeah.
Yes, matte medium or clear gesso. Yes.
Yep.
I also thought,
that's true.
If you mixed a bit of that with embossing paste, or what do you call it? I've got some here somewhere. I can't remember what it's called. Can't think. Anyway, it's stuff that you can create peaks with. If you do it like Lucy said, through or whoever it was, through a stencil and leave the impression and let it dry with the gold mix through it. Should be nice.
Lucy, that's a great idea. It might not peel off of the paper, but it might peel off a craft mat.
Oh, that's an idea.
Or a gel plate. I don't know. Yeah.
Craft mat or a what would it peel off a baking paper?
Possibly like a silicone sheet or parchment paper.
I mean, the baking paper you use to line the trays when you're baking.
Like parchment paper.
Yeah, parchment paper.
Yeah, I would think it might pull off parchment paper or wax paper or a silicone baking sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just taking the border, giving the border some gold because, there's a lot of white. What's cool, though, is on the border, there's a lot of grungy bits sitting there. And so as I do the gold over it, it's turning them into cool little things.
Nice.
I just wish that it was, either A3 or A4 size, the plate, so that we wouldn't always just have that little border to deal with.
Oh, wouldn't that be good?
That's the only reason I want a 12 by 12 is just so it'll hold the whole page.
See, my problem with my plate is I always have a leftover strip left on the plate. That I have to then try and pull off. That's what those thin strips are. That's me trying to.
Right. So your standard, I thought your standard paper, copy paper was A4, which was just slightly larger than ours.
No, it's smaller.
It's smaller?
It's, I
No.
think the same length, I think, but the width wise is different.
Does your ruler have inches on it?
Yeah.
Can you measure it by inches?
Inches, it's just over 9 inches.
Long,
Actually, it's 9 inches wide.
wide, okay.
11.5 inches long.
See, it's a half an inch longer and a half an inch wider. Ours is 8.5.
Is it?
Ours is
Well,
8.
what does you know, the paper that Linda sends the stencils in with to protect the stencils is always a different size. It's always a bit wider than our paper.
Yeah, it's probably cut specifically to protect the stencils because her stencils are 12 by 12. They're bigger.
No, they're not.
Are they not 12? Hang on a minute. I was just going to say, aren't they 12? Because they're bigger than, let me grab one. They're bigger than, here's one. They're not 8.5 by 11. They are square and they're bigger than our standard paper. Okay, here's one. Here's that one of Linda's. Let me move this so I can get to my.
I'll put one on mine, and I'll give you the leftovers. It's actually, this stencil is smaller than my plate.
Oh, that's the B one, right?
Yeah.
All her stencils aren't the same size then. Because
I think they changed over time.
Okay.
These are one of the latest ones. The latest ones.
Yeah. 36, 24. Okay. So this one, it'll take it a second to come up. This one, I know you've got this one. This one is 12 inches by 12 inches.
Yeah, that's the same as the one I've got that looks the same.
So this is way bigger than the gel plate.
Yep, huge. Yes, it is. Right. Yes.
12 by 12. So measure the B one in inches. That looks like it's probably about like 6 by 8.
I'll use the yellow one, it's easier.
Is it a 6 by 8 maybe?
Yeah.
Judy, I have stuff to paint pour. I want to try that too. So Lucy used craft mat to catch all the extra drips when he did paint pouring on tiles. I could peel the skins up after. Oh, I love that. Love that paint skin.
9.2.5 by no, 9.2 by
inches. Okay.
11.
Okay, that's still bigger than our standard paper because ours is 8.5 by 11.
Wow.
So she made that to fit a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Another piece of copy paper. And then the big ones are 12 by 12. But
our copy paper.
Okay.
See, this is the stencil.
That's your standard copy paper?
Yeah.
Okay, measure that in inches. We're going to have you converted to inches before the night's over.
Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
It's not the same size. I've always had to modify it once.
Yeah.
You know, when I'm trying to do things for journal page layout.
Right.
I have to modify.
Yep, you have to center it or cut it.
Yeah.
Either cut it or center the stencil. So, yeah, measure your copy paper, your standard copy paper in inches. I'm sure it's a lot of paint, but Lucy, that's one of those things that to me just looks so fun. I really want to do paint pouring. I just think it would be, I don't know, looks very relaxing and fun to me.
8.5 by, oh, look at that. By 2 strokes are above 11.5.
Okay. Okay, so ours is 8.5, so the width is the same, but ours is 11.
Actually, ours is 11. I mean, 8.5. It's under 8.5.
Okay, so
It's
it's
about,
slightly under 8.5, and then but then the length is more than 11.
yeah, it's
Like,
funny, isn't it?
it's more than 11 and a half. So the width is pretty darn close to the same, but the width, you're a half to 3/4 of an inch longer. Yeah,
Yeah.
than we are. I get it now. It
Yeah,
makes
it's a different size.
it makes sense.
So what I'm sick of cutting. So I modify the covers to
Yeah,
fit the copy paper folded in half.
right. Easier to make a cover to
It's
fit
easier that way. Yep.
modify all the paper. Yeah. Well, yeah, especially making your own cover, it's easier to make a cover to fit what you want
That's right.
rather
Yep.
than have to cut every single piece of paper.
You want the other? No, not finished. Okay. Yep.
All right, this is really random. Just use a Nouveau Mousse to make a gold border.
Sorry, I had to go. I wanted to get this and show you. Let me see
Oh,
first. It's a bit bigger than. See, I made it to be longer.
okay.
So that I could put photocopy paper in, folded in half.
That's gorgeous. Is that going to be a real cover?
Yes, eventually, when I think of something to put in it.
Wow.
This is just purple, a light-colored purple.
Yeah. It's pretty.
And I edged it with wilted violet ink.
Yeah.
This is a gold, just a paper gold doily, rectangle size.
That gold doily is really pretty. Yeah, we don't see rectangle ones like that a lot. They're not as common as round.
Yeah, neither did we. But when I saw it, I thought I had to get it.
Yeah.
I was thinking, wow, I've got to get this.
Good find. That was a good find.
Yeah, so when you see it, grab it.
Yeah.
And it was from a discount store as well, so that's even better.
Jeez. Lucy, when we do paint pouring, we'll have to have you come on as a guest, a guest host. Paint pour with
you're going to do paint pouring?
It's something I want to do down the road.
Oh, goodness. I'll be happy to watch, but I'll never do it.
There's so many things that we've promised to do that everybody wants to see, but that's on my list that I want to do is paint pouring.
Yeah, no, I don't. I've never wanted to do it.
Really?
No. Can't think of. No.
No.
So for some reason, I'm just totally not interested. But
Really?
I'm happy to watch.
What?
I'm happy to watch somebody else do it, but I don't want to do it
Margie
myself.
and gel plating. She loves watching others do it, but she has no interest to get her fingers in it.
Yeah, there's no way.
So
I don't want to do it.
Paint pouring that you don't want to do.
That's right.
What about paint pouring?
So what's the back to the question I was going to ask before?
Okay.
How do I clean this if I need to clean it because of the problem that I've got?
With the pitting, you mean?
Yeah.
I would go clean it with just some soapy water. I would not
soapy hand soap or
like a mild hand soap. Not a heavy duty laundry detergent. I would not use any cleaner on it. I wouldn't put any chemical of any kind on it because you will totally ruin.
Yeah, I don't want to ruin it. They cost too much. You think they cost a lot over there? They're a lot more.
Oh, I'm sure. I hate to even ask. What's the conversion over there? Like I know for Glen, it's about a third more. What is it?
I have no idea.
I don't. You know. Okay, I have no idea.
Sorry, I'm not very good at those things. I know it's different, but also our tax is different too.
Yeah.
Our tax is added in before you pick it up off the shelf.
So let me ask you this: if you're shopping on Linda's website and it's in U.S. dollars, and it says this stencil or whatever it is $10. How much is that
Yeah.
in Australian dollars? If you say it's 10, if it says $10, you know, I mean, can you know automatically?
I know it'll cost
That's gonna
more.
cost me $13 or, you know, whatever.
The conversion rates, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I just try not to order too much at once.
You just wait until it gets to the end and tells you how much you owe.
Exactly. And then I just make sure I've got heaps more in the account than
yeah. Then wait.
what it actually says, because it doesn't come straight away. It shows up on the bank account afterwards.
True. That's true. When Linda ships to you, how does she do it? Does she do a flat rate box or?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Flat rate. No, she does a flat. She tries to do
a flat rate
flat package. Yeah.
a flat rate envelope, padded envelope, or a flat rate box.
Yeah.
So
envelope normally, but
okay.
Depends on what I've ordered, of course.
Okay. So do you know if it's a padded flat rate envelope, how much does that envelope cost you to ship?
It is less. It's less than a box.
Yeah.
It is. I don't know how much, but it is actually significant enough for her to keep doing it as much as she can.
Right.
Depends on how much Tattered Angels bottles I've ordered.
Right.
If I've got too many of them, then she has to put it in a box.
Yeah, those bags are cheaper than the boxes, but I wondered, like, if I send one of those bubble, flat rate bubble bags to Glennis in Canada, it costs through the U.S. Post Office. It costs $26.90 for her postage on a flat rate bubble envelope. Yeah.
My goodness, I don't know if ours is flat rate. I think it depends on the size and the weight and all that stuff.
Yes. But and those, I mean, that's why they're flat rate, is because it doesn't matter how much I stuff in there, it's going to cost her the same.
Yeah, I'll have to ask the post office. I don't know. That's a very good question.
But for her, there's a larger size box that we can get way more in to make it worth the shipping money. So we go with that, you know, we kind of do the same box all the time and just wait full, because it's just not cost effective to be sending those envelopes every single week. But hi, Margot. Margot Eastman is on Facebook.
I do know that if you send stuff to me, it is a bit cheaper for you to send it in one of those stiff envelopes rather than the box.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Judy, gonna have to ask for a gallon of that gold. Yeah, I probably will. This is the Nouveau Mousse, and yeah, I haven't hit the bottom yet. The gold is probably the one I use the most, so it's probably the one I should get more.
That's this one, is it?
This one is Indian gold.
Yeah, this is the one.
Indian gold. Yeah, I love that one.
Indian gold.
It's the only gold I have. I know you have another gold.
Embellishment. It's the embellishments one. I think I've only got one embellishment one. But because the other golds are different. This one's a crackle mousse.
Okay,
it's got an antique color about it.
That's not gold though, is it? Looks green.
No. Well, it's called Egyptian gold.
Okay, so yeah, it's
more of a
gold, the yellow gold, the flax kind of gold.
This one, these two are expanding mousse.
Okay.
And one is mustard seed, which looks a bit
coppery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other one is Tuscan gold.
I can see that gold. Yeah. How do you like expanding mousse? Have you used them?
I don't think I put enough on, but it does. Even with a little bit on, I noticed it sort of got a rough texture about it.
Huh.
Yeah.
I could pull these bits.
Yes, I can see in certain circumstances it will be very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lucy, still waiting 2 months for something from Australia. Wow. Are they holding?
Yes. I have noticed it takes about 2 months. It might not be much longer.
For any, they might.
It all depends on your postage system as well.
And then holding it at the border going in, and
Yes, exactly. And how long does your postage places take to process and send it to your house as
Mm,
well.
yeah.
I've got these which act like that
Judy, I think it's
heat
the
setting
24th,
ones that you've got. You know, the one that you said you can't get anymore?
right?
The heat setting ones?
Uh-huh.
Well, this is very similar to that. Permanent resist
Yeah, hang on a minute.
water-based.
So I can see that. Okay, permanent resist. Move it to your left just a little. There you go. Okay. Permanent resist metallic. Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to look for those.
A last dry cleanable metallic resist. Dry
Nice.
cleanable. But I noticed on the directions it says something about heat setting
Mm.
as well.
Hmm. You said it's permanent.
Somewhere. Yeah, well, it's good. It's good for going on fabric. So it's
Cool.
permanent. Jacquard, by Jacquard.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Jacquard, they do
JACQ.
good alcohol ink too. They do good
Oh,
alcohol.
do they?
Yeah.
Ah,
Judy, I think it's the 24th of January that the postage is going up. I think. I can double check, not right this second, but I can. But I do think that it's the 24th. I did check on everything except media mail. I didn't even think about that. But everything is going up. Flat rates, everything is going up. Not by a whole lot though. Honestly, it's really not by a lot. But I don't know about media mail, if that's going up or down or not changing at all. Where'd you get your Indian gold? This is a Nouveau mousse, Nouveau embellishment mousse, and it comes from Tonic.
Tonic, yes.
Tonic.
Tonic Studios.
Yep. And I had a bunch and we sold them. They retail like $8, and I got them so we could sell them for $5 or $5.50 because I got a really good deal on them. But even if we can get them for $6, it's still 25% below. So I'm working on getting a bunch more because everybody loves them. I love them. Want to have every color.
Yeah. Well, yes. The issue of space.
Yes. Well, yes, Julie. Don't bring up my issue. That is
I have to be smart.
it is my issue. Space is my issue. So
I have a whole pile of Stampin' Up inks here, literally just standing on top of each other because I've got nowhere else to put it.
do you use them?
Yes.
Good.
I use them a lot. They're sitting here right in front of me.
Yeah.
You know those page stamping layout pages that I've done?
Uh-huh.
That's the inks I use for them.
Oh, cool. Okay.
But you can also use other inks. I
Yeah.
mean, it doesn't have to be Stampin' Up.
No, but they would be good for that. Yeah, I can see that. I've got
I really like the colors
them
and
too. And I just
they're
find
very juicy.
yeah.
Yeah.
I find myself not going to them, not because I don't want to use them, but because I forget and I just don't go to them. I always end up my distress inks or oxides, is what I seem to do.
I've got them sitting right in front of me. It's hard to avoid.
Yeah.
So
that's a whole nother
what was I going to say?
Gel printing on fabric. That's a whole nother night. That's fun.
I bet. I have noticed, I've decided from now on, I'm not going to cut up the original of my page layouts that I've stamped because I tried just putting it into the printer and photocopying it. And it turned out almost the same color.
Wow.
I was very impressed.
That's awesome. Without even having to scan it in, just making a
just photocopy it. Yeah.
Cool. Wow.
So that's what I'm doing from now on.
And definitely, keep them all as your templates.
I'd like to do an Australian one, a flower one.
Yeah.
See what I know I've got some stamps, so I'll have to pull them out and see what I've got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Uh, I'm just thinking. I was just thinking that I sent you a flat rate padded envelope once,
Yeah.
and I was just
I
thinking
noticed your postage was 30 something dollars.
$36.90. I want to say,
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
yeah, I totally forgot.
That was enormous.
It was a padded flat rate envelope, and it cost $36.90 to send.
But you stuffed a whole lot in there. There was a lot in there.
That's like if I'm gonna pay that much to send it, I'm gonna stuff it until it won't hold anymore.
Oh, true. See, I was thinking it might have been because I don't know how your system goes. I thought it might have been because
Wait.
there was a lot in there. The weight, yeah.
As long as going international, as long as they're under 20 pounds, then
Yeah.
it's the same flat rate price. But that flat
Oh, okay.
price
Yeah.
is different to every country.
Yep. That makes sense.
How much my sisters need to organize and sell for her husband. She used to buy, but never use. Oh, man.
Oh, dear.
Lucy, if you can even put it like in like just don't try to take pictures of everything individually, but just like group all this stuff together. Here's a whole thing of, a shelf of inks or stamps or whatever it is. A lot of those things you might be able to sell in lots. And wow.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
Wow.
Yeah.
So does she have like a huge room full that's, going to take you forever to get through? Was it organized or was it collected? She collected it faster than she could organize it. That's tough. Glennis, how far are you from Lucy? Oh, yeah. That's tough after you have a stroke. It's really,
Yeah. Oh, that'd be awful.
yeah. And I assume she passed away. I'm sorry. Sorry to hear about that, Lucy. It's just no fun to have to do that because of this situation. So sorry. But we will all help you in any way we can.
Boy, I wished I lived near. I would gladly come over and help you sort it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how
1,000 miles.
oh, so only one. You're 1,000 miles away. Wow.
My goodness.
She passed away last January, so it's been a year.
Yeah.
It's been a year, and now he's ready for you to dig into the room and do something with it.
Oh, dear.
Wow. That's tough. That is really tough. So are you going to try to just sell it quickly, knowing that you're not going to make back what she spent for it? Or are you going to try to hold out for, what she spent for it, spent on it, some new things, for the higher price, which we know would take a lot longer. But what's your thought about selling it? I'm sure you've been thinking about this and different ways to approach it. What are you thinking? Oh, I'm sure a long way to go. Oh, so much work. And then go through and see any of the things that you might not have or be running out of that you might need. Keep it in the family first. Okay. Oh, and coming from Canada, boy, yeah. I was gonna try to think of a couple ways I could help you, but coming from Canada, the shipping is going to be crazy, isn't it? I assume that it's just as bad going from Canada to the US as it is going from US to Canada. I assume. I don't know. Maybe you two know.
That's a good question.
That's a great idea. keeping some stuff to have a craft room at the house for the grands. That's awesome. Yeah, Glennis or Lucy, do you know, is it just as expensive to ship it from Canada to the US? Just so much stuff I want, but I don't have the room. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we all need a second house that is next door to our first one. The second house just being the art house, right?
Yeah.
The hobby house. Yes, it's just as expensive. Ah, shoot. So a lot of it will need to be done within Canada to not kill it. Well, Glynis will help and buy as much as she can. Anything that she's wanting, it'll be cheaper for her to ship it from you than from me or Patty. So for sure. And we support the cause. So these are great grungy bits I'm pulling off of the plate here, Julie.
Yes, yes, I was doing that.
Ink bits.
Is it pitted underneath
I haven't
where you pull it off?
I haven't.
Ah, you're blessed. I wonder if mine will settle after a while.
I wonder. I would wash it in warm, soapy water.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. Yeah.
Just with a mild hand soap or a mild dish soap, like an ivory.
I've got a natural hand soap in the kitchen.
Perfect. Something very mild that does not have any abrasives in it, for sure. Don't use a scrubber on it. Don't use a washcloth or anything. Only use your hands.
Okay.
I would fill up a bin or the sink or something, but I probably don't want it sitting on the bottom of the sink. Fill up a big pan with warm soapy water and then just let them sit in the pan and soak. And so everything will be loose. And then go back and just with your hands in warm soapy water, running it under warm soapy water, just rub everything off with your fingers. Yeah, I would not rub it with anything because that will definitely cause separation in it and encourage pitting and cracking. And that's how people get scratches in it.
Yeah, don't use your fingernails either.
Yeah. This stuff is sticking up, so I can grab it. I couldn't do it if I didn't.
Yeah, I was using the side of whatever would come off just with the side of my finger.
Exactly.
Is what I got off.
Yeah. When I don't have fingernails, I can't do this because I can't grab hold of it. But if I can get it coming up with the side of my thumb, and then I can grab hold of it in the air with my fingernail, then I'll pull it up. Yep. But yeah, you got to be careful with your fingernails even against it. And even like these bits, there's so many layers here that they can get very sharp. So not to stab the bits back into it even. Those are pretty thin, but those will come off with soap and water there. I think I'm going to wash it and then take a really good close look at it to see. I don't see any pitting.
Well, that's good then.
But
I must have left mine on too thick because it was actually quite thick in some parts. So yeah.
Is it like tiny pin?
Unless I wonder if it peeled off some of it with it. Nah, surely not.
I can see one tiny, it looks like a tiny little pinprick. And when I rubbed a teeny tiny little fragment of paint came out of it.
Oh. That's curious.
Makes me wonder. And there's one. What that makes me wonder is if there's fragments of paint on the bottom, and I set the gel plate down, and then I put the paint on it and the stencils on it, and then I'm rubbing it and pushing it.
It could be actually there. That makes sense.
Pushing it into a sharp piece of paint, tiny little fragment of paint that's on the table. And that kind of becomes embedded on the bottom.
leaving a mark.
Or possibly, yeah, possibly even the top. I see a couple places where it looks like that, where it may have been slightly damaged from what it's being pressed into on the table, because I got lots of paint bits. You know, there's paint on my vinyl mat that has built up around this. And so if next time I don't set it on the exact same place, you know, and then there's bits and pieces that come off of stuff, and then, you know, you pick it up and set it back down.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I
totally.
think I might have to use the other side.
Well, I was going to say, because of that, it makes me, ooh, look, here's a big one. Here's a big one.
Oh,
As if it got, yeah, totally set on something. Wow.
like a pitted look?
No, this is almost like a cut. It makes me wonder if I should mark one side with permanent marker and know that that same side is always down on the table,
Yeah.
and only use the other side. Okay, so I'm going to come really close.
Well, mine is actually quite obvious now because of those little pitted spots that
Well,
I've got,
I don't know.
especially on this smaller one, actually.
I'm hoping.
Oh, that's curious.
Let me see here. Hang on a second. I want to show you this, and I'm hoping that you can see this right here at the tip of my fingernail. Can you see that? Can you see that?
Eventually, probably eventually.
Yeah, really. Okay, let's see if
Oh, yeah, that little mark.
yeah,
Yeah.
tiny. Well, that's like a tiny, tiny little chip of paint that is,
Oh,
I think. And when I brush it off, now it's left a little like pit.
yes, actually, pitted.
Yeah,
That's what it looks like.
yeah.
But I just noticed, only my newer ones that's happened to, not my older one. That's
Interesting.
curious. These two. This was a set. These three. And those two have developed that pitted look.
Uh-huh.
Like, you probably won't be able to see it.
That's interesting.
Right on the corner here, it's very rough looking.
Uh-huh. Only on one side or on both sides?
On both corners and little bits down the sides.
What about the other side of the plate?
This other side of the plate is just like new.
Okay. So Lucy retired from the School of Linus.
Same here as well.
That's awesome. Wow. Lucy, I was thinking the exact same thing with these things that I pulled off the edge.
They're so expensive, it shouldn't happen, surely.
No, I totally agree. They are very expensive. These would make a great frame for another pole.
Yeah. Lucy, have you noticed with your pit marks on Judy, sorry.
Those are ones she made, and that's why I wondered if it was different with ones we make or ones that we purchase. But mine is purchased, yours is purchased. Judy, mine's getting smaller from reheating about that.
Have you noticed though, does it make any difference with your printing? With the pit marks in it?
I wonder also if it could have anything to do with the temperature and the gelatin, or I don't know.
Well, yes, it is a warm day, but it's not overly warm like it was a few days ago.
It makes more sense to me that we're pressing things into it, that we're pressing tiny little chips of paint, or the grungy bits that we leave on might have kind of sharp edges.
I think the grungy bits, that's what I'm thinking, yes.
Kind of sharp edges, because there's layers. There's like multiple layers there. And
well, from now on,
cutting into it.
The grungy bits are not going to be layered up like I had
From now on, it's getting clean, huh?
The trouble is, with me, of course, is I can't unless I get a 12 by 12 paper. I
Uh-huh.
can't cover the whole thing with one piece.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could put these two right next to each other, probably,
Oh, yeah.
and then get the 12 by 12 paper and use it like that.
Okay, they were, how wide were they?
These plates,
Yeah.
the big one is,
That's a good point, Lucy.
oh, hang on, bigger ruler. I do have a bigger ruler.
Yeah, the handmade ones can be reheated and remolded. I don't know that I would try it with a store-bought one. And too expensive to experiment.
Oh, ha! Width-wise, with them put together, it's just over 14.5 inches.
Okay. Okay. So, and how tall is it?
Just under 11.5.
Okay. So you're back to the same problem.
Back to the same problem. So I think I might just
Think about
do what
two
I was
pages.
originally thinking.
I
And
was thinking about two papers side by side, but either way you turn them, they're still not.
yes.
It's still not going to fit well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh well, just make do. I'm not
Okay.
buying
Well,
more.
Has
It's too expensive.
anybody ever cut a store-bought one? Have you
I
cut
think
one? Lucy, have you ever cut one or
surely.
seen anybody cut one? Because I'm wondering if you could make that the length of your paper and then cut off the top so you have a plate that is the exact same length as your paper, and then you have another mini one.
Skinny, mini skinny.
Or is it not?
Trouble is, yeah, the height's not. It's not exactly, but it's still the paper will wholly cover it. Then, won't it?
But yeah, if it's like 14, oh, what was it? 16 long? No, 11. Oh,
Height-wise,
it must. You know, people who have
just under 11.5 inches by.
It's the length I kept forgetting. 14.
By just over 14.5.
Tell me the length again.
Just under 11.5.
Okay, so 11 and a half. And your paper is just over 11 and a half?
And I've got 12 by 12 papers.
Oh,
I do have
okay.
that I have inherited from somebody. Lots of white, not as thick as normal scrapbook paper, but it's thicker than paper, which I could use.
Interesting.
I do need to use it up after all, but
so, well, you could, I don't know. Either way, you're going to end up having to cut your paper, but you could use the 12 by 12 on that, line up one corner. So you have two sides at least that are printed to the corner. And then when it's all done, you have to trim it down to fit your book. But then the two
that makes sense.
Two strips that are still white because they
Where
didn't
did I put it?
you can take
White
those
paper.
and put those on a plate side by side and have those for belly bands and bookmarks and things like that. How did it work, Lucy? Did it cut okay? And did they get super sharp scissors, or did they get a heat knife, a heated blade to cut through it, or do you know how they did end up cutting it? That would be interesting. Oh, last Julie. Yeah, it's about that time anyway. It's 7 minutes to pumpkin time. I don't know. I might be inclined to get a 12 by 12 because at least even an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, the whole thing would be covered instead of always having this border to deal with. I don't know what I'm going to do with that, but I just felt like slapping gold on it. I'll see how it looks tomorrow, how I feel tomorrow. I may end up just cutting it up and using it parts and pieces and whatever. I've done nothing on the back, so I have to put something on the back or glue it down. Oh, Julie couldn't hear. Julie, you are totally out. I don't know how you kicked yourself out completely. You're not even in StreamYard anymore. That's why sometimes the border looks nice for the print. That's true. Sometimes it does, and it gives you something to ink or to put a complementary color or stencil or something around. That's true. Or doing it on a different color paper gives you that colored border. I think there was a bigger one. Judy cuts great, but I think let's see, an X-Acto utility knife. Okay, that's what I was wondering if they, guys. I think there are heated X-Acto knives, that kind of thing, or heated utility knives. If that heat would go through a little bit bigger or a little bit easier. Thought the larger size will cover a 9 by 11 completely. This one is an 8 by 10, and then they have a 12 by 12 plate. I won't claim to be a expert on them. So if they've recently come out with something in between it, then I'm not aware of another size. So that's highly possible. But after I got the 8 by 10s, it was well after that they finally came out with the 12 by 12. Someone stamped some collage. Yeah, yep, that's true, Julie. I'm Julie, Lucy. Saw Julie's thing pop up, and yeah, it is a cool base. It'll be a cool base for something. It always is. I love having a whole stack of these, and when I go to do something, just thumbing through them and finding one that will work for whatever it is. But another rectangular size. Oh, really? Okay, so I've got a 5 by 7, and I've got an 8 by 10. And then I knew they had a 12 by 12 come out since I got all of these. So are you saying there's another rectangular size besides the 5 by 7 and the 8 by 10? A third one. I'm gonna have to look that up. Well, it'd be great if it was an 8.5 by 11, wouldn't it? Yeah, me too, Judy. It was after I got mine. I think it was 10 or 11 by something larger. Oh, so then it would be between this one and a 12 by 12. Okay. I'm going to go research that. Thanks, Lucy. Great information. I hope your package gets to Indiana quickly. I actually sent it a couple of days ago already, so I just didn't get a chance to even stop and return emails. Not 8.5 by 11. It's bigger than that, you're saying. It's like 10 or 11 wide by something else larger. So maybe a 10 by 12 or 11 by 12 or 11 by 13. The 12 by 12 is the most recent. Yeah. Okay. So it's somewhere between an 8 by 10 or 8.5 by 11 and 12 by 12. Bigger than that. Bigger than one, smaller than the other. Maybe it fits those long pieces of paper. What are they? Are they, I don't remember. What could it be? Legal size? Like, oh, I don't know. We're just speculating. We can just go to the website and find out. Have to do that. All right. It is 1.5 minutes to pumpkin time. I think I need to go get myself cleaned up a bit and get some sleep. Tomorrow's day of rest. So I really appreciate you guys being here. This was fun. It was a really fun night. I learned stuff from you guys. I know everybody learned from each other. Was the largest at the time. I don't know how long you've had them, Judy, but I've had mine a while, and this was the largest at the time, the 8x10. But yeah, I wish there was larger. So came out right after the original 8x10. Okay, then I must have jumped on the 8x10 and then completely missed the next larger one. And then the next thing I knew, it was Linda that I saw using the 12x12, so knew there was a larger one. So that's cool. I'm going to check it out. So thanks, Julie, for coming on and giving us a whole lesson on your stencils. That was awesome. Good night, Judy. I know, Julie. Me either. That's oof. But let's go clean them and find out, see what that does, and see if we keep them clean. If maybe it's not the sharp edges of the paint causing that. I'd really hate to think that. It has been fun. Thank you, Lucy. Yeah, even the 8x10 was so darn expensive that it was nuts. But you ladies get some sleep. Enjoy your Sunday, whatever you're going to do with it. Work, play, sleep, cook, clean, whatever. Enjoy your day. And I really look forward to getting together with you again. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks, guys.